dedicated economist and has also a lot of experience in the real world. So he has got one of the big venture capital funds. And he's also teaching for us. So he was teaching for several years on financial crisis. So he was coming back occasionally for our term or Harvard term. And it was extremely valuable for our students to get the exposure of both sides, the academic side and the practical side. And of course, he's also a great historian in the sense that he likes to combine historical knowledge with actual knowledge, new innovation, and historical economic thinking. And we will have a feast here from his presentation today. And let's give a round of applause for Bill. And we look forward to
Thanks, Marcus. I gather from keeping in touch with things Princetonian somewhat from afar, I do spend much of the academic year in Cambridge, England, Old Cambridge, that it just may have been the case that this autumn, the extraordinary, unprecedented, and never again to be replicated history of the football team of the great class of 1965, undefeated, untied, and nationally ranked with the big boys, that the total points scored by Princeton this year may have exceeded the total in the autumn of 1964. I think that might be the case. But in any case, of course, the schedule was much harder then. But I'm really delighted to be back. As Marcus said, I've had a kind of haphazard career. I did my doctorate in Cambridge, having come from the Woodrow Wilson School in Princeton. I then went on a 35-year sabbatical, as it turned out to be as a working venture capitalist at the frontier, and then returned to Cambridge just in time for the global financial crisis of 2008, from my perspective, to make economics a really interesting subject again. So I'm now back immersed, but all of my work as a practitioner, as an academic, is focused on innovation at the technological frontier, where progress is made by trial and error and error and error, where efficiency in the allocation of resources is the enemy of innovation, where tolerance of necessary waste is required, and where I must say I find the neoclassical production function, even in its Schumpeterian extensions, to be a thoroughly misleading lens to which to read the dynamics of innovation at the frontier. So this process that I've been both lived as a practitioner and have been studying as an academic involves three sequential, nonlinear, interactive processes: upstream, scientific discovery, technological invention, for the technologies that really matter, from the railroads to the internet, the deployment of transformational infrastructure, which, when in place at scale, creates new economic space, transforms the market economy, and creates opportunities for exploration of what to do with this new stuff. All of these processes depend on sources of funding that are unconcerned, not driven, not limited, not constrained by immediate visible economic value. Historically, two such sources have existed: the mission-driven state and financial speculation, each capable of mobilizing resources at scale larger than could be expected from rational investors carefully evaluating the net present value of alternative projects. And together they have indeed transformed the market economy, creating what I call a three-player game. A three-player game between the state, financial capitalism, and the market economy, the ordinary world in which we work and spend and save and practice life in the using the technologies that have been deployed. So three sets of continuous, reciprocal, interdependent games with different configurations. None of them is a stable equilibrium. The metaphorical relationship to the three-body problem in physics is not an accident. So in one version, we have state investment in fundamental research induces financial speculation to fund construction of transformational infrastructure whose exploitation in turn raises living standards for everyone dependent on the productivity of the market. But in another version, we experienced this only 10 years ago, a world in which bubbles and crashers in the financial system spill over and liquidate both the employed and their employers, generating appeals to the political process for redress and relief. And in a third version, malefactors of great wealth, a great phrase that Teddy Roosevelt deployed at the heart of the progressive movement, malefactors of great wealth are able to exploit the political process in order to preserve and protect their exploitation of the market economy. I sometimes think that's a little too close to home right now. But let's start with the role of the state. There is a long history here. This is a recently fascinating book on how the demand for muskets by the British Army from the Glorious Revolution of 1688 through the Napoleonic Wars to Waterloo, rising from a demand measurable in a few thousand per year to a few million per year, transformed the architecture of Britain's artisanal economy, made Birmingham, England, the workshop of the first industrial revolution. So this is the role of the state as a customer, but there's also the role of the state as a source. And in fact, a generation later, it was in the armories of the United States Army at Springfield, Massachusetts, Harpers Valley, West Virginia, that the concept of making things, making physical things by assembling interchangeable parts, that was reduced to practice from guns to sewing machines to typewriters to bicycles to automobiles. This was the technological innovation that enabled mass production. And of course, in the post-World War II era, this role of the state through multiple channels was responsible for sponsoring all of the technologies from silicon to software and onto the internet that combined to create the digital revolution. And in fact, it continued beyond that. This is the NSF grant to a couple of graduate students at Stanford named Larry Page and Sergey Brin, which led to the PageRank algorithm in Google, and if you like, one of the most profound sources of the technological revolution's growth and expansion. Now, I want to pause for a moment with respect to the language of war. I spoke about a mission-driven state, and that mission has gained political legitimacy, generally through the deployment of the language of war. War liberates, or at least the just war, liberates the state from the shackles of prospective cost-benefit analysis, when the costs are always easier to measure and to know than the benefits are. And this has been true of shooting wars. It was true of the Cold War. It was true of the war on cancer. And it was not an accident that Nixon adopted that language in 1972 when he created a mission for the National Institutes of Health, which has continued to this day, where progress is not measured by whether each project sponsored by the NIH, funded by the NIH, actually works. It's a broader, deeper mission where effective is more important than efficient. But not all wars are successful or even productive. In fact, over the last generation, in this country at least, we've seen the debasement of the language of war from Vietnam to Iraq by way of the war on drugs. And here's the kicker. If the state, and I'm going to come back to this later on, if the state is not accepted as a legitimate economic actor, then innovation at the frontier is likely to stall. Let me turn to the role of speculation. Now, this is a schematic of how to think about bubbles. The first law of bubbles is that they are banal, they are ubiquitous. Wherever there are markets and assets, there you will find herding behavior, momentum investing, prices decoupling from any relationship with cash flows, past, present, or prospective. But not all bubbles are the same. So here we're looking at two different dimensions: the locus of speculation and the focus of speculation. It took me about 5 years to come up with locus focus as a kind of meme for thinking about bubbles. When the speculation is limited to the public capital markets, the stock market, the junk bond market, leverage is very limited. When the bubble bursts, as it inevitably will, the economic damage done is equally limited and constrained. Think of 2001 after the great tech bubble of the 1990s versus what happens when the speculation infects the credit system, the banking system, where leverage in 2007 nominally was on the order of 30 to 40 times in the banking system. Effectively, when you actually go through to understand what was being counted as equity, as the equity base, it was probably more like 100 to 1 or more. A 1% decline in the value of assets effectively rendered the banks insolvent and generated the liquidity crisis that triggered the Great Recession. So locus really matters, but so does focus. Most bubbles focus on assets that have no potential whatsoever of increasing the productive potential of the economy, from tulip bulbs to marijuana stocks. We can talk a little bit later about where we put bitcoins in that spectrum. But occasionally the object of speculation is one of those transformational technologies, like the railways, like electrification, like computing and the internet, that changes everything and creates a new economy. There's a long history here as well. This is remarkable work from an extraordinary scholar named Andrew Odlyzko at the University of Minnesota. He's a pure mathematician. He publishes in the journals appropriate to pure mathematics, the ones where the only words in the title you can understand are the and. But some 25 years ago, he became interested in and then obsessed with the early history of the British railways, and he spent an enormous amount of time in the archives. So this is the millions of pounds spent on actually building railways in Britain during the little railway mania of the 1830s and the great railway mania of the 1840s. This amount was a huge proportion, approaching 10% of British national income, when most of that income was embedded in the agricultural economy. This is the index that Odlyzko constructed of the shares of the companies that had raised and were spending that money. When the bubble burst at the end of the 1840s, the stock prices collapsed. Most of these companies went bankrupt. Nobody tore up the tracks. Now, more recently, coming closer to home, and in fact to my own life, perhaps why I'm standing here right now, the great tech boom of the late 1990s. This is some very interesting empirical work. The dotted line are the cash flows, both internally generated from operations and externally by raising money in the stock market, by young firms, less than 15 years old, in the 7 super high-tech corporate sectors. And you can see that this enormous increase in cash flow is driven by a comparable increase in the cash raised by selling new stock for IPOs and follow-on offerings on the stock market, and in turn relieve the financial constraint, as we like to say, and enable these young companies to increase their R&D spending by a factor of about 8 over less than 10 years. Again, the bubble burst. Much more money was actually spent on putting dark fiber in the ground, but when WorldCom and Global Crossing went bankrupt, again, nobody tore up the fiber. It was there waiting for Netflix. So the first edition of my book was published about 5 years ago, and it was a kind of celebration of this extraordinarily constructive configuration of the 3-player game when the American state, essentially the US Department of Defense, with some ongoing support from the National Science Foundation, NASA, was the sponsor, the early customer, the funder of research, and the inventor indirectly through DARPA of some of the most critical technologies. And when the speculators accelerated and amplified the impact of the digital revolution by perhaps as much as a generation. But now we must consider the consequences of the digital revolution. And this is the theme of what I've just published, a kind of, the way I think of it, as a very substantially revised and extended version of my work for the age of Trump and Brexit. But the first motivation for this was actually very close to home. From my life as a venture capitalist, and you can read all about this in the book, particularly chapter 3 and 4, I internalized what I call the two fundamental theorems of venture capital. Cash and control and corporate happiness is positive cash flow. Cash and control, what does that mean? It means the joint hedge against ignorance, the necessary, inescapable ignorance that comes when you invest in startups at the technological frontier, when you don't know whether it's going to work, and if it works, whether anybody's going to give a damn and pay a penny for what you've built. So cash, enough unequivocal access to cash, unequivocal access to enough cash to buy the time required to find out what's going on when bad things happen, and enough control to shift the parameters of the problem. My experience that often, not always, begins with firing the CEO. It can involve shifting the purpose of the project, of the underlying technology. It can involve selling the venture for whatever you can get without, rather than pouring money into a black hole, but enough control to do something about it. Corporate happiness is positive cash flow. This was the mantra of the fellow I don't refer to in the book as my psychotic mentor, extraordinarily brilliant man who had this slogan, this saying, put onto throw pillows in needlepoint so he could throw them at his CEOs to drive home the message that when your customers are giving you more money than it costs to deliver them a product or a service, you're not only demonstrating that what you're doing is economically worthwhile, you're liberated from the problematic dependence on external cash to pay your bills. Okay, so I looked around a couple of years ago, and both of these theorems were completely challenged, rendered irrelevant by what was going on in the unicorn bubble. These startups burning billions of dollars, funded at premium valuations by financial institutions, not venture capitalists anymore, but by Fidelity and such like, who in turn were not just paying premium valuations for illiquid securities that they could not sell, but were yielding governance control to the founders so that they couldn't do anything if their money was, they decided, being misused, abused, and they were, in fact, dedicating themselves to sitting in the back seat of the car, nowhere near being able to get their hands on the steering wheel as and when it headed over the cliff. And this is a recent paper from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, which goes through in detail the kind of agreements that were represented here. And of course, you could expect what was going to happen. These are just the two most prominent versions. But then there's also something else that was going on. Cryptomania. I've updated this as of a couple of days ago. So here, think about this as the proposed alternative financial system, liberated again from the control of the state. Now, I have to always, at this point, I always have to cite my friend Mark Blythe at the Watson Center at Brown University, who likes to say that if you have to ask if it's money, it's not money. But this assault on the state's monopoly over the provision of money led to this kind of joint key recognition. The unicorns, the cryptocurrencies, each in their own way represented direct challenges to the authority of the state that had spawned the digital revolution and made them possible. The unicorns at the local level and markets for transportation, accommodation, the cryptos at the kind of symbolically core level. But beyond that, of course, what we've been witnessing over the last 20 years or more, the gradual accumulation to the tipping point of enormous transformations of the market economy through three different, overlapping, related channels. The second great globalization. So the first great globalization, documented and analyzed by Harold James, peaked in 1914. At that point, this was in a world where the movement of capital and the movement of people was essentially free. The movement of goods was constrained because the two most important nations that were following Great Britain, Germany and the United States, both practiced protectionism to allow their infant industries, no longer so infant by 1900, to reach levels of productivity that were competitive with Britain and even more competitive than Britain could provide. At this point, global trade as a percentage of total world income was on the order of 30%. The second globalization, which may or may not have peaked around 2007, in this case, what was free to move were not people, but work was, as well as goods and services and capital. Work moved through outsourcing, through the construction of complex transnational supply chains. And in this case, global trade peaked at 60% of world national economy, generating what Danny Roderick at the Kennedy School calls the political trilemma. You can have deep economic and financial integration, responsive political institutions, and the autonomy of a nation state, 2 out of 3. North Dakota has indeed deep integration with the rest of the United States, economically and financially. It has responsive local government, even if we could put the entire population inside a couple of election districts in Manhattan. It is not an autonomous nation state. Greece thought it was an autonomous nation state until about 2011 and discovered the realities of deep integration. So the next is actually almost certainly, as much literature, particularly call attention to the work of David Autor's group at MIT, automation. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a reference to Autor's work on the political spillovers from globalization. This is a very interesting study. It was done it was published a couple of years ago, done over the previous 3 or 4 years, where they took each congressional district in the United States, looked at the exposure to Chinese imports after China joined the World Trade Organization in 1991, Marcus, I think. 1991? 2000. Sorry, thank you. So over that 10-year period, and then they looked at what happened in the primary elections with Republican districts moving to further right candidates and Democratic districts moving to further left, a polarization response to the impact of trade. But then automation. Now, almost certainly the impact, the economic impact, even if it doesn't carry the same emotional weight as the imports have carried in political discourse, the impact of automation has been huge. I would love to see more varied approaches to reading the political consequences. If anybody's aware of them, please let me know. This is a recent study, actually out of Oxford, that looked at a limited index of automation, the population of robots in roughly equivalent economic areas, and the change in the Republican share of votes for president between 2012 and 2016. The curve is up and to the right. This is what I think we would call suggestive evidence. It's not conclusive or causal, but there clearly has been a major, again, as it going all the way back to the Luddites and the textile industrial revolution of almost 200 years ago, a political spillover from the impact of technological change on the labor market. And then financialization. This is really quite remarkable. We all were aware, anybody working through the post-war era, the post-war era, was aware of increased financial weight. But this is a very simple ratio between the value of financial assets and U.S. GDP. From early 50s through 1980, that ratio rises only from 1.3 to 1.8 times. At an annual basis, you really couldn't see it. It disappears over the course of more than 25 years. But from 1980 to 2007, it goes from 1.8 to 4.8 times. This is in the context where, for example, up here, the credit default swap is invented right around here. At this point, there are $60 trillion of credit default swaps outstanding, created in less than 10 years. Now, most of the finance, most of the financial instruments of the trading finance has actually been trading in existing assets, above all, property. And also, of course, trading in financial assets constructed as banks create assets and trade them with each other, not funding new productive assets, except substantially during that tech bubble of 1996, 2000. But what was going on here was the manner in which IT, computing, operationalized modern finance theory, turned the Black-Scholes equation from something that Fisher Black had to write almost by hand on little pieces of paper and hand out at the Chicago Board of Trade into what could be on anybody's desktop as an instrument for both constructing and trading these new derivative securities. Donald Mackenzie's great book, An Engine, Not a Camera, Finance Theory as an Engine for Transforming the Markets, the Financial Markets, not a camera for capturing how they were then working, is probably the salient text, much cited in the literature and certainly much cited by me. Not only did IT enable this enormous increase in the variety and type and volume of financial assets, it also globalized it. This is a Bank for International Settlements. We can all thank Hyun Shin for this chart. It's become almost iconic. It's reproduced all the time. Between 2002 and 2007, the volume of US bank claims on Europe in 5 years went from $500 billion to more than $1.5 trillion. European claims on the US went from $1 trillion to $2.6 trillion. This is the vehicle, the channels through which our embarrassment in the mortgage market here in the United States became a global financial crisis. Thus, the digital revolution played a central role in the generation of the great credit bubble of the Audis and the global financial crisis that followed. I'm one of many who now think that this work by Adam Tooze of Columbia is likely to prove to be the most compelling historical analysis of the sources and consequences of the global financial crisis, which has generated political consequences that continue. This is work that goes back through history, well before the recent embarrassment, to look at the political consequences of major financial crises. This is the period, the early period. This is the full sample, the pre-World War II sample, the post-World War II sample. What they show is that in each case, there's a significant political shift to the right, towards, if you like, right-wing populism, visible in the nations that suffer through these crises. But in this case, and in this country, not only in this country, but perhaps more here than anyone else, the state had been rendered illegitimate as an economic actor and proved to be incapable of adequately buffering its constituents from the economic consequences of the digital revolution that it itself had spawned. Adam Tooze does a brilliant job of how, at the peak moment of crisis, from the autumn of 2008 through the winter of 2009, the United States did play the central role. The not only the Federal Reserve serving as the liquidity provider to the world through its limitless, unlimited swap lines, but also the transient moment of stimulus in the first days of the Obama administration that helped put a floor under the worst of the consequences that were unfolding. But this broader political failure is the ultimate macro motivation for my work, this new version of my work. And what it reflects is ideas really matter. As long ago as 1943, Hayek published The Road to Serfdom, an understandable, highly emotional response to the totalitarianisms of the left and right, which suggested and was popularized to suggest, to argue definitively, that any economic role for the state would inevitably lead to similar tyranny as had been the case in Stalin's Russia or Hitler's Germany. It took a generation, and this is important, it took a long generation for the ideas here to mature into Milton Friedman's. This was an extraordinarily popular television program based on a book that Friedman had written in 1980, and which was the kind of the lead-in, the leader for Reagan's first inaugural, when he stated, government is not the solution to our problem, government is the problem. This coming on top of the previous 30 years, when it was the United States government that drove, led, pulled, pushed, enabled the greatest technological revolution that we've yet seen in the world, without which things would have been very, very different. Now, fortunately, institutional latency really matters. Despite Reagan, despite indeed the Democrats' move to third way, middle of the road politics, Clinton saying the era of big government is over in the mid-1990s, nonetheless, the public sector of the developed economies of the world remained large enough to play a major role in limiting the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. Let me show you this eye chart. This is really why I needed a pointer. So back to 1880, this is the share of the national economy represented by public sector expenditures, including transfer payments, as it should, because they support aggregate demand for the United Kingdom, Germany, the US, and Japan. The two world wars stand out. Those are the peaks. Between the wars, Britain is the outlier. Britain is the debtor nation that did not directly or indirectly repudiate its debts. This is very largely debt service payments. The US is down here. In 1929, total public sector expenditures in the US were 7% of the national economy. 2% at the federal government, 5% state and local, where the state constitutions required that budgets be balanced, and that consequently, as tax revenues fell, as the Depression took hold, spending had to fall as well. The federal share actually doubled under Herbert Hoover between 1929 and 33, when Roosevelt took office. That's because nominal GDP in the United States, measured in current prices, declined by 50% in 4 years. So look at the difference. Here, in the years preceding the global financial crisis, even the US in red is up around 35 to 40%. In other words, the public sector, the continuity in spending, whether it be Medicare payments or Defense Department contracts or NIH grants, bolstered the private sector's demand when private sector investment, beginning with housing, but including industrial investment, collapsed in 2009. It was not only an aggressive central bank that prevented or that reduced the potential for another Great Depression to only a Great Recession. It was also the sheer scale of the public sector. And by the way, this factor, even by twos, I find extraordinarily recognized in the literature on the Great Recession and the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. So the US economy today represents a remarkable paradox. On the one hand, it's the home of the leading representatives, the driving forces of the digital revolution, the FANG companies, the superstar companies, more work by Autor, which looks at the role that they have played, that they are playing, that can be read in the macroeconomic literature, and they're driven. Their economic and financial significance is driven by what I truly believe is a new source of organic market power, different from and additional to economies of scale and economies of scope and network effects. Network effects serve to attract people to one telephone network because of connectivity and the return to connectivity. But, except perhaps from time to time, the FBI, nobody was actually listening to the content of those messages. Now the fact that every interaction, digital interaction, is captured and can be monetized and also learned from, such that the more data you have, the better the algorithms with which you analyze the data. The better the algorithms, the higher the quality of service. The higher the quality of service, the larger the market share. The larger the market share, the more data. A positive feedback loop. This, however, goes side by side in the same economy with multiple measurable declines in dynamism. So this is a chart that the Times mobilized out of Census Bureau data, looking at the share of employees working for small companies and the share working for big companies. This goes with, it's another way in a sense of appreciating that across virtually every industrial sector in the US, the share of revenues represented by the largest companies, by the top 4 companies, has increased materially over the last 10 to 20 years. The number of public companies in the US has declined by 50% since the year 2000, partly a function of private equity, partly a function of M&A without, ineffectively with minimal antitrust concern. The number of venture capital-backed IPOs, a subject very dear to my heart and on which I've actually worked, has declined by something like 60% to 2/3 compared with the average that we had taken for granted between 1980 and 2000. This is another business Census Bureau chart. The Census Bureau has begun compiling data on business applications, and they characterize as high propensity business applications those that are most likely to generate jobs. Crashed by 25% immediately after the global financial crisis. It's barely recovered since. Various measures of social and economic mobility, work by Raj Chetty, now back at Harvard, show material reductions in social and economic mobility, at the same time as, again, various measures of the content of corporate R&D spending suggests a material shift from longer-term research to shorter-term development. And the largest purpose to which corporate cash flow has been put in recent years, and most particularly during this current year, has been on buying back stock. And of course, inequality has reached levels not previously seen since the late 1920s. This is work I highlighted here because it's work that comes out of Princeton. Extraordinarily, very creative approach to being able to track back to the mid-1930s, when unionization in the US finally was given legal political sanction under the New Deal, briefly, looking at union density, that is the density of members of unions relative to measures of inequality. The conclusion was that A, there's a very nice, very robust, inverse correlation. The greater the union density, greater the number of proportion of people in unions, the less inequality, and that particularly affects those who are the poorer, the poorest, and the least advantaged in the labor market. And of course, it goes with what we all know from the well-publicized data. This is the income share of the lower half of the US distribution, declining from above 20% to about 12% over the last 40 years, 45 years. And this is the share of the 1%, which interestingly enough, not only peaked in 2007, but then has actually risen since the global financial crisis. Of course, this is heavily driven by financialization, by the value stock market recovery from the global financial crisis. And what I might refer to as the dark side of the three-player game shows itself in the extent to which the market's distribution of power, $1, one vote, dominates the nominal political distribution of power, one person, one vote. Now, there's another aspect of this dim view, this dismal view, which, again, for somebody interested in the economics of innovation, is very close to home. And this is the exclusion of science from input into public policy. So those of you who have your devices open, if you type the magic letters OSTP into your Google search window, you'll find multiple URLs. This is the one that is ostp.obama archive. It's a snapshot of what the Office of Science and Technology Policy website in the White House looked like on January 19th, 2017, the last day of the Obama administration. Behind every one of those tabs, there's an array of projects, conferences, reports, people, work, programs. This is what the current OSTP website looks like. I check this once a week. First of all, behind this, there's nothing. You can't click through to anything. Under this, there are, over the last 18 months, they've generated 8 press releases. 8 press releases. That's the activity. So, having failed to respond adequately to the digital disruption, the US state has now officially abdicated from the next needed technological revolution. Now, if there had been no Cold War, no Korea, the digital evolution would nonetheless have proceeded. It would have taken longer, it would have been less disruptive. But AT&T and IBM in 1945 were already working on going from analog electronics. This is where the transistor came from at Bell Labs. It would have happened. And it wouldn't have made that much difference, except for a few of us who managed to get the great tech bubble right. But the problem now is that climate change won't wait. It's not waiting. And it raises perhaps the single most important strategic question that the world is addressing now, which is, will China lead? Will China succeed in doing what only one other nation has actually done over the last 200 years? Not just perform as an effective follower, following the lead of the leader through the processes of industrialization and technological innovation, but will it actually become an effective leader at the frontier? There are enormous challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. Now, all followers appropriate intellectual property wherever they can find it. That's nothing new. The British took textile technology from India and Italy. We took it from the Brits. The Japanese and Koreans took everything they could get from us, from steel to semiconductors. The Chinese had clearly done a, let us say, more coherently organized process with greater reach. But even when a nation reaches, is in the process of taking advantage of what others have invented, they remain subject to the corruption tax. Many, many more governments have set out to get to the frontier than have ever come anywhere close because they've been compromised and ultimately have succumbed to the corruption that can be expected to follow when the state does become an economic actor. Some, the US in the progressive era, Britain in the 1850s and 60s, perhaps China today, interesting new work on the benefits in terms of the productivity of research in areas where the attack on local corruption in China has led to the removal of local officials, where much of R&D is subsidized at the local level, the regional level in China. China may survive that, but the argument that to actually become an effective leader, the kind of hope and dream, particularly represented by the Acemoglu-Robinson book, Why Nations Fail, which has had quite a substantial impact, that you need to have inclusive political institutions in order to be able to tolerate and sponsor the kind of creative destruction at the frontier. You know, historically, that is a very, very weak proposition. Britain in 1820, leading the first industrial revolution, was led by a corrupt cabal in London, in close affiliation with a national religious establishment, exercising authority down to the village level. You may or may not have seen the new movie Peterloo by Michael Lee. That was in 1819 when the troops of the British Army returned from Waterloo, slaughtered peaceful demonstrators in Manchester who were demonstrating for greater openness of the political process. The authority of that government was legitimized by the fact that you could look over your shoulder and see, just a generation before in Paris, what happened when order failed, the terror of the French Revolution. But they're trying to hold the lid on the greatest explosion of economic wealth and economic energy and financial wealth in the history of humanity. One might make a certain analogy there. It took a long, really 2 generations for Britain to evolve into a reasonably open, reasonably uncorrupt society. Which drove which? Was it the economic development that had the interplay with the political processes? Or in fact, is it simply an indeterminate question? We certainly don't have enough examples from history to draw any sort of rule, let alone law, of economic and political co-evolution. Think of them as co-evolving as they did in Britain, as they are now in China. So let me conclude. From the perspective of an American, this is a pretty dark picture. The fellow who hired me at Warburg Pincus, where I've spent the last 30 years, used to say that you can't survive as a venture capitalist if you're a pessimist. You know, the first startup you lose, you'll slit your throat, you'll be out of the game. So I'm temperamentally doomed to be an optimist, and I do believe, and it's not just because I'm here in Princeton, I do believe that beyond the green political shoots that we can read in the midterm election results, perhaps even more at the state and local level than at the congressional level, but beyond that, there is a source of long-term optimism, which I lean on hard, and that is that ideas still matter. And the global financial crisis and the Great Recession, for the disciplines of economics and finance, have been the gifts that keep on giving. They forced the reunion of economics and finance at the macro level, perhaps most significantly in the work that Marcus has led in the new financial macro, echoed by people like Elaine Ray at LSE and Caballero at MIT. This is a radically new approach that puts financial intermediaries at the core of the system instead of excluding them from the economic dynamics at the macro level. It's forced recognition of the behavioral micro foundations and, let us say, reduce the plausibility of relying on the fantasy of the robotic, intertemporally optimizing, omniscient agent. And it's also demonstrably led to a shift towards evidence first, theory later. More work, more empirical work on how the world actually works than on how it should work if it would make our models close in an efficient way. I cite this. I speak as an old Keynesian from old Cambridge. I'm delighted to always salute the work from the twin citadels of New Cambridge, Andy Lowe at MIT, Schleifer with his colleague Janeway at Harvard. Each of these books, in their very different ways, and they're all always subject to comment and criticism, but each of them represent direct head-on assaults on rational expectations and a determination to try to bring into the stories we tell a clearer appreciation of how real people behave in real markets. So I close with the quote from Keynes, the last sentences of the general theory, that the power of vested interests, vastly exaggerated compared with the general encroachment of ideas, not immediately, but after a certain interval, but sooner or late, it is ideas, not vested interests, that are dangerous for good or ill or evil. I do believe that the new economic ideas and process are being generated in response to the discontinuity of 2008 will be, once that they inform the discussion and debate and decisions around public policy, that they will be positive for good. Thank you. We certainly have time for some questions, and I'll be happy to try to address whatever you may have. Come on, this is Princeton, no shyness. You all go to precepts.
There's a question back there.
So you had
Yes.
this slide that showed that after every financial crisis, the electorate moved to the right. Why do you think it wouldn't move to the left? I mean, why is that?
That chart is, I expect it's probably dominated. The paper is concerned with a long sweep. We have a few instances, of course. Let me back up and say, Danny Roderick has an interesting paper suggesting a differentiation, and this is specifically with respect to this most recent financial crisis, between the populism of the creditor nations, which means Northern Europe, and the U.S., and the U.S. is both, and the populism of the debtor nations, which is Southern Europe and Latin America. The debtor nations' populism going left, the creditor nations going right. Certainly on a case-by-case basis, it often will turn on the effectiveness of the political entrepreneurs who are competing to take advantage of the discontinuity, the disruption of lives, as Harold James has written about the impact of transformation in financial and economic values on human and cultural values and political values. But I think that the pre-World War II is largely dominated by what was going on in Central Europe, as well as Southern Europe, post-World War I and then post-1931. The post-war, very much dominated by Latin America, as well as parts of Asia, where mostly the movement was to the right. The U.S. in the 1930s is really an anomaly. And it was a very close-run thing. When Roosevelt won the election, Roosevelt was in this long interregnum that we then had from an election in the first week of November to the inauguration in the first week of March. The then leading political guru, Walter Lippmann of the New York Herald Tribune, Lippmann said to him, "You must govern like Mussolini. You must suspend Congress. The crisis is too great. Mussolini has shown the way for effective government in response." So and by the way, the left-wing movements immediately after World War I were almost all liquidated rapidly, from Vienna to Budapest, and then in the 30s in Spain. So there was a general right-wing movement after major financial and economic crises. And that's an observable. I can't explain in detail. I don't know if anybody can. Sir.
Thank you for your talk. You mentioned something about state-led technological innovations, and you talked about how China could potentially become the next leader. I was wondering just your general opinion on the concept of state-led or government-led innovations. Because it seems like, for example, in China nowadays, you see the government pouring billions of dollars into artificially creating those city of AI or machine learning cities or gaming cities. But like, are those kind of innovations good, healthy for, I guess, not just for China, but for humanity as a whole?
Certainly, that's a pretty big question. I'm not sure I can get to humanity as a whole. Historically, we can look at a few examples and see that as and when, this is a point I'm glad you asked that because I want to elaborate on it. It's one of the real challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. In the path of following, where you know by and large what the route is, you know, from bicycles to automobiles, from steel to silicon, identifying and bestowing resources on a small number of national champions can make a lot of sense. The chaebols in Korea, the zaibatsus in Japan. JC knows more about this than I do. But when you get to the frontier, when progress switches from being an effective follower to depending on that trial and error and error and error, you have to have players who can fail without discrediting the whole enterprise. In the US, as a great example, there's probably no more important enterprise in the United States through the central years of America's rise to leadership, from World War I through to the 1960s, 70s, than AT&T. AT&T fought the notion of packet-switched communications, let alone the implementation of that in what was originally called DARPANET, ARPANET. Fought it in everything from the technical workshops to the White House. AT&T became the enemy of innovation. There's some very interesting work. Wes Cohen at Duke University is one of the authors on how the small number of dominant Japanese IT firms completely missed the transfer of value in computing from hardware to software in the 1980s into the early 1990s. 3 companies dominated the Japanese computer industry. They were all motivated to build faster versions of their IBM-compatible mainframes rather than understanding what was happening as hardware was commoditized by the technologies whose cost and reliability dropped like a stone in the aftermath of the PC revolution of the early 1980s. So whether China, there's an observable in China, which is the very substantial shift in economic weight from the state-owned enterprises to the private sector. Private sector may be a somewhat gray area, but in the US, so it is as well. Boeing, public sector, private sector. Every jet plane ever made in America descends from the KC-135 that was the tanker that the Air Force paid for in order to teach Boeing how to build commercial jet aircraft. So this public-private collaboration can be extremely effective if the extent of reciprocal capture is constrained. Will that be the case in China? There's a very interesting paper. Storslatten, Norwegian economist, is one of the co-authors. It's called Growing Like China, and it focuses on the deliberate effort to shift resources from the financially rich state-owned enterprises to the financially constrained and much more productive private sector enterprises. I think it's an open question. The way I would put it, I have this metaphor of the 3-player game. The 3-player game with Chinese characteristics is indeterminate, as all 3-player games are. The only thing you know is that they will shift over time, because the longer you're in one configuration, it's a kind of Minsky process. The longer you're in one configuration, the more pressure builds up to shift it as vested interests accumulate, as corruption has the opportunity to establish itself, and as political capital gets consumed. But I will say this, it does appear that in area after area, China is at the frontier, machine learning being one of these areas, and where perhaps the incentives for continuing aggressively to appropriate intellectual property may become less as China becomes a source of genuine innovation. You know, the U.S. Effectively refused to enforce copyright laws through the 19th century, to the utter dismay of Charles Dickens, who was pirated enormously in the U.S. until a writer named Mark Twain became more popular than Charles Dickens had been, and all of a sudden there was a domestic interest in enforcing copyright laws. So we may be seeing this happening in China.
One last question.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I was just interested, so at the beginning of your presentation, you had the slide about speculation being productive versus non-productive. And it seems to me that, okay, you want to encourage more productive speculation, I mean, if speculation at all. But I was just wondering, so like, as a venture capitalist, how effective do you find regulation, like attempt to, like manipulate the economy into something that's better? And are there, like, how would you recommend to solve those problems?
Well, first, I don't think it's up to the state to either promote speculation. I think it's up to the state or the Federal Reserve or the financial regulators to be attuned to the rise of speculation and then to pay very close attention to where it's taking place. Now, I've been in interaction on this subject with a brilliant financial economist, formerly, I have to say, of Princeton, Jose Schenkman, who points out that you can't draw a clear, bright red line between the financial markets and the credit system. They do overlap and interact. But I do think that what really matters is being aware of the extent to which the bidding up of prices is funded by borrowed money, so that when the asset prices again decline, those who hold them are rendered insolvent. When there's limited leverage, the economic consequences are much less, and the regulators can afford to let it run and find out whether it's productive or not productive. There's no reason, and apart from the absolutely endemic, prevalent scamming corruption around the crypto mania, there's no reason from a macro financial or prudence motivation for the regulators to try to block what was going on when Bitcoin went to 20,000, because there was virtually no leverage involved in it, and it was still on a relatively very modest scale. We can have a separate conversation about blockchain and Bitcoin and their longer term potential for productive use. I think it's very constrained for the original purpose, and to the extent that distributed databases are valuable, they're going to be valuable amongst trusted partners, trusted counterparties who don't have to worry about proving with the enormous tax on performance. I mean, the point about blockchain, the key point about the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, is that their performance is awful. It's appalling. And it would be if you have to validate each transaction because you don't trust anybody. As soon as you trust people, you can be very efficient. Trust is a really positive contribution to efficiency in economic and financial transactions.
So we have books out for sale and bill signing, and if you have additional questions, maybe during
Sure.
the book signing. But please join me in welcoming.
Hey.
Hey, hey.
I may get some feedback here for a split second, but maybe not. We'll see, okay? Still trying to figure out the Telegram situation.
Did it even work last week?
No, but I got it working now. I know how it's supposed to work now.
Cool.
So what's up? Hey, y'all. Hey, we got a bunch of you popping in here super fast. Let's rock and roll.
I thought you were going to play us intro with a different song today.
What? Why would I do that? You want to have a Nagila?
I thought it was going to be like a little, birthday jingle or something.
I should have set that up. Happy birthday, Elon. Elon, it's your birthday. I
Someone sent
actually.
me,
Go ahead.
no, someone sent me a video of these like weird monkeys singing birthday, like a birthday song. It's like some weird stuff out there on YouTube.
I actually just learned a new birthday jingle, like song, which is so much better than the run-of-the-mill happy birthday, but I haven't learned all the words yet. So by next birthday, I'll get you. 42,
Okay.
I'll get this thing down. It's spiritual, it's sweet, it makes you feel good in your body, and like it relieves that embarrassment that you always get when everyone's singing you happy birthday.
Oh, it's nice. I actually used to have to sing this jingle at the restaurant that I served at. It was like a steakhouse,
Yeah.
and we always had to like, it was like happy birthday, like something. I forgot all the words, but yeah, there's some weird things out there.
Well, in case you guys are wondering what the hell we're talking about, it's Elon's 41st birthday. So Mazal
Made it.
Tov and happy birthday to the big,
Thank
to
you.
my bigs.
Thank you.
Still here for y'all.
Yeah,
We
happy,
enjoy
happy
this
to be here with you guys on my birthday,
on your
being
birthday.
here with you.
So feel free to say hello in the chat box there, especially if you are, well, not especially, but and if you're new, let us know because we want to give you a special hello as well and welcome you to the Old Souls and Seekers community. Today we're going to touch upon kind of like a progression in transformation and mindset, and like what are these quote unquote levels that people attain, reach in their understanding and wisdom. And we want to give you maps because it kind of shows you where to look and what to reach for and what kind of work you may need to put in place in your life right now to create these habits and these foundations in your life. Because what we want for you guys, just to understand, if you're part of this community, it's not just to transform, right? Like any of us can go out and have an ecstatic experience this weekend if we so choose. You can go to an amazing class, you can go do breath work, yoga, like there's a lot of things you can do for yourself to make you feel good. And when you go home, is that sustainable? Are you applying that in your life? And that's what Elon and I really care about, is not just having transformative experiences, but the understanding and wisdom and experiences that one requires in order to have sustainable transformation in their life, to have more fluid relationships with yourself and others, to live a healthier life, to be, healthier in your mindset, to be honestly more fluid, because life is a fucking shit show oftentimes, and it's not about making life perfect. It's about how you get to respond to the way that your life is arising so that you can maximize the benefit of the moment instead of losing time and then repeating the mistakes that you've repeated. So if you are new to the community, that's really what these conversations are about. It's what all our education and programs and community is here for. It's to support you in giving you tools and resources and experiences, most importantly, the experiences to create fundamentally a new place for you to live from in your life, for a new perspective to arise naturally without you having to like force some kind of outcome. So if you are new to the party or old to the party, again, please feel free to smash some likes and hearts. Let us know that you're out there, say hello, and just know that you can ask questions. You guys can probably see the comment boxes, the comment box there, and so we can see your questions, we can interact with you. And so as we go through this, if you want clarification, if you have something specific, of course, if we have time, we'll get to as much as possible. So awesome.
All right.
Anything you want to say?
Let's say hi to some new people here.
Cool.
Who do I see here?
Sharon.
Mary Elliott is new. I see Sharon. Sharon. I'm maybe butchering that one.
Might be
Uh,
Sharon, which would be really cool.
Sharon. It's a cool spelling.
Hmm.
I think those are all the newbies I saw, and then we
Yeah.
have a bunch of
And P.S. guys, if you see your name showing up as a Facebook user in the chat box,
Yoav. She's got to be a fellow Israeli for sure. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them about the link.
yeah, I'm dropping it right now. So guys, I'm gonna drop a link for you real super fast. If you want your, if you see your name when you drop in a comment, it says a Facebook user. That's because we are in a closed group, so the software can't pull your name out. So I'm gonna put this link in there right now. That chat.restream.io. If you click on that and you just go through the app's permission, it will then start pulling your name into the software so we can see who you are as well. Okay.
Cool. Well, welcome everybody, one and all. Again, just great to Russian Israeli. Welcome to the family then.
Yeah, totally.
Interestingly enough, before we dive in, I was with a group of people this weekend, and we were meeting them for the first time. And people always ask, like, what nationality are you? Especially because my wife and I have kind of weirdish names. And what was very strange is that I stopped myself from saying Russian, and I actually purposely said Ukrainian. And I stopped for a moment and realized that this is the first time ever that has crossed my lips, just because of the situation and everything. I think part of it is like, if you say Ukraine to someone, they're like, and where is that? Is that in South Dakota or something? Now, obviously, there's more knowledge around it, and there's this big thing. It's like Russia and Ukraine is very different. So it was just interesting for me to notice, like, holy shit, now it's almost like we got to make that distinction. And then just to give you guys like a super side funny story, we run Facebook ads, and guy was telling me that we had this ad that was working really well, and Facebook chose colors, and it was like yellow and blue.
I chose the colors, but chose them before the event had occurred and had not even crossed my mind.
Yeah, this was like, months and months and months ago this thing has been running, and the guy's like, all of a sudden there's all these like more comments than usual, and he's just like, this is odd. So he goes and checks the comments, and people were just blasting this for us, like milking the Ukrainian thing and using the colors and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, if this was like 5 months ago and you walked on the street and you were like, what colors are the Ukrainian flag? If 1 out of 1,000 people were able to say it that was not obviously from there, I'd be in absolute shock. And now everyone knows exactly what the flag looks like and all that stuff. So just interesting side notes.
Also another side note. This reminds me of when I was younger, I used to tell people my middle name, and this will probably be the first time I've ever shared this publicly here, because I don't really use my middle name. My middle name is Barack, like Barack Obama, and it's a Hebrew name. So when I was a kid, I used to tell my friends that my name was Guy Barack, but then they would be like, nobody had ever heard that name before, so nobody conceptualized what that meant, and they would always be like, what's that B name that you had? So I stopped using it, and then Barack became president, and I was like, oh, that's my name, and everyone's like, no, it isn't. Like you just can't. I couldn't win, so I was like, all right, just won't use it again. Oh my god!
Elon Musk is like the best thing that's ever happened to me, and not even from the fact of Tesla. Just like he's made my name a household name. It's a household name.
It's a household name.
It's a household name.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes of today.
Let's do this.
Enough of this birthday Ukrainian, Russian, Elon talk.
Well, hopefully Russia doesn't invade Latvia, so then you have to call yourself Latvian too. Yeah.
So we're gonna walk you guys through kind of this 3 stages of transformation today, and we're gonna kind of talk about it from 2 different perspectives. When we created our ascension model here, so obviously we do these calls every week. You can come and enjoy these for free for forever. I mean, we have coaches from our organization that come to these calls for free. So once someone is ready to kind of like jump in and work with us, what we have done is we've taken these 3 levels that we're going to talk about today, and we turned it into an ascension model, meaning that we can actually walk someone through the process of what we're going to be discussing today. So, wherever you may have found your way into our home, you're already on one of these levels, right? And so, as we're discussing this, what I'm inviting you to is to just sit and allow this kind of information and let it kind of marinate over you and just notice where you are in the process. And wherever you are in the process, I just want you to realize like you get to acknowledge yourself for being there. Right? The human mind always wants to be somewhere else. It's like where I'm at is not good enough. Let me get over there, which is fine. And just know that as we walk through this, it's like, okay, where do I find myself on the map? And no, we'll actually work with you and share with you like what are the pieces that one would need to kind of get themselves to the next one. Okay. So I'm going to describe this in two separate ways, and then I'll have a guy come in and interject this as well. We're just going to start with level one. And level one, we're going to speak from a place of awareness, and then I'm going to also map it out on your journey. So level one is in the way that we describe it here in the Awareness Effect Academy is awareness is trapped inside the mind. It's like when people kind of start to find it, it's usually they point to somewhere here or somewhere behind the eyes, etc. And as long as awareness is trapped there, which it is for basically everyone unless you've done a lot of this work, then the world has a certain color and tint to it, because the only way that you can ever perceive the world is through these five senses. Right? So if awareness is here, it's basically using your eyes to see, using your ears to hear, using your nose to smell. It's constantly chatting and talking to you, right? And this is where people have their first real breakthrough at level one. And that first breakthrough, which my assumption is most of you have already had, is that this voice in your head that most other people think is themselves, you've already come to the realization like, holy shit, that voice is not me. And that was a really profound moment for every one of us on our personal development journey. I still remember to this day when I was sitting there and they were like, notice the voice inside your head. And my voice is like, what fucking voice is he talking about? There's no voice in my head. And then the guy goes, the one that just said there's no voice inside your head? That's the one. And I was like, huh? Right? And then you really start to get the sense of how this thing controls your life. And so when we're in this level one phase, what tends to happen is we are constantly acquiring information. Like when you have that epiphany, whether it came from a book, whether it came from a seminar, whether you hired a coach or whatever it might be, you remember that moment very, very well. And if you guys do, like, share what your moment was. Was it a class? Was it a book? Because I want you guys to get like how impactful that first moment of awakening is.
Yeah.
I can describe to you the moment of the day that I got unplugged from the Matrix. Guy can describe it like, to the T. Like he remembers when his foot hit the stairwell, like the heel hit the stairwell, and then this light bulb moment went off. I remember mine. I was just driving down the highway going back to this class, and literally it was like someone. It felt like I was like on mushroom experience. All of a sudden, all the trees became so bright. I had to pull over to the side of the road, and like I thought I was hallucinating. Right. So what happens is in this early stages, like the phase one of your growth, this level one phase, is everything is impactful. The next book is amazing. That next video, the next seminar, everything you take on is so juicy and so delicious. And it's just like, wow, after wow, and aha, after aha. And you get so excited. You kind of probably go out and destroy a bunch of relationships by sharing with everyone, like, read this book, you have to do this program. Everyone thinks you're fucking crazy. But it's serving you so well. It's like, it's creating so much impact in your life, moment by moment by moment, that you become addicted. Right? And that kind of is that in that phase one practice. Here's where it gets into a little bit of a shaky situation. If awareness is in the mind and only in the mind, then guess who is doing all of these practices? The mind is actually doing the practices, right? Like people call it mindset work, and it is. You're basically giving your mind more tools to view the world through the senses differently. And that's very, very enlivening. And then one other piece here that's really important is in this phase, you switch from this notion of everything is happening to me, right? Like the world is coming at me, and you gain this new level of responsibility, like I am responsible. And then it starts to shift as you go from level 1 to level 2 into this place of everything is now happening for me.
And can we pause there for a moment?
Yeah.
And I just want to talk to Natalie's question. So Natalie said, put it on the screen for you guys. She's asking, it's a really good question, and I think this may be a concern for some people that arises. It's like, so when we unhook from the conditioned mind, do we lose senses? Well, the first thing we want to realize is at that location, it's what I wrote. You can scroll through the comments and find it. Is that in location 1, you are like your reality is merged with the mind. And so everything in the mind, this narration that's inside that Elon's talking about, this little voice, you're merged with it. And so you have this, you don't see a separation between awareness, what's aware, and this like dictation, this narration that's happening. And so you're using your 5 senses as the primary way to navigate reality. By the way, most of humanity is still doing this, so it's not like this puts you in like a bad way, but what we want to recognize is that our perceptive reality, what our 5 senses allow us to perceive, is just a very small band of reality. I can prove this to you, okay? Whether we're talking about sound or light, in either case, we're talking about a vibration. I think with sound, the smallest amount of vibration we can perceive is something like 30 hertz per second or something like that, all the way up to 38,000 hertz per second, okay? Now, there are obviously vibrations lower than that and higher than that. And don't quote me exactly on these hertz, but like give or take, that's the range that we have. So like here's what we can hear. Now anything lower than that or higher than that to us is silence, non-existent. Okay, and we've all been in a situation where we thought somebody said our name or we thought we heard something, and we turn around and maybe nothing is there, or not what you believed would be there is there. And so what we want to recognize is that when we test our senses against what is real, what you will find, whether it's your eyes, right? Again, we've all thought we saw something in the distance that wasn't there. Same thing again, by the way, with heat or with color. These are just certain vibrations and frequencies and bands that we can perceive. But we know there's gamma radiation. We know there's infrared radiation, right? Like we know there's all these bands of colors and things that other animals can see and sense that we simply can't. Does that mean that they're not real? Or does that mean that we just have a band of reality that we're limited to? And so we want to throw a wrench at our 5 senses and understand that while they are a tool for witnessing a part of reality, we cannot see or experience or feel the truth of our reality. And again, we know this from endless studies now, is that your conditioning will predicate how you view your reality, your perceptive reality. I'll give you another example on this just to kind of like hit this home, because what we want to do is we don't want to be like, oh my God, my 5 senses don't work, but you want to call into question what your 5 senses are creating and be like, you know what they're creating is an illusion. No matter how much I believe in this illusion, no matter how real it seems, it's still not what reality is. Okay, so here's an example. We were talking about Russia. These are real scientific studies that have been done. They will take like a palette of color, let's say blue, and they will draw it against a wall, like every different shades of blue. Now they will put an American, in front of that color palette, and they say, well, how many shades of blue can you see with your eyes? And let's say there's 35 shades, and the American will say, well, I can see 25 different shades of blue. And then they'll put a Russian person in front of these shades of blue, and the Russian person on average will see like 30 to 32 different shades of blue. Why does that happen? Very simply, because in Russian, there is more descriptive language for shades of color in blue than there is in English. Let that sink in for a moment. There's more descriptive language in Russian for colors than there is in English. And so to the eye, literally, in its reality, it will see more or less colors based on the language that it has to work with. There's this like common belief or saying that when Christopher Columbus was sailing to the New World and the Indians were looking out at the water, they had never seen a ship before. And so that they can see the ripples in the water, and they were trying to understand what was happening, but they actually couldn't see the ship because they have never seen a ship nor heard the word ship, and so their reality, their eyes literally could not perceive it. Okay, and so we want to begin by at least, how do we transform? Well, we start asking questions. We get curious. People who are so sure of their reality are stuck in the matrix of their mind. Now that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're living their lives, doing what they're doing. However, we want to recognize that if we don't call things into question, then we can't widen our view of reality. And really what we want to get to with these next layers, these next levels of where do we get to and how do we do that, we want to start understanding our true nature. Because if we ever want to be liberated and free in our own lives, in our own reality, then we get to actually experience our true nature. Now, how are you going to experience your true nature when you're taking the conditioning of your mind, and the only way that you can perceive yourself, others, the world, etc., is through these five senses? So if you've never taken the time to question that your five senses are not a great test for reality, boom, there you have it. You can at least start with that and be like, hey, is what I'm seeing real? And again, we know it's not. We just today scientifically can prove that you are seeing about 0.00001% of reality every second. The rest of it is pretty much formulated by your conditioning, the way that your memory works, and your preconceived belief systems. Okay? And this also, by the way, should give you a little bit compassion for yourself and others, understanding that we're all trapped in this matrix. And a lot of times when people have certain belief systems that impair their judgment or maybe cause even harm to other people, it is not because they are like vile human beings. They are just trapped in a certain reality that has never been put into question in a way that fundamentally helped them shift and see more of reality in a different way in true nature. And they're trying to deal with that, right? A lot of people who are in pain, notice in your life, we loop in this pain. And we often deal with the same kind of circumstances over and over and over again. Now, a lot of people say this is suffering. We have learned that this is not suffering. This is actually how the quantum physics, like matrix, works. It has to loop in order to give you opportunity after opportunity to basically like clear your karma, learn from that experience, and grow in ways that your soul came here to grow. If it didn't do that, and it was always a novel experience, you would never learn anything at all. Like humans learn through contrast and repetition. And so we actually need a mechanism that allows for things to loop in our system until we can literally clear it from. And these next two layers that Elon's going to mention here is the process of beginning to actually clear those things so that we can get out of those loops and get out of those matrices.
Yeah. So when you're in phase one of your journey, right? Like exciting, everything's amazing, amazing, amazing. And then inevitably, whether it takes you a year to get there, 5 years to get there, or like Guy and I, because we're really slow, 15 years to get there.
Speak for yourself. I'm on an accelerator path.
You begin to find the edges of that mindset work. And what I mean by that is this, I'll give you an example. How many of you guys, and just let me know in the comment box, how many of you guys have worked on something? It could be a relationship, it could be your health, it could be your money situation, and you've done a lot of work, like you've invested time, money, energy into it, right? And you figured out things. If I said to you, hey, why is it that you keep having this self-sabotage or this pattern show up? You're like, oh, well, because when I was 3 years old, this happened to me and mom did this or dad didn't do that. And then this happened. And so now to protect myself, I have that. And you can give me the whole fucking roadmap, all of it. And yet that thing is still running the show. Like maybe the gaps in between of how often it kicks, maybe those got longer, but inevitably something's going to happen in your life. And that same part that is afraid of being alone or afraid of being abandoned, the same part that feels like it's stupid, the same part that feels like it's a failure, the same part, all of it like just keeps popping its head over and over and over. How many of you guys, just let me know in the comment box, know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. So Alex is saying, yep, understood it all, but nothing ever changed until I found you two. It's like, and what happens is you hit that part again, and then what do? The mind's like, all right, we need more information. We need more information. We need that next seminar. We need that next program. We need that next code. And you do that thing again. And because, again, it's in the mind work, you keep bumping up against that same thing. And so what happens is, if I can kind of like draw this map, you know, when you start your personal development journey, it's like a meteoric rise. And then this part that I'm talking about right now, it's like you can feel that begin to plateau.
Taper.
And as it begins to plateau, with the plateau, because you've been rising and everything has been going, as this happens, it starts to kick up all these other patterns of, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not worthy, everyone is better than me, this just doesn't work for me, whatever it is. And now the plateau is no longer a plateau, but it actually begins to dip back down, because all the stuff that you did before, you are now doubting. You think you wasted your time, your money, your energy. You think it's all bullshit. And from that lens, you start to look for other things. But because you're already in that place, it becomes very difficult. Yeah. So I see some of you guys are like resonating with this. And again, I know I'm kicking up some stuff. Here's the good news. Like, and the more of you guys that respond to this, to let other people know, like, I want you to get, this is the human experience. It's not that you did anything wrong. In fact, I will offer, and I don't think I've ever said this in this way, I will offer that if you don't feel that part, then you're not actually on the journey, because it is an impossibility to have a meteoric rise like this forever if you were just to do mindset work. It's an impossibility, because at some point you're going to hit that wall, you're going to hit that edge, and that disappointment is going to kick up. And what we're going to talk about next in this like level 2 is, as long as awareness is stuck in here and awareness is doing the mindset work from here, all you're getting is great information on how to manage and understand how things happened, and then manage your way out of them. Like, manage your anger, manage your stress, manage your heartache, manage your disappointment, manage yourself, right? But if you actually tune in, was any of that actually healed? And when I say healed, I mean like fully completed and eradicated out of your system.
Yeah. You are liberated from it.
Yeah, I love that word. You are liberated from it. Like, mindset cannot liberate you from that place, because those aspects of yourself don't live up here. This is like the computer that processes all of it, right? But all of those traumas, all of those heartbreaks, all of those sad moments, they live in here. And your mind has no access to it. It can look down and understand it. It can make sense of it all, but it can't shift anything. So now, right? So phase 1, it's like we go up. Now we're starting to kind of plateau and then even go down. And then how do you get into a phase 2? How do you go from that dip to here? And that, I just want you guys to know, that's what Guy and I have invested the last 6+ years of our lives exploring. So if you are in that state, which I just spoke about, first, I want you to get you're not alone. Second, I want you to get like, wonderful, it's a human process. And third, I would invite that you even found us here because your soul already knows that it's time to change the trajectory and go back up. Okay. And so I'm going to share with you what we have found. To switch from level 1 to level 2, awareness you must learn how to shift awareness outside of the mind and then allow that awareness to sit inside the body. Michael Singer calls it the seat of awareness. This, my friends, is where healing actually takes place.
Mm-hmm.
When you combine awareness with the body, like you can actually shift awareness into, and if that voice in your head we call the subtle mind, you begin to practice subtle body.
Mm-hmm.
And as awareness sits here, you can learn tools that actually help you heal all of those aspects that have kicked up all of those patterns. So instead of like a doctor where you're like, doctor, my toe hurts. And he's like, here's medicine for your toe to stop hurting, without ever getting curious about like, why does your toe hurt? Maybe your toe hurts because there's a misalignment in your hip, or there's a nerve that's pinched in your back. Why are we dealing with the toe if the thing that's constantly causing the toe has nothing to do with the toe? And so mindset is almost this like, you're dealing with the symptom, you're not really dealing with the root cause. Healing, awareness actually goes and starts to deal with the root cause. So we're going all the way back, no understanding necessary, just to witness these places. And once you can bring awareness out of mind and into body, you now transition yourself into phase 2. This is called level 2 awareness, right?
Yeah.
So in the
Can
Awareness
we
Effect
pause there real
Academy,
quick?
this is level 2. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just want to let you guys know, if you are like, because obviously we're talking about it and around it. If you want to put this on the court, you actually want to do this practice that Elon's talking about. You want to, a lot of you guys have done a lot of mindset work. It's fine if you haven't. You can still apply this work regardless. Okay, we find that the marriage of the two is the most powerful kind of cocktail that you can get. And you can certainly go right and do the energetic awareness work as well to liberate energy in the body and metabolize it. If you want to learn how to do that and you don't have this resource yet, type meditation in the comment box, and someone from our team will actually send you what we call our active healing meditation. P.S. Even if you hate meditation, even if you think you suck at it, do this meditation, try it. This is not a meditation about learning how to quiet your mind or sitting in silence with nothing happening and just listening to the wind. It's not that. And it's important that you understand that, because a lot of people go into meditation with the idea that the whole thing is about quieting the mind. Here's the truth. Elon and I have been meditating for about a decade. We've been doing about our work for about 20 years. I've sat in silent meditation for 10 straight days. The mind doesn't just quiet itself down. It doesn't work. And even to this day, Elon and I are very proficient practice meditators. There are days where you sit down and the mind is not quiet. And if you sit down and your first thing is like quieting the mind, you're going to be very upset that your mind is not quiet, because the mind doesn't care about your desires. It has its own agenda. It's its own mechanism, and it's playing a role. It's a way that we process life. Beautiful. So a lot of you guys are asking for it. You'll see Corey, Sarah, Tobias, or Jasmine scouring the chat boxes here. They will be in contact with you and send you some resources. There's actually also a 30-day meditation challenge going on inside the group right now. And even if you didn't get started on the day of, it's perfectly fine. Don't do the meditation challenge because you're like, I need to compete with people. Like, it's about cooperating with yourself. Okay? And we do have some cool prizes coming up here on June 9th. And again, if you need information on that, just that's awesome, Stevie. Let us know and stuff like that. But that's how you can apply it. And here's the thing. If you apply meditation with an expectation, you're going to get nowhere. Let me say that again. If you apply, you can quote me on this one. If you apply meditation with an expectation, that rhymes, yes, you are going to get nowhere. You want to sit agendaless. You don't even want to know why you're sitting today. Yeah. There's just you coming to sit. Let the work reveal itself to you. Let the work dictate why you're sitting in the first place. Because when the outcomes begin, when your own awareness begins teaching your awareness, and it's not Elon and me dictating a map or a territory for you to understand, although they're useful. Don't get me wrong. Elon and I consistently have worked with teachers for 20 years. We think it's crazy to not work with a teacher, right? You might disagree, you might agree, but no one in their right mind can see themselves the way that a person who's subjective about your life can mirror your life back to you. It's crucial. And we can tell you, even from energetic healing, we've tried, God, we've tried healing on our own, doing our own practices. There, you can do it, don't get me wrong, it works. And there's a limitation to healing yourself by yourself because we don't live on an island in this world. And our bodies are biologically built for connection. How many of you guys know that you seek connection? You need it, right? Like there's a reason when we put people in isolation in prisons, they go batshit crazy. There's a reason when you see homeless people on the street without connection that they have to form another persona to literally talk to in order to try to establish some kind of connection within their system. Okay, so because of that, there's certain healing work that can be done individually, and then there's healing work that has to be done with another person present. There's healing work that has to be done in a group setting because these are the layers that humanity deals with, and we have trauma at every single layer. And so if you have trauma at every layer, in order to liberate and free that trauma, you also have to do the work at that layer, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I remember doing like a lot of relationship work for like 6 years, and I was like, oh my God, next time I'm going to be in a loving relationship, I'm going to fucking crush this thing. And then I got in a relationship, and it's like I did no work at all. Why? Because I wasn't in a relationship. I couldn't do that work. I had understanding, but it wasn't applied wisdom. Exactly. And wisdom has to be applied. Right? Yeah. It has to be applied. I had to be with somebody grappling with my programming, with their programming, seeing how things arise, and then looking how do I get to clean that up now and liberate myself so I can have a more loving relationship. And that's an ongoing process like it is for all of us, right? We're all evolving, growing, and learning. Last thing here before I hand it back to Elon is I want to say at that level one, again, it doesn't matter, level one, location one, layer one, these are all interchangeable. And again, we're just naming it. It doesn't even mean that these levels truly exist. There's a sense at that like less conscious level, less aware level, that life is happening to you. It's like you are a kite in the wind. You're kind of a victim of your circumstances. Everything that changes that doesn't fit into your realm of your expectations just creates upset in your life. And so the response from that level is to try to create and control more of life. And I don't know about you guys. Huh?
How does that work?
Yeah, and here's the truth. We all know this kind of like, you know, intuitively, is that like you can't control life. You just can't. The one thing, and even that, I'm not exactly sure, is like the one thing you can get good at is how are you going to respond to what's happening. But I can tell you, even the responses that you have biochemically, you're not in control of those either. They just happen. If something goes down in the room and it creates upset for you, you're going to be upset. The real question again, and what you do have some sense of control over, and I hesitate to use that word, is can you now work with what's arising in the system? Instead of squashing it, burying it, trying to manipulate it. Like, that's not being present. That's not the truth of your reality in that moment. You might have really good systems for these things, ways that you manage it, like Elon talked about. However, in essence, when you're managing things, what you're really doing is you're bypassing the actual experience that you're having. People call that compartmentalizing. Oh, I'll compartmentalize my anger with my spouse till later. Cool. Tell me how that works, and let me know that that doesn't show up later in ways that you didn't want it to when they do the next thing that throws you off, and then you explode much bigger, and you're like, where did that come from? Well, it's that thing that you didn't deal with that you compartmentalized or managed, right? So it's like we are having an experience. It is a human experience. We are animals with biochemical, intense emotional responses. And until we understand how to elevate our consciousness to a higher state of awareness that is outside of the conditioned mind, we will always be stuck in this matrix of this conditioning. And that's what truly our work is all about, is showing people how to locate higher states of consciousness so that as those situations arise, as those emotions and feelings and sensations and distortions arise, is that you build a confidence and capacity, a new foundation in your awareness to sit with and experience those things from, let's call it like your spiritual self instead of your small human self. And until you've located that bigger mind, that bigger awareness, you're always going to be stuck in that game. I don't care how much information you have. I don't care how many books you've read. I don't care how many Tony Robbins courses you've gone and done or whatever else that you've gone and did. Like, all that is good and will serve you. as you clear things from your system and have to integrate a new life into you, like all that stuff is fundamentally beyond important to know and to have that basis in. And that's why we actually teach both, right? Because we do think they're both important. However, if you are truly here in this lifetime and here right now watching and listening to this, we don't think it's a coincidence. You're here most likely to create more well-being in your system, to fundamentally change how you feel internally, which is to feel more safe in your body, in this world, in your spirituality, in your communication, in your self-expression, right? And to connect with people in an authentic way. And if that's what you're here for, then we have not been able to find anything outside of the realm of energy and awareness that allows for people to do that.
And something Guy said before about, doing this work on your own. Look, if I could tell you that you could do these practices on your own and get there, I would. I would love to get to that place where I can just show someone, hey, like, go do these things and here you go. The truth of the matter is this. You, however much work you've done, you are still a product of a human body. The human body is connected to a human mind. The human mind has been tasked from a very, very young age to protect you from all of these things that you have been running away from for decades. And so even when you do mindset work and you how many of you guys know when you found that door? You know the door you need to walk through, right? Like think of maybe a relationship or something that has to do with your self-worth or something that has to do with like the part that self-sabotages. You know the door. It's not new. You can guide me to it. You can tell me, I've walked to this, but the opening it and walking into that darkness of the unknown, that's where the mind's like, are you kidding me? Oh, hell no. This is what I've been protecting you from for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You want to walk there? Are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so here's the difference. Like when we do work with people, I want you to imagine, so there's that scenario, you trying to walk through that door by yourself, or imagine this, me and Guy holding your hand, walking next to you on either side. Coaches, people in the community, everyone walking, surrounding you, walking through that same door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're going to have way more courage to be able to walk through that, knowing that, you know what, I'm not alone this time. This time I got friends, family, support. Like I don't have to do this alone. And that is where we create these two incredible healing. Like the incredible healings happen because we're finally able to walk through, right? Every spiritual text you've ever read, the only way out is through.
Yeah.
Right. And mindset tries to get you to this promised land by finding all of these like ninja cheat codes, but like it doesn't work because the only way out is through. So until you walk through that door into that darkness, into that unknown, you're just going to keep looping these things over and over. And so back to the levels, right? It's like once awareness can shift out of here and into here, we can begin to witness through awareness what is actually the body communicating. Because in the same way that the mind remembers everything, so does your body. And when the body gets hit with a certain energetic charge, it's going to clamp up in a certain way to try to protect you. And this is what the mind is actually responding to. So when you're doing mindset work, I want you to get it's amazing and it's always in response to the reaction, never to the actual thing that is reacting. So at level 2, now we begin to bring that in there. And you start to really shift into like, wow, this world is really happening for me, not to me, but for me. And you begin to witness all of these things that happen on the inside and liberate from your system by the virtue of you witnessing them with this agendaless awareness. Now, I know you guys are we're throwing a lot at you today, and that's okay. This is really for you to kind of map where you are, right? The how-to, I don't want you to get fixated on. The how-to is what we teach in our Awareness Effect Academy. We're not going to go into that today, but this is like the map so you can kind of sense of like, oh, wow, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm stuck. This is why I'm feeling this, etc. Now, once you start to shift awareness into here, that dip that you might be experiencing begins to shift, and it starts to shift and it goes up. And once you can marry the mindset work with the energetics, with the awareness effect, it's like napalm on an open fire. You will begin to grow so quickly as you begin to cultivate these practices. Okay. And now you get to reach into another level. There's actually 4. I'm going to touch on 4 for just a second, but here's where things get really cool. So the first step is, we call it like level 2 is like the self to self healing practices, right? This is the self to self. The next level is, once you get a really good understanding and a really good felt sense of this, what you are then able to do is hold some awareness here and now begin to shift awareness out into your environment. So for anyone that is here because you want to make a difference, you want to make a difference with your kids, you want to make a difference with your husband, you want to make a difference at your workplace, you want to make a difference with your family or in community or whatever it is, once you get a good sense of this and you begin to liberate these things, and there's practices of self-love and compassion, which bring more peace and ease into your system, if you are a vibrational frequency that is walking out through this world, then guess what happens as you begin to change, like with little dials, the frequency that you are in the world? That's going to start to impact people. You ever walk into a home where people are just like stressed, or an environment where everyone in that environment is stressed, and you cannot help but be sucked into that environment where you're like, I don't even know why, but I feel like all like, ugh. Versus if you walked into a room, maybe you've gone to a seminar, or you've been to like a meditation training or a yoga training, and these beautiful places, and you literally walk into this place and it's like, oh, like your entire system just, you feel it down regulate. You can be that transmission for people in your life. That's what begins to happen at level 3. You can't get to level 3 though until you understand me, until you can feel that distinction of like me, not me. You can't impact that environment because everything is whiplashing you. You don't even know what's yours, what's theirs. Am I working on mine? Am I working on theirs? You have no idea. And when you start to shift into that level 3 awareness, where awareness can be here and there, now your environment begins to shift. Okay. This is where things get really, really cool. Like, I mean, stories abound from our clients, some of who are here. The level of mind blown magic that shows up in your life is, it doesn't even, like, you sit there and the mind is trying to process what is happening. For example, like, you'll be with someone in your life that the relationship has always been very, very challenging, like always just combative, but you've worked on your parts, right? Like, you've healed and liberated those parts, and you walk into that room and that person is a completely different person. Like, the words coming out of their mouth is different. The way they talk to you is different. The things they offer you is different. You think that you're getting punked. You're like, am I getting pranked right now? What is happening? Who is this person? What do they do? And it's all because not because you had to have like some difficult conversation with them and be like, you know what, mom, every time you say this to me, this happens. And right, like, you don't even have to do any of that anymore. They just shift as you begin to shift. So now you're on this like parabolic rise, because every time you do a meditation, not every time maybe, but like very quickly, new things open up. We call it the awareness effect. It's almost like opening an aperture where you just start to perceive more and more and more of what's happening in here, more of what's happening out there, more what's happening in the energetic world, in the field, and everything becomes, this is kind of what level 3 is. It's not just happening to you, it's happening through you. It's like you are the frequency vibration that things are moving through and starting to paint your reality. And this is where things become so, like, Alex was saying, like, unexplainable. It is so beyond what your mind, because your mind works in linear fashion. This does not work in linear fashion. This is like, I was
Quantum.
here, I am broke. Now I upgraded to this other timeline, and in this timeline, all my money worries are concerned.
And I just want to say about that, it's because the conditioned mind is a linear mechanism, but reality itself is quantum in nature, right? That's why we have quantum physics and then regular physics, because physics is measurable in a conditioned mind reality. But when you get beyond that, you start going into a quantum realm, and you got to get that awareness, and this is, you can literally prove it to yourself, is free of time and space. There's no location to it at all. And so it's free to move faster than the speed of light anywhere into the universe that's perceivable, right? Which is really to say infinite time space. And so because of that, kind of like, Alex is saying here, she's saying, I'm manifesting everything within days, clients showing up out of nowhere, making more money, working less, I could go on. Again, I want to just say what we typically say here, which is, these were, a lot of times you go into programs and they'll tell you these results are not typical, you have to do this and this. Like here, it's about consistency, right? Like if you want to master something, guess what? You got to be consistent. You guys can come to our weekends. It'll be an amazing experience, alter your life for sure. And if you want it to be sustainable, like guess what? Like the people who are really getting a lot from it, like anything else, they got to be consistent with it. However, the consistency we're talking about here is not great effort on your part. We're talking like 5 to 10 minutes a day of doing anything. If you can't find 5 to 10 minutes a day to do something in your day that's going to build a new habit, then I'm just going to tell you flat out, you're not committed to transformation. You're not really committed to anything. Maybe you're committed to the suffering, and you got to get real with yourself about that. It's like, if I'm not making any habitual changes, then what I'm committed to is what I have. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you should, continue to do that and whatever, it is what it is, right? I don't want to go down this path, but my point here is that like you start accessing things that you're just aligning to in your system, and then they can reveal themselves in a quantum fashion. Then you don't really do much. There's not really anything you specifically need to do to make that happen. But in the conditioned world, when we read books and we do the courses, and you read most headlines in the marketing or business space, it's like, here are the 5 steps you need to achieve this, or the 3 steps to do that, or the 7-step diet to lose 30 pounds, right? Like the mind and people know this, so they take advantage of it in the marketing space. And that is a way to get there, but requires a lot of work. And that's what we often say, is that we've been misled to believe in this reality that the only way to achieve something is to work really, really hard for it. Now, I'm not putting down hard work. We have evidence for people who work very, very hard and achieve things. However, there are plenty of people in this world who work their asses off, and they don't have much to show for it. And we have a lot more of those people than we have of the people who are working really hard and getting there. And so what we really want to get in our reality and in our knowingness is that your reality, right, is what we call reality, is really an organic type of hologram, right? It's this like virtual reality experience. And the way that it works, it's literally communing with you. It's actually communicating with you. And the way that it communicates with you is through vibration and energy. Okay? I don't care how much you understand through the mind, you're not at vibration and you're not at energy. And so what actually gets to shift in order for something to liberate and for these like magical serendipitous things to kind of magically show up in people's lives is the organic hologram is waiting for your energy to shift, to align itself and to reveal itself through that vibration. And so if you are externally focused person on your circumstances, then all you ever do is change your circumstances, but that doesn't change the vibration inside of the system, not one iota. And that's why people end up managing a lot and feeling like they're taking on so much. It's because it's like, this is not changing, but they're taking on more and more and more out here. And it's fucking debilitating, right? Like the difference between being a child and an adult in our world, it's like the adult just feels like they're being compressed. The child is just living from purpose and vibration and frequency. Reality shows up however they want it to. In any moment, it's spontaneous and sporadic and novel and exciting. And then the adult is like, responsibility. Like this and that, right? And starts putting all this stuff on themselves, and life becomes a burden. It is happening to you, and then some people get to, it's happening for me, but what we're really talking about here is an actual perceptive experience that life is actually moving through you. and being generated and coming through your system as a vibration and then arising as a reality hologram that you can sense through your awareness and five senses, but that's always transferable, always evolving, always can change depending on your ability to move through the experiences that are arising in your system. And that's what this work is really about. It's like, how can I build confidence in my system that no matter what arises, I actually know how to feel through it, be aware of it, and learn from what this evolutionary process is really teaching my system.
Yeah. So, guys, again, just to recap everything that we shared, right? Levels in the beginning, shooting out of the cannon, so excited, etc. Then we kind of find that like plateauing area. We get into that little bit discouragement phase. And this phase is very, very important because what you choose to do from here is going to change whether you continue down or you can turn this thing and go back up. If you continue doing what you've been doing, which is trying to acquire more information and gather more information, then chances are you're going to keep going down because all the books start sounding the same, all the videos start sounding the same, all the coaches start sounding the same. And you're like, I've heard that already. I've heard that. It doesn't make a difference. You keep seeking, right? When you shift awareness from stuck in here into out here and into body is when that transition begins to happen. This is like the new playground where you begin to learn in. And I promise, once you're there, it really is this never ending scale. We are being taught right now, just so you guys know, with people who have meditated in the Himalayas in caves for 50 plus years, like reincarnated Rinpoches, okay? And they're constantly growing, right? There is no end to what awareness can be aware of. You are just tapping more and more into source. You are finding more and more who you really are, the purpose in life, the clarity in which you can just make things appear that were not there before. So again, if this is something that you want, then again, Guy just put this up. Just type in contact me. We have an amazing team: Tobias, Sarah, Jasmine, Corey, Nikki, Sarah. Like, they're all here to provide you with anything that you need. If you type contact me, someone will be in touch. They're happy to even jump on a quick call with you and just answer some questions and see if what this work is a fit for you. I just want to let you know this is not for everyone. Like, this work is for people that really are ready to have this level of healing. Like, if the books are satisfying you right now, keep reading books. You know, maybe you haven't gotten to that place yet where all of a sudden this makes sense. But if any of this resonated with you and you're like, wow, this is exactly where I'm at, take it from me. Do not wait till your 15th year to have an epiphany and go, oh shit, I've done this now for 15 years and I still keep feeling stuck because someone telling you from experience, like, you can't inform your way out of this. We hired coaches in the multiple six figures and could not get out of this, right? That doesn't mean that things that I learned didn't help me. Don't get me wrong. They helped. But that stuff kept looping and looping and looping and looping and looping. And I was like, I can't do with this anymore. I want to feel like a complete healing. I want to be liberated from. I want to move on to the next thing. I don't want to keep dealing with this thing over and over and over. So if that's you, you just type in contact me. Someone will be in touch with you and we'll go from there. We have multitudes of ways, right? You can come and test this thing out at a 2-day event, which we have at the end of June. And after that, we have, like I said, the 3 levels of the Awareness Effect Academy. And depending on where you are in your life, I promise you that one of them is the perfect fit for you to get you moving down this path. So we hope you guys enjoyed this. If this is your first time with us, again, thank you for being here. For all of our other, amazing clients, thank you guys for being here and always sharing your perspective. I think it's more important for people to hear from you than from us. And truth be told, I'm just going to put them out there. But if any of you guys resonate with anything that one of them said today and you're new here, I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. Just reach out to them and be like, hey, can I ask you a quick question or two? And I'm sure they will be more than happy to answer anything that you guys want to hear. I always say better to hear from people that have gone through the work than just from us. So Thank you guys as always. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to more and seeing you guys in person. Hopefully.
Welcome to the show, Dr. Aprilla West. We would love to hear you share a bit of your incredible and diverse work that you do, as well as your background with our audience.
You know, I came to psychology actually a little later in life. I've had a pretty diverse background. Started out in politics as a speechwriter and a press secretary, and then actually transitioned from policy work to music and ended up being a staff songwriter at Warner Chappell Music and an artist for a while. And then from there moved into doing some nonprofit advocacy work around campaigns like the Darfur genocide and also some civic reform issues, and got really interested in human psychology there, which led me into getting trained as a mediator. And then once I got into mediation, I was like, whoa, I want to go deeper with people. I really want to be able to understand, conceptualize, hold, and work with anything that comes into the room. And that's what led me into psychology.
There is a lot of skills going on there. And I, just for my own curiosity, I'm kind of wondering, how did you go from writing speeches in the political sphere to writing music?
Yeah, well, it's actually a more natural transition than it might sound like, because in both spaces, we're really figuring out how to evoke emotion in people, right? Whether it's activating people around a certain cause or policy direction, or whether it's really bringing them into the deepest experience of heartbreak or new love or some of the other peak experiences that we have in life. So for me, it didn't feel like a strange transition. The cultures are definitely different in politics and in the music industry, but it felt natural.
So it sounds like emotions played a big role in your career, and that naturally leads to emotional efficacy. And Johnny and I believe that emotional intelligence and communication are really key to building successful relationships, but also your career. So could you unpack for our audience what emotional efficacy is?
Absolutely. And by the way, I think you just said it really well. But emotion efficacy in its simplest form is just being able to do what matters most, even in the face of intense stress, challenge, or pain. Now, this is a lot more difficult than it sounds because, as I outlined in my most recent book, there's a glitch in our code. Our emotions tell us about everything from fake news to what really matters most to us. And so if we don't have the skillfulness to decode what kind of messages we're getting from our emotions, it's really hard to figure out how to choose wisely.
I'm kind of curious on this, on the emotional efficacy tip. For myself, I tend to find the music that most pushes my emotional buttons. And it changes from my mood or what's going on in my life. But the more emotional, the better. I mean, it just drives me in so many ways. When I listen to today's music, I find it devoid of any emotion, especially, I mean, it's not to say that there aren't artists who are doing that, but on pop radio, it's empty, at least to me. Did you find that in the same way, or were you working in an area that was writing quite emotionally stirring music?
I'm not sure that I struggled, because in order to write music, you have to tap into something that is evocative for you. If you're bored, you're not going to write a good song. Mm-hmm. You really have to find a subject, a topic, a moment, a person who, brings out all the emotional stuff to take advantage of that, to put that into music.
Johnny's not being honest in his fandom of Taylor Swift. And there certainly are pop musicians who do know how to play those emotional buttons. Unfortunately, a lot of it is with technology and EDM and other forms of evoking those emotions. But, circling back on what you were saying earlier, it just feels today like our emotions are being evoked from so many different places, on screens, friends, family, work from home, uncertainty, the news, politics, everywhere we go, all of these emotions are at play. And it feels like many of our conversations are now emotionally charged. So it feels to me like emotional efficacy is more important than ever to be able to sort through like what really matters to you versus understanding, hey, this person is actually just playing with those emotions, or they're trying to evoke these emotions to get me to act in a way that isn't really in line with my values.
Yeah. And what you're bringing up is a great intro to this idea of the emotional default world, which really is where we are in this trance of reactivity, where we're moving from emotional reaction to emotional reaction, and we lack the spaciousness or the curiosity to really think about what is it that I'm experiencing? What is this other person experiencing? To step into more perspective around what's happening. And it's so easy because by design, our emotions want to suck us in. When you think about it, our emotions are responsible for us surviving. And so we are born into this world with an emotional reasoning bias. That means that we tend to believe everything we feel. Our emotions are by design super sexy, super seductive. And it's hard not to get into that emotional mode, that what I call the emotional default world. In order to unplug from that world, we need to increase our ability to be aware of what we're experiencing, to see ourselves as separate from the emotional messages that are always coming at us. We need to learn how to tolerate unwanted or uncomfortable emotions so that we can even see that we have a choice about what we do next, about whether we react or whether we design our next moment and how we show up.
It's fascinating to me as I just spent some time traveling and didn't have good internet connection and was unplugged from a lot of these emotions that you feel online through work email and Slack. And then, of course, social media, TV, news, all of the like. And it created some space for me to actually tune a little bit more into my emotions. And I felt that was a magical opportunity. But many of us don't have that opportunity to travel. Let's be honest. In the Western world, we're working more than we're on vacation. And yet we find we wait until vacation to unplug, to clear through some of these emotions. So how do we do this in our day-to-day life, create that space and diffuse from those emotions that feel such a strong part of us?
I appreciate what you just said there, the last piece. It's an opportunity for me to clarify that we're not really trying to distance from emotions, and we can't do that. That's just a fool's errand for us humans. We can't get rid of our emotions. What we can do is become really skillful with what we do with them, how we interact with them. And you're right, like when we travel, we have more of that spaciousness to just kind of slow down and sit with what's going on for us. But we can do this in any moment. Even right now, as I'm sitting here with you guys, I could slow down just a little and drop in, and I can notice what's happening in my body. What are the thoughts I'm having about what you guys think of me or what I think of you? I can notice those thoughts. I can, notice an urge to, slow down or to speed up. I can label my feelings of curiosity and excitement and appreciation for the conversation. And that right there is me unplugging from the emotional default world, leveraging some awareness, leaning into some of the discomfort even that is here in this moment with us.
I think at this point, we should go ahead and define what emotional default world is for our audience, because it is incredibly important. And I always say that a lot of the work that we do here and with our clients is pattern recognition, and whether or not the patterns are pushing them forward or holding them back. And those patterns are based on these programmed emotional default modes. So please go ahead and explain that to our audience.
I'd love to. Twist my arm. I love talking about the emotional default world, and I actually developed a model to help people understand what's going on when we just have sort of automatic reactions. And what I designed is this model I call the 3Bs. And the 3Bs are your biology. That's what you're genetically programmed to do in response to certain stimuli. Your biases, which in this case include the emotional reasoning bias, that we believe everything we feel, the confirmation bias, that we look for evidence to support what we already think, and the negativity bias, which keeps us looking for any potential threats around us. That's the second B. And then the third B are our beliefs, and specifically our beliefs about emotions. All three of these Bs are shaping our behavior in any moment, and they're trying to help us index for safety, certainty, coherence, and comfort. And that is our default mode. That's what pretty much all of us are on some level doing. You know, if we were able to like tune into everyone's most inner world, we would sound a little bit like cave people going, ooga, ooga, me want safety, or ooga, ooga, me want certainty, right? That's kind of what's at the heart of most of our default reactions. Now, that's not always helpful in every context. So this is where we really can imagine an evolutionary upgrade to our emotional coding, right? Like I say in the book, there's a glitch in our decision-making code when we have, on average, 35,000 choices a day, and 98% of those are actually not authentic choices. Not that every choice has to be authentic, right? I don't want to decide whether or not I have to pee. You know, I want to like just know I have to pee and go pee. I don't want to do a lot of inquiry around it. That's nice and helpful. But there are times where it's not so obvious what choice is going to move me. Like, you know, AJ, I think you were suggesting, or Johnny, maybe it was you, saying that, you know, we want to move in the direction that matters to us.
So I think comfort, certainty, that resonates, but this cohesion piece, I think our audience might be a little lost on.
Do you mean coherence?
Coherence, sorry.
Yeah, we like things to make sense. It's uncomfortable when we can't make sense of things. So, you know, our minds are really meaning-making, problem-solving machines. And again, for good reason. We have to solve problems. If there's a big bear standing in front of us, we have to figure out how to survive that. What's really difficult for us is we have a lot less physical threats now in the time we're living in. But what our mind has done is it's gone from identifying threats as sort of threats to our physical survival to threats to our social survival. So now we tend to read threats as like, what does someone else think about me and how do I think about myself? That's usually what's at stake when we think about, you know, navigating threats on a daily basis now.
And in our experience, a big part of that is the bias to personalize a lot of the response that we see in others and then have the emotional reaction. So you have someone that you're trying to get to know and they don't respond, and immediately you personalize that lack of response to, I did something, they don't like me, they're not going to want a second date, etc., etc., when maybe they got in a car accident, maybe it had literally nothing to do with you. And I even fall into this trap. So I had a really close friend and I had reached out to him a few times, hadn't heard from him. And then I come to find out he was in some major legal trouble and I didn't know. He was keeping it from all of us and he was very stressed about it. But I had personalized it. Oh, what did I do to him? Oh my God, why is he not responding to me? He normally is so responsive. So this personalization comes up again and again when we think about those social threats.
Absolutely, you know, and that is a powerful threat, right, where we internalize and we're taking responsibility for things, even in the absence of any evidence that it has anything to do with us. And that is, you know, in the emotion efficacy model, one part of emotional stuff, which are thoughts, it's our thinking, it's how we're languaging our experience.
So let's talk about those different parts, because obviously thoughts jump out at us for sure, but what are these other parts of emotional efficacy?
So if I were to ask you guys right now in this moment, what are you feeling? You would probably be able to tell me, yes? Maybe at least one
I hope
feeling. So. Okay. If I then asked you to tell me why you know you're feeling that, what comes up?
Past experiences of labeling those emotions and feelings.
Okay, so you're comparing it to other times where you've had the same experience. But how do you know that you're experiencing the feeling you're experiencing right now?
I would most likely look to physical cues and
okay,
stories,
nice.
experiences.
Okay, so sensations in your body, that's definitely one part of it. Yep, and then you're also mentioning stories, which is thinking. So that's another part of stuff, yeah. What else?
What I'm compelled to do because of how I feel.
Yes, exactly, urges. Perfect. Yeah, and then AJ, you also mentioned labeling, the experience of being able to label your experience. So you guys, well done. You've basically outlined all 4 parts of emotional stuff, and stuff is an acronym that stands for sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. It makes it really easy to remember. And this is always happening for us. Even more basic is the answer to the question, what is emotion? In our culture, especially in English speaking cultures, we tend to conflate feeling and the word feeling and emotion. Feeling is actually just an interpretation of your sensations and thoughts. Emotion literally means energy in motion. It comes from the Latin word emotere. And all of this stuff is energy in motion. All of your sensations, your thoughts, your urges and feelings is energy in motion. That's the basic model for emotion efficacy training. And it's sort of the jumping off point for people to become more aware of, like, when I say I'm feeling something, what's actually going on?
Right. I notice in that, for many of the clients we work, they're with men. So they tend to shy away from or try their best to distance themselves from expressing those emotions to others. And there's a bit of an internal struggle there of not wanting to showcase too much emotion. And then it leads to a lack in expressing that emotion and vulnerability and certainly harms their relationships. So are there differences to the experience of those emotions for men and women? Is that something that you've seen in your work?
I do see it a lot. And this actually fits into the 3 Bs we were talking about. What are those default shaping forces in our lives? Because part of our beliefs about emotions have to do with what we've learned, not only just in terms of our own levels of comfort with emotion, but our family of origins, beliefs about emotions. And then also what our culture tells us is okay or acceptable for people who identify as male or female to express or even feel. And so I do think that there's a lot of rules that have been made up about what's okay to experience, especially for men, as you're saying.
Why is emotional efficacy so important?
Well, if you care about how your life unfolds, then you want a powerful relationship with your emotions. Because even in moments where we're not aware of it, our emotions are our primary motivational force. So I've been watching with great curiosity the rise of interest in Stoicism over the past 5 years. And it's really interesting to me / amusing because why is Stoicism so popular? It's popular because it feels good. It's an emotional experience to feel like your emotions aren't controlling you. At its core, it is still an emotionally driven interest or desire to, be able to observe your emotions without being controlled by them. So even people who are identifying as being more rational or stoic are really just embracing a pleasurable emotional experience. Emotions are just at the heart of all the choices we make and the actions we take, making it so fundamental to quality of life and thriving.
I think it becomes quite apparent as well if we're faced with 35,000 choices a day and 98% of them are in default mode. Well, there's a lot going on there that is probably covering up issues that would be getting us to where we need to go if we could focus in on default mode or patterns that are keeping us in that same place.
Exactly. The source of most psychological suffering that we're finding now in the research is going beyond symptoms and really looking at what causes psychological suffering, is the inability to tolerate and allow uncomfortable emotional experiences. And this leads to all kinds of suffering. I mean, we see this in people who struggle with drug and alcohol abuse or addiction. We see it in relationship patterns that are unhelpful. Anytime we're moving away from something that we don't want to experience, it's possible we're also blocking ourselves from connecting to what really matters.
And those emotions actually connect all of us because they're universal. So a lot of what we're seeing in society is categorizing and labeling and making emotions good and bad and things to avoid and things you want to pursue and chase. But all of those emotions are universally expressed across all cultures, across all humanity. And we've found in a lot of the work that we've done with our students is there's also a lack in emotional vocabulary. So with this labeling goes good, bad, I feel okay, and you don't have quite the range of expression of emotions when you start labeling things as good and bad and things to avoid and things to share and not to share. So what have you found in your work around labeling, and how does that impact our emotional efficacy?
Well, if we can't describe or language our experience, it's almost like being a baby who can kind of like look around and notice their surroundings and has sort of this maybe ambiguous sense of what they're experiencing, but can't make any meaning out of it. You know, what human doesn't love coherence and certainty? So just being able to put labels on what you're experiencing is very regulating for humans. So that's one of the benefits of it. The other benefit, which you're, alluding to, AJ, is that we all experience all the feelings. And being able to share what we're experiencing is how we get close to each other. It's impossible to experience real intimacy without having a certain level of fluency around your experience. So I think that makes it super important. I also just want to say I love what you're talking about in terms of needing all the emotions. I think I recently posted on my Instagram that some negativity is essential for thriving. But we need to know what doesn't work for us. And the way we know that is through our emotion messages and being able to read those clearly. Positive vibes only is not a recipe for thriving in life. If you're only experiencing positive vibes, then you're not really in life. You're not taking risks. You're not loving hard enough to be disappointed when there's a disconnection or rupture in that love. We really have to experience a full range of emotions to thrive in life. And so I've been pretty concerned about a lot of the cultural messages that are encouraging people to try and only focus or only even have positive thoughts. It's not even possible.
Feels like the through line between stoicism and hedonism of this desire for certainty around emotion. And it's easier to chase the positive emotion with hedonism, just go towards the positive vibes, YOLO. And then with stoicism, to have this certainty that you can control and manage emotions and use them to your advantage when you see fit.
Yeah, and both of those are a setup from my perspective. We will never be able to only experience positive vibes, and we cannot control our emotions. We only can control how we engage with them, how we relate to them, and how we respond to them. So it's more like a keto than it is a black and white, skill.
I also feel that a lot of times because of these cultural forces to hide or not show the full range of emotion because, hey, you don't want to let people down. You don't want them to see you in the negative. And obviously the highlight reel that social media creates, we're lacking this ability then to recognize in others when they might be feeling what we label as negative emotions, and also to feel them in ourselves because we don't feel comfortable expressing those negatively labeled emotions. And that is not healthy.
Right. It's not healthy. It's not helpful. There's also a belief that we perpetuate there that negative emotions are somehow undesirable or ugly. And I feel sad a lot of times that people don't have the experience of joining in someone's sadness and really celebrating that we have the ability to celebrate/mourn together. We're losing a lot of rituals around the experiences that are less positive in our culture as a result of that. And that also means a life that has less meaning for people.
Well, thinking about Johnny's music selection, sadness is often a driving force of some of the doom metal that he listens to. And it is a very powerful form of music, is sadness. And it's funny that pop culture now has labeled this as a negative emotion to run from or avoid.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, AJ. There's another thing that I had connected it to, and there's a certain scene for what is called doom metal. And it's just very slow. It's very sad, and it's incredibly emotional. And when I hear it, I get lifted up. I revel in it. I get stronger. somebody who's not used to it hears it, they're getting mowed over. And I remember the first time I played some stuff for AJ, and he's like, whoa, I don't even know what's going on right now. And one of the things that I had connected it to why it feels so good, I've also lived in the Southeast and played within the alt country scene as well. And really sad country songs to the untrained ear it puts people in a place where they're squirming and they're trying to get out of it. But folks who understand those sad country songs are being lifted up by the same music. I really enjoy how people are experiencing that. And I also know that they could easily fall into the joy that I'm getting out of it as well. But their first guttural, visceral instinct of hearing that is they're uncomfortable with the overwhelming emotions that it throws onto them.
Well, I mean, so they're being true to their wiring, right? Which is to index for comfort, certainty, coherence. I will say, I remember when I first started writing songs, and for me, country music was the least interesting. And then as I began to appreciate it more as a craft and, the stylizing and things like that, I got more interested in writing it. But in the beginning, I did feel like it was pulling me into something that felt a little too obvious or too simple to hold my interest. I think it's very contextual for people. That's why we like different kinds of music, right? And different things blow our skirts up.
And certainly different time periods. I remember growing up, my emo phase, and listening to that music now evokes fond memories, but I don't necessarily want to be in that emotional state all the time, like my teenage years. Mm-hmm. So are there any clear signs or indicators that we might not have high emotional efficacy and it might be hindering our success, our wellness, our health?
That's such a great question, because I think, first of all, yes, there are signs. And secondly, I don't think that people even know to ask themselves that question. What else is possible for me? Yeah.
I feel many of us overestimate our emotional efficacy. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I have that. And we hear this too. I'm highly emotionally intelligent. I can recognize emotions in others. And then through some communication with them, you go, well, I'm not necessarily clear that you actually do have the level that you believe that you have. So it sounds like a buzzword that everyone would want to over-index on, but how do we know maybe this is an area for development?
Yeah, so a lot of my coaching clients tend to be really high functioning tech innovators or creatives, and they fall exactly into this category where they just don't realize what they're missing that they could create in their lives, right? The opportunity cost that being plugged into the emotional default world creates can be really big, because you're not thinking about what is possible. You're thinking about navigating just from one moment to the next based on what feels usually most familiar and is the path of least resistance for most people. So one of the inquiries you can do is to ask yourself a question. If I had no fear, what would I be doing differently in my life? And if you come up with anything other than what you're doing right now, you probably have some room to grow with your emotional efficacy. Most people I know would be able to come up with things. Even for myself, I did this with myself last week, and I came up with 3 things I would be doing differently right now in my life. And so, I see my own ability to grow there and in facing some of what feel like insurmountable challenges or stress, that once I commit and I see why I might want to move in that direction, I then see the opportunity in front of me. And this is the kind of thing you would just miss going along in life, maybe being, reasonably content even. But it does allow you to stretch for what's possible. It's not just for people who struggle with chronic emotion, over control or under control. It's also just for people who want to tap all of what's possible for them.
Well, there's certainly that aspect of aspiration and goal setting. And if you're setting proper goals, those goals should be outside of your comfort zone. If they weren't, you should have reached them already. But if they're real goals, you're going to have to step outside of your comfort zone and you're going to have to work. And what comes from that is an overwhelming of emotions that you're going to have to stir through, of frustration, anger, to being elated and joyful that you've reached those goals. So we have everyone who comes through our programs, that we have a program called Unstoppable, which basically sets everybody up for the journey that they're going to take. And it sets up with basically allowing our clients to learn their own triggers and mechanisms to their psychology, so that when they understand that they're in a heightened emotional state, they are turning towards challenge rather than turning away, again, to understand their default mode and where it has failed them in the past, the decisions that they made or what they default on. And now we're going to begin to install new habits that allow you to face towards that comfort zone of breaking that and being out there. You're going to be battered with emotions. And one of the words that I heard you use was emotional surfing, that I love, right? Of riding that wave, reveling in it, enjoying it, learning about it so that you can manage it.
Exactly. And this is why I think goals can be so problematic. They're very abstract, right? To reach a goal, they're also something you can check on or off your list. But as human beings, we are more than human doings. When people use goals to guide their lives, I find that they come in a lot more frequently with burnout and overwhelm. It's really, for me, what helps with motivation and leaning into discomfort and doing what matters is being really clear about your values. Because values, you can derive goals from values, but also values are what give you the secret sauce. Values give you the willingness to do hard things. There is no way I would do my physical therapy 3 times a week were it not for being willing to do these boring exercises that only serve to remind me where I'm not, that I'm not where I want to be physically yet, if I weren't connected to my value around strength and health and all the things that will come from that for me.
Again, for our clients to discover those values is incredibly important. And that's part of that program. I know how much that idea changed my life completely and just how I attacked the day. I went from dreading going to sleep because I knew I'd have to wake up and do a bunch of things that I didn't want to have to do and bitching and moan about it, to I couldn't wait to go to sleep because now everything I'm doing is tied to the values that enhance life for me.
Even if you don't like some of the activities around them, right? It's connected to what matters for you. Exactly.
For a lot of our clients, the other challenge with goals and what I call box checking is the influence that others have on those goals. Marriage, kids, buying a home, safe career choice. I mean, a lot of these things are passed down through our families and culturally as the safe, comfortable route to success. And then many of our clients find us having reached those goals, checked those boxes, and still feeling an emptiness, feeling a lack of connection with others, and a wondering and a regret around, did I make the right decision living my life based on these goals?
Yeah, exactly. And so you're referencing the third skill of emotion efficacy training, which is values-based action. And in that part of the training, we're looking at what part of what you organize your life around are shoulds, things that you've learned or internalized you should do. What part of this are just values that your family or your culture has? What part of this could be old values, things you don't care about anymore? And then what's left that you really do care about? What are your innermost interests, desires, and yearnings at this point in your life? And that right there is, for a lot of people, a huge inquiry that doesn't happen in one session. It's a constant inquiry because our values change over our lives, and they change from context to context. So it really is this active inquiry that if you're going to practice high emotional efficacy, you can always be asking yourself, even right now, right here in this moment with you on this podcast, what matters most? Is it me continuing to talk? Is it me making space for you guys to bring me as your guest into the context of, your show and your programs and your audience? So it allows for so much more flexibility, intentionality, and creativity in life.
That word flexibility, psychological flexibility, a big part of acceptance commitment therapy and what we do with our clients is just so important, because a lot of this regret, self-doubt, inner criticism comes from that lack of flexibility and the rigidity that comes with these goals and checking boxes and timelines, that life just doesn't always work out that way, as much as we try, as much as we force it to.
It's another nice way of talking about the default world. Is it's essentially like a set of rules that govern our behavior instead of being freely chosen and authentic. It does not lead to vitality and meaning.
So can we walk through these 5 steps to increase our emotional efficacy? I think we did a great job of really convincing our audience that it is important.
There's really, 5 steps to emotion efficacy. The first is just becoming aware of your emotional experience, which I kind of walked you guys through earlier in this podcast. Just becoming aware of emotional stuff, sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. And right there, just by even being able to drop in and notice that, you're already unplugging from the emotional matrix because you're disrupting any reaction that's happening. Then the next step is what we just briefly mentioned, which is emotion surfing. And emotion surfing adds to emotion awareness, hanging out with the uncomfortable emotion without acting on the urge. So that's why we call it surfing. It's almost like being on the wave without being overtaken by it. The third step to increasing emotion efficacy is being really clear on what matters to you in any moment or context, and then being able to design actions that are aligned with what matters, with your values. And then the fourth step to emotion efficacy is when you try to surf an emotion wave, but it's a huge tsunami and you find yourself pulled under, maybe even choking up gobs of salt water. Sometimes we do need skills, which we call mindful coping, to dial down the intensity of emotion or regulate your emotions, not for the purpose of getting rid of emotional distress or pain, but just so that we can get clear again about what matters and how we want to show up in that moment. In the training, that all the skills are practiced in an activated state, because to borrow a quote from Morpheus, it's one thing to know the path, it's another thing to walk it. So we do, everything is experiential, the practice is experiential. It's really easy to know what you think you should do when you're in a moment of choice, when you're stressed or triggered. It's a whole other thing to actually have access to doing something different.
Identifying, labeling, and becoming more aware of these emotions certainly gives you more control that you've had in the past. And AJ brought this up earlier, that everything is now triggering, from the music that we're listening to, the messaging that we're seeing. You go on Twitter and it is built specifically to rile you up. And it's coming from everywhere now, because now everyone has the tools to be a marketer and be effective with this stuff. And one of the things that I tell people, I'm like, if you're online and you feel yourself in a heightened emotional state, ask yourself 3 questions to work through it before you just lose yourself in how mad you are, which is, what's the message? Who is this message for? What do they want you to feel? And what do they want you to do? If you answer those 3 questions, you can see it for the marketing and advertising that it is, and it kind of gives you some detachment from it. And then you can see like, oh, well, this is for this group to feel this and to do this. Answering those questions is enough to allow you to calm down a bit and see it for what it is.
That is a nice slowing down. And I would just add one last step to that, which is, how do I want to show up in the face of this marketing? Maybe it's even marketed to you. Maybe it says something that's really offensive to you, or something that feels very threatening. And maybe you can or can't see their agenda. But ultimately, what you do next is about your ability to design your actions, how you want to show up.
And with this high emotional efficacy, what does it actually look like on the other side, having developed it, for those who do have it?
That is such a good question. I'm going to give you a couple of really different examples. It can look like someone choosing not to take their life because they know that what they feel is not all there is, that feelings can come and go and can change, and that what they're feeling in this moment might not be what they're feeling, in an hour or 2 hours or a day from now. It can look like someone learning how to listen in conversation with their partner, where they may think they already know what the other person's going to say, but they decide and get clear that what matters most is being open and respectful and showing the person that they do care what their experience is, even if they think they already know it. And it can look like a CEO in the middle of making a deal to sell their company. Instead of choosing to react by being offended at the first number that's put on the table, being able to stay curious and open, noticing their feelings while staying focused on what matters most to them, which is making the deal happen.
All of those are in the face of a level of uncertainty, right? Each one of those examples is working through that uncertainty.
Threat and uncertainty, and often incoherence. Like, I'm not really sure what's going on here, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
What strikes me in all of this, and Johnny and I have talked about this, is this loneliness epidemic that we're facing. So even as the COVID numbers come back and the amount of people who passed, took their life, and the amount of loneliness we all collectively felt being disconnected from the social fabric, it seems to me that emotional efficacy is one of those key areas of focus to create these relationships, to bring the level of vulnerability that adds depth, that protects from the loneliness that might lead you to those suicidal thoughts, that might lead you from feeling disconnected and in pain and suffering. And yet this isn't taught in schools. This isn't widely available, which is so frustrating to me and Johnny. And many of our students who come to work with us, they want simple tricks and solutions and strategies. And they also see, and they're confronted with, we've talked about not only triggering marketing messaging, but also this false ideal that emotions are something that you need to be able to control on a whim. You need to be zen in the face of that wave, and you can never let that wave of emotions overwhelm you to the point that you need coping mechanisms. And all of that seems to just be working against this healthy state that we need as humans.
No, that's a dangerous belief, in my professional opinion, because again, we can't control or even stop what we experience emotionally. What we can do is get really good at how we respond to it. And, to your point about loneliness, my hope is that people like you and me, who have some kind of public platform or ability to will model vulnerability, that we will share, when we are lonely, because the more that we normalize that as a healthy, acceptable experience, the more people will feel comfortable calling someone up and saying, having these thoughts that are really scary, I need support, or I just need to share them, or I need to feel like someone cares about me today.
And that's one of the keys, is just being able to actually share those thoughts, right? It's very easy to feel trapped by those thoughts when you just keep them inside internally. And sometimes the simplest share could be a journaling practice of just actually writing out what you're thinking and feeling in the face of those emotions, or that tsunami of emotion that's knocked you off that surfboard.
Even if you have one or two people that you can be that vulnerable with, that's successful relationship. You have deep relationships. In fact, there's a lot of people that don't have one or two people. And then the opposite side of that are the people who just floodlight mass audiences on social media, which is like, well, you're being vulnerable, but are you really? Because I think that vulnerability is sharing space in those emotions with somebody else. When you're just floodlighting your platform and an audience, you're not sharing in that with them. You're not there with them. They may be feeling it for you, but you guys aren't sharing that together.
It's harder to have that kind of quality sharing and connection on those big platforms. I have seen some people successfully share on bigger platforms. And I think it's made a difference for some people. But in general, what we're talking about is really getting that sense of like, someone's a witness to my life. I matter on the most basic level. And that usually happens in much more intimate kind of settings.
Absolutely agree there. I think the other piece to this equation on the emotion front that I know we have shared a lot on the show is understanding that even in this state, you might be labeling and feeling negative emotions. Opening yourself up to new experiences, new opportunities is a big part of the work that we do, so that you're not just in this constant environment that might be the triggering environment. And it's very easy right now with devices and social media and the messaging that we're seeing to feel trapped in this environment, in this emotional state, and to not have the ability to maybe step outside. So for me, on a weekly basis, I've shared this with our audience, I have a men's group. And a lot of what we do is body check-in, talk about the sensations in our body and the emotions that we're feeling. And we create space to hear from others. And then I also have a daily gratitude practice to try to ground myself in some things that I am grateful for in the face of whatever negative emotions I may be feeling. Do you have any daily practices that you recommend or things that we can do and our audience can use to start to work on these tools?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, my favorite one is a really brief just inquiry, which is in any moment, just check in with yourself and ask yourself, is what I'm doing right now in this situation what matters most to me? It's just, I call it an intentionality check. And it's something that pretty much anyone can figure out without a lot of training. I love your gratitude practice because what that does is it helps offset our negativity bias, right? And it's really easy in this culture of increased emotion activation or reactivity that we're living in right now to be more attentive to all the threats in our environment. So it's really helpful. I do this too at the beginning of my day. I always write down at least 3 things that I'm either thankful for or that I appreciate in my life, because it helps me also maintain a balance between attending to things that feel scary, that I don't necessarily want to be overwhelmed by, and then also things that I really do want to open to and enjoy and appreciate that I might otherwise miss.
Love to hear the answer to our favorite question of every guest. What is your X factor? What makes you unique and extraordinary?
Ooh, wow. I was so not prepared for this, which I love, actually. I'm just noticing in my body a little bit of fluttering in my stomach, a little bit of tensing up, some thoughts like, what's the right response? And then like intentionally going a little deeper and asking myself, what is an authentic response to this? So I think that my X factor is how much I freaking love helping people stretch for what's possible. Like, I can hang out there all day. I never get bored. I find it energizing. I truly love it. It's, it is a very generous contribution and it's incredibly selfish for me because of how much I enjoy it. So I think that's what I would say.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us. Where can our audience find out more about your latest book and all the great work you do with your coaching?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So the most recent book, What You Feel Is Not All There Is a self-help book. It's available on Amazon and across the interwebs. And if you want to find me, I am on IG at Dr. Aprilia West. That's APRILIAWEST. And then I also have a website where I have a lot of professional offerings. I also have a quiz if you want to take a quiz and find out what your EEQ is, your emotion efficacy quotient. And that is at www.draprilliawest.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. You guys are
We will also have you on video, and so we will be spotlighting you all as you all speak. And we begin.
All right, welcome everyone to our Mental Health Matters, the era of empathetic entrepreneurship. I'm really looking forward to hosting you with my co-facilitators today, Salima and Dylan, who you'll learn more about very soon. But we have an hour together, feel comfortable. This is about well-being, so we want to make sure that you feel able to be yourselves in today's meeting. And if there's anything, please feel free to reach out to us through the chat. But I'll get right into it. If I could have the first slide go up, or second slide, as I speak through, firstly, an introduction, and then take you through what the agenda will look like for today. All right, so my name is Safia Abji. I am a trauma-informed coach and a well-being consultant based in Nairobi, Kenya. And my organization focuses on a human-centered approach to creating systems of work and how our values align with the work that we do. I founded my business almost 3 years ago, but have been based in Kenya for about 8 years. And although I was trained as a coach almost a decade ago, most of my coaching work was pro bono until I started my full-time practice. So during my time in Kenya, I worked for international NGOs, and after many years within the management consulting industry in Canada. While in the development sector, and some of you may resonate with this, I worked with many youth in the economic inclusion space, and I'm actually a longtime friend and advocate for the Sandkelp Summit, as I've worked very closely with a number of entrepreneurs across East Africa. What I recognized during this time was that there's a gap between creating jobs and opportunities for young people and their diverse realities at home. In development work, there's often little consideration of the impacts of cultural and personal challenges that can create barriers to employment. From gender inequities to financial challenges, to access to technology and mentorship opportunities, to stigma towards the geography that they live in, and little understanding or investment on issues of mental health and needs in general, I was often getting asked for support as a coach first by my beneficiaries rather than for vocational training and employment support. The truth is that no matter where you come from, when you don't have the appropriate systems to support you as a whole human being, you only bring part of you to the job. This is an unsustainable and potentially destructive approach to economic inclusion interventions, as we are often supporting those who are looking for work to strengthen their sense of confidence and see it as a pathway to meaningful work. Sorry, guys. And so, to meaningful work and growth. So as a result, I started my coaching practice and consulting business to focus on the systems we have in place already and how to be more inclusive in the solutions we create, not only focus on the bottom line, but actually those who contribute to it. I wanted to facilitate this session to put a spotlight on the topic of well-being in the workplace, because as much as this is being spoken about on the outside, especially since the impact of the pandemic, we are still not having important conversations within the spaces where transformation is possible and very required. Today, we'll provide a small taste of why we need to start scaling these conversations and create cultural shifts rather than a bandaged solution to rising issues of mental and emotional well-being. Now, thank you so much for listening to that. Before I move forward, I wanted to take you through slide 2, which is the agenda, so you know kind of what the flow of today will look like. Now, our flow will be very fluid. We have opportunities for Q&A at the end. So if you are, if we have a lot of questions and we're having a great conversation, we are happy to continue that moving forward. But also to let you know, we have a bit of a brainstorming exercise at the end to start thinking about workplace well-being. So once we're done with introductions today, we'll go into an icebreaker. We'll talk more about why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. We'll talk a little bit about your own personal well-being and assess that. And then we'll hear from Salima and Dylan on their own entrepreneurial journeys and why well-being has become important for them, as well as do some speaker Q&A, and at which point we'll do a bit of brainstorming around how to improve the culture of well-being in your workplace. All right, let me hand it over to Salima for introductions, and thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see everyone here. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. Thanks, Safia, for the lovely introduction. My name is Salima Balani, and I'm a 9-times founder. Some failed, some exited. Lots in my story we're going to share soon. A TEDx speaker and the best-selling award-winning author of this book, Innovation Starts With I, recently launched in November 2021. I'm also the founder and CEO of Ripple Impact, which is a business accelerator that helps entrepreneurs grow their businesses and scale their platform. So essentially, we're the team behind the scenes to many entrepreneurs, helping them grow and scale their businesses. I also teach design thinking and entrepreneurship at Johns Hopkins University at the Graduate School for International Studies, and I often guest lecture at business schools. I'm also currently a student myself in the lead executive education program at Stanford University's Graduate School of Business. I contribute to Forbes. I talk a lot about innovation, entrepreneurship, remote team building, and I've been published in 15 different research publications between the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. I have a previous career in international development, which is very much aligned with what I'm doing today, since we do work with entrepreneurs all over the world, especially in emerging markets. And I've done a lot of work on how to promote a circular economy and improve refugee livelihoods using hydroponics and water-saving climate-smart technologies. And I've done a lot with that in the MENA region, including insect farming, which is a new thing I've been up to. And why this session is important to me. So mental health has been a really important part of my own entrepreneurship journey, and it actually helped with the unleashing process, since a lot of us have to go through some sort of unleashing and coming out of the closet when it comes to, you know, finding ourselves or becoming ourselves as entrepreneurs, these new versions of ourselves. And I really resonate with the James Clear quote, which is, entrepreneurship is a personal growth engine disguised as a business pursuit. There's a lot there. And I love the title of the session, with empathetic entrepreneurship, since I have a quote in my book, and it says that empathy is the undervalued stock that enables those who have it to be more successful in many areas than those who lack it. So very relevant in today's times, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic, and very excited to be here. Thank you.
All right, Dylan, over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Dylan Jiri. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, and I founded a business in 2007 that does work in the live event space, predominantly with working with a lot of technicians, high staff turnover, and since then have evolved myself into furthering my studies in strategy, coaching, and really helping people understand emotional intelligence better. I am what I call a distracted entrepreneur, which means I like to get things going and then move on to the next thing. I felt that I needed to become an entrepreneur because school was challenging for me. I got 5% for maths in my final year and wasn't able to go to university. But in 2018, I was fortunate enough to finally make it to Harvard Business School, where I studied entrepreneurial strategy, and the following year became an accredited strategy summit facilitator. And I've been working with people all around the world since then, helping them set strategy in their business and helping them become leaders who empower the people in their business to become the best versions of themselves, which then allows business owners to step out of their businesses and work on it from a top-down approach rather than getting stuck in the operational side of business. So I'm very happy to be with you guys here today. Why am I here? And why is this session important to me? Well, I myself have struggled with many mental health challenges. And I think that sounds so shocking, you know, but mental health is very broad. I particularly struggled a lot with anxiety. I had my DNA sequenced in 2019, and I have the IL-1RN gene, which makes you more susceptible to depression. And through a lot of self-work, I have learned to realize that being positive and having an upbeat mindset takes a lot of daily work and daily habits. And although my friends are always shocked when I tell them that, you know, I have to do all this work to sort of make sure that I'm mentally in the right gear to face the world, they're like, that's so strange because you're always so positive and you always have such an upbeat mindset. And so I'm really hoping to share some of that and why it's important to you. I also am on a mission to live a life without fear. And that has really changed my life considerably, knowing that everything is going to be okay, no matter which direction it goes. So thank you for having me today. I look forward to engaging with all of you.
Thank you so much, Salima and Dylan. so many questions I already have for you, and you're friends of mine. So thanks for that great intro. Dylan, I thought we could get started with the icebreaker. Are we ready to go?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much for allowing me this opportunity to do our icebreaker. For me, there's a couple of reasons to do this. I think we should all continue to develop our virtual event or virtual capabilities, everyone, whether it's become part of our daily lives, and even though in-person events are back in place, I think that virtual is here to stay. I think also that with a topic as deep as empathetic entrepreneurship, it's important for us to also get to know everyone in the room. So I want us to do an exercise together, and I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on right now. So don't worry, no one's going to have to say anything, no one's going to have to speak, but I really want to invite everyone to turn their cameras on. If we can have everyone turn their cameras on. Hopefully we have some people turning their cameras on. There we go. Thank you, Elsie. And what we're going to do is, I really just want us, we're a group of people that have never met each other. And I really want us to see if we can, in 2 or 3 minutes, get to have a more empathetic understanding and get to know people a little bit better through just a series of questions that I'm going to ask, and we're going to answer via our cameras. So I want you guys to pick up a piece of paper. It's always better if it's a colored piece of paper because it makes the screen look really beautiful. And again, if you've just joined, I'm going to invite everyone to turn their cameras on and then block your camera with a piece of paper that is that you have on your desk. All right. If you want to leave your video off, that's fine. There is another option. You can use the raise hand functionality if it applies to you. I always like to do this seeing people's faces because it gets us to have a better connection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I want you to, if that question is relevant to you, so if I ask you, do you prefer cats over dogs? If it's a yes for you, all I want you to do is click the raise hand button or remove the colored piece of paper. And over a series of questions, we will all get to know each other a little bit better. So for those people that don't want to turn on their cameras, if you can all just click your raise hand emoji or any of the emojis, you can click the heart emoji, any of those, just so that I know that you can hear us and that you can see us. Otherwise, we can start now. So let's cover up our screens. All right, everyone, cover up your screen with a colored piece of paper. And we're going to start with a couple of really easy questions. So the first one is, do you have a tattoo? Do you have a tattoo? If you have any tattoos, click the raise your hand functionality or take away the piece of paper. All right, thank you very much. All right, let's reset and go to the next question. Were you born before the 1980s? Were you born before the 1980s? Okay. Thank you. Let's reset again. Were you born after the 1980s? Born after the 1980s. Okay. Lots more action there. All right, let's reset again. Another easy one, and then we'll take it one level deeper. Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Have you traveled or visited more than 4 continents? Okay, we're seeing our travelers here. Thank you very much for sharing so far. Let's take it one level deeper. Have you ever been, so everyone just cover up again. Those that have raised their hands, drop your hands, cover up. Have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been arrested? All right. Thank you very much for sharing. All right, next one. Are you COVID vaccinated? Are you COVID vaccinated? All right. Thank you for the participation. I really appreciate everyone sharing. We're slowly starting to build a safe space, and we're slowly starting to get to know each other a little bit better. Okay, here comes the next one. Let's reset, cover up our cameras again. Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? All right, some smiles there, and I hope some great memories coming back there. All right, fantastic. All right, we're almost halfway through. I want to ask a couple more questions. Let's reset and cover up our cameras again. Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Do you get irritated when helping old people with technology? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, let's reset again and go one level deeper. This is the last round of questions. Are you currently experiencing grief? Are you currently experiencing grief? All right. Thank you very much for sharing that. All right, let's reset and lower our hands. Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Have you ever been a victim of abuse? Thank you so much for sharing. All right, let's lower our hands again. Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Have you ever felt guilt as a spouse? Thank you. All right. And last question. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's reset. Are you curious to become a more aware person? Are you curious to become a more aware person? All right, well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. And I hope that you've gotten to meet a couple of people, even though we haven't seen everyone's faces. I definitely have a better idea, and I feel slightly more connected with everyone on this call. Safia, back to you.
Wow. I need a second to inhale and exhale. So if everybody wants to just take in what we experienced and just kind of enjoy what a beautiful intimacy that created in such a short time frame. And just exhale out so that you can come back present to the room. Thank you so much, Dylan. That was very powerful. Okay.
It's my pleasure.
Getting back into statistics and information to support the self-awareness piece, which it sounds like everybody wants to be a part of. If I could ask Parita to please put up slide 3 for us. We're moving on to why well-being is becoming a priority in the workplace. So here we go. Let me just minimize my screen. So the Great Resignation, quiet quitting, anti-hustle, what do they all have in common? A recognition that behind the work that we do, there is still a person who requires more than just treating their work as a reward. When your work feels like a transaction that doesn't connect to your deeper sense of self, so this would be your freedom of curiosity, exploration, connection, values, and purpose, employees will burn out from being treated like a means to an end. I'm sure you felt this way in your own career. And so this is a reminder in this session that we are all human first, and that is the thesis actually of empathetic leadership. So the slide on here is for you to take a snapshot of. You can read it while I'm going through it. I will touch upon this, but you'll see why they become relevant. And I've really highlighted for you there, though, what the kind of key message is from each of them. We have issues of climate change, issues of war, oppression, the global pandemic. So beyond their obvious effects, these situations have taken a brutal toll on well-being. And for the younger generation, the impact is particularly stark. And that's something that we should all care about because we are living in a majority youthful world at this point in time. A recent survey reported that 52%, that's the majority of young adults, are experiencing feelings of depression or hopelessness. How do we achieve well-being in a world so overrun with crisis? One of the answers across generation has been quit your day job. Over the past 2 years, almost every industry has been impacted by the Great Resignation. Younger workers in lower paying industries such as retail, food services, and healthcare started the trend, and they were eventually joined by long tenured, higher paid employees from industries such as finance and technology. This phenomenon has prompted many companies to take a second look at burnout and well-being. According to the University of California, Berkeley, a psychologist there who did some of the earliest research on the topic, burnout occurs when emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and a reduced sense of personal accomplishment are all present simultaneously. In the words of your average worker, it's the result of being overworked and undervalued, as well as disconnected from a feeling that your job is actually important. While companies have turned to mindfulness rooms and unlimited time off as a way to combat the issue, which in my point of view are just tactics to calm employees instead of addressing the key issues that are actually require the calming in the first place, neither is shaping up to be a long-term solution. The Great Place to Work Institute recently partnered with Johns Hopkins to study the well-being of more than 14,000 employees from 37 countries. What they found is that across people, places, and cultures, factors like personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connections made the biggest difference to employees' health and happiness. If we could move to slide 4, I just wanted you to take a look at this because there's actually 5 dimensions. I'll just wait for that slide to shift, but there's actually 5 dimensions of employee well-being. And what the findings found is that personal support, a sense of purpose, and meaningful connection made a bigger difference. Barita, are we able to move to the next slide by any chance? Thank you so much. And so what's interesting about this, if you actually look at the slide, we spend a lot more time often on the mental and emotional support piece and financial health. So a lot of bandage solutions. And what we're hearing now is that if we actually deal with the root issues that create a sense of connection in the workplace, we may not actually have to spend so much other time on the other 2 dimensions. So that might be one of the biggest gifts of the Great Resignation. The conversation it has sparked around purpose, engagement, and organizational values. Surprised that so many workers were willing to sacrifice financial stability for more fulfilling work, many firms have been forced to ask, what can I do better? This is especially true as we learn that the majority of those who left their jobs don't regret doing so. A Harris Poll survey from March indicated that only 1 in 5 workers who quit a job in the past 2 years would make a different choice today. A better quality of life has left most with absolutely no desire to turn back the clock on their decision. The Washington Post followed up by interviewing some resignees late last year. While they were concerned with the current state of the economy, the vast majority are thrilled, quote, with the changes they've made to their work lives. The testimonials speak volumes to the importance of well-being. Quote, I may make half as much, but I feel like twice the person, said a former New York City chef who went on to get certified as a substance abuse counselor. Another quote, sorry, my screen keeps getting bigger. So in another quote, the stock market wiped out the equivalent of 1 year of my pension and I still have no regrets. The improvement in my personal happiness is priceless. This is from a former teacher in Florida who lost 10% of her pension by not waiting longer to retire. These testimonials illustrate something very important. Money doesn't drive retention. So according to the Great Place to Work, employees who experience high levels of well-being in the workplace are 3 times more likely to stick around. Being happy and healthy matters immensely. And for companies that understand this, purpose remains the vital lever. After all, people who say they are living their purpose report levels of well-being 5 times higher. That's huge, 5 times higher than those who say that they aren't. Connect employees to the value of their work and the challenges they face might not seem so daunting. So personally, being a coach who supports emotional freedom and purpose in my own practice over the past 10 years, whether I am coaching a C-level executive or someone climbing in the professional chain, 100% of the time, and that is no joke or exaggeration, there is a recognition that when your work is not connected to a deeper sense of self, the rewards of superficial success create more temporary feelings of fulfillment and begin encouraging questions of whether we are living in ways that make us truly alive. And when we start thinking about whether we're truly alive and awake in what we're doing, that starts to create a transition and transformation most of the time. Often, our work is actually a coping mechanism to hide from hard emotions we haven't fully recognized and dealt with. So from a trauma-informed approach, and if anybody has any questions on what trauma-informed work means, it will become much more popular, I think, in our daily jargon as we move forward. But a little bit of insight into some of the things that I deal with. So we have something we call high-level and low-level coping mechanisms. Your low-level coping mechanisms look like your traditional struggles, not that they should be traditional, but struggles like escaping from our realities through addiction to alcohol, to drugs. But high-level coping can look like addiction to work. It can look like addiction to accolades, to getting degrees, to going to the gym. These are things that our society still rewards, but they're still coping. So the pandemic has forced us to take a deeper look at our lives and how we are living them in ways that weren't sustainable to our long-term fulfillment, and with more recognition of how current employment systems aren't set up to address the emotional and personal freedoms we desire. The systems are now being forced to change. We need to start approaching ourselves, our teams, and our clients from a perspective of how they best contribute to the systems of our organization and reward them in ways that are meaningful. This includes viewing whole organizations built by whole humans and not just the roles that they play, especially when they spend the majority of their time thinking about completing and being at work. Okay, there was a lot in there. And there is a slide up right now. Those are the 3 dimensions that were the most significant to employee well-being. But what we're going to do now is move on to prioritizing our personal well-being. And we will be using the slide to help us with one of the polling questions. So hopefully we can keep it up there. But Parita, I would like us to launch our first polling question. So I hope everybody knows firstly that this is an anonymous, the answers are anonymous. But they are about you. So get comfortable. And your first question is, on a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rate your overall satisfaction with your mental and emotional health? So your personal well-being. 1 equals extremely unsatisfied and 5 equals extremely satisfied. Please answer now. Really interesting. So there's 22 of us in the room. If hopefully all 22 of us can vote, we can get a real good feel of who's in the room and how everyone's feeling. How do you feel about your mental and emotional health at this moment in time? Okay, we've got about half the room who's answered. Give it another 30 seconds. All right. Should we end the poll? We'll give it one more, maybe wait about 10 more seconds if anybody else wants to vote. Otherwise, we'll end the poll. Get your answers in there. Remember, they're anonymous. Okay, let's end it. So if we can see the findings. All right. So the majority was at 4. Interesting. And then the next was at 3. This is very, very parallel to what I usually see in most rooms. So it just goes to show you that we're never quite at a 5 and quite at a 1, but we're usually somewhere in between. And there are various factors that will fluctuate this depending on what's happening on a daily basis. And so actually, it's a perfect segue to our next polling question. But if anybody wants to take a snapshot of this, by the way, this is not proprietary. Feel free to use this. You can take a snapshot. Otherwise, we can stop sharing that one and move on to the second polling question. All right, polling question number 2. On a scale of 1 to 5, how much of an impact does your work have on your personal well-being? So now this is, how does your work impact your personal well-being? There's no impact, use a 1. If there's high impact, vote 5. Okay, I'm seeing these results coming in a lot faster. Feels like it might be really relevant to our audience. We have about 60% have voted. All right, so how is your work taking a toll on your personal well-being? High impact is a 5. About 10 more seconds to get the rest of the votes in. If we can have those remaining 7 people, please vote and get a good view of how we're feeling. Okay, let's end the poll there. All right, and the results are in. The majority are on the higher end of the spectrum, which is interesting. So we have many people who are feeling like their work life is contributing to how they're feeling on a daily basis. And one of the parallels that I wanted to draw here is that often, and this is what we were talking about through just why mental health is becoming more of a priority, or your well-being is, because quite literally, you know, we're hearing about burnout, we're hearing about resignation, we're hearing about quitting, but people aren't having these conversations. And a lot of the ways that we're now addressing these issues in the workplace are very much bandage solutions, right? We have, you know, mental health awareness weeks, we have events, we have, you know, a day off to be able to deal with the things that matter to you. But, you know, if we can actually shift the way that the environment is supporting your mental health, and that means any environment, not just your workplace, but any environment, we can actually start mitigating the risk to actually feeling some of the ways that we are. And so this just goes to show that for many of you, whether you're entrepreneurs, whether you're investors, whether you're accelerators, you still work within an organization and your work still impacts how you're feeling on a daily basis. And if this is relevant to you, it's definitely relevant to the many communities that you are connected to. All right, our last polling question. So this is associated to the slide that is up, and it's based on the 3 dimensions that were mentioned in the research around, you know, the top 3 that contribute to employee well-being. So of the top 3 dimensions contributing to employee well-being, which factor makes the biggest difference to your health and happiness at work? So is it personal support? Is it a sense of purpose? Or is it meaningful connection? Personal support, a sense of purpose, or meaningful connections. Which one is the most relevant to your health and happiness at work? And think about your most recent experience. You know, what's really been weighing on you. It can it can be parallel to the last question. We're always moving in time. So how you're feeling at the moment, what's relevant to you at the moment. Okay. We have about 50 votes in. We can get a couple of more. We can get a really great view of how everyone is feeling. So what's relevant to you? Meaningful connection, personal support, sense of purpose. I'll give about 10 more seconds. Might be thinking through. Okay, we can end the poll there. All right, and so not surprising, I assumed this is what the answers would look like, a sense of purpose. We are in an entrepreneurship forum. Most of you are likely doing something you truly care about or are passionate about, so sense of purpose definitely aligns with that. Feeling every day that your work is meaningful and fulfilling because it actually aligns with your values. And so great to hear that many of you care about that and want to continue to support that factor of well-being in your workplace. All right, we can stop sharing the polls. Thank you for sharing the results and so much for your help, Parita. I so appreciate it. And now, without further ado, my favorite part of today is we are going to move on to our speaker stories. And this is what I call well-being wisdom, because for me, knowledge and wisdom, different things. We can learn things in school, we can hear about how experiences have affected people, but when we truly have experienced it and have had to learn how to deal with something, that is where all the wisdom comes in. So what greater way than to share from a personal perspective from 2 of my friends, but also really accomplished entrepreneurs, both Salima and Dylan. And so I'm going to hand it over to Salima to share. And our speakers are really going to go in today to talk about, you know, the topic of well-being from their personal perspective as entrepreneurs and share their journey and lessons. And for those of you who have questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. We will address them. There'll be an opportunity for Q&A. And I'm looking forward to hearing that. All right, over to you, Salima.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Safia. So My story actually goes back to, let's say, 2009, when I graduated from college and from McGill University, and I couldn't find a job in the economic crisis. I stayed in an attic in the Bronx and New York City. I tried looking everywhere and couldn't find a job. And so I ended up deciding to figure out how can I provide more value? How can I do something good for the world if I couldn't find a job? So I decided to volunteer, and that took me to Brazil to volunteer at an orphanage. However, I didn't end up at the orphanage immediately. What happened was the nonprofit director was like, well, Salima, I want you to be in Rio de Janeiro and start a language school to help support the orphanage, because we're struggling here. Our infrastructure is falling apart. We don't have long-term volunteers. We need more money. If you can start this language school, we'll give you the resources, have a donor, and just get it up and running. And so that way the proceeds from the school can support the orphanage. And so in Rio de Janeiro, I didn't speak much Portuguese. I was speaking Portuñol, and got this school started, got a bunch of volunteers from around the world together. Didn't know what I was doing at age 21, but managed to make it happen. And we were teaching all these different languages, as volunteers, and realized that our business model was failing, because that wasn't the best strategy. We would have classes that sometimes only had one person, or people weren't showing up. Then we pivoted, which is such an important process, and mental health is really, really key in that pivoting process as an entrepreneur. It's tough to accept that we were failing, but that also means that that challenge is an opportunity for reinvention. We ended up focusing on what we were good at, where we did have traction was, Portuguese for foreigners. We had the foreign students that were really, really interested in learning Portuguese, and also supporting the orphanage. And that's when our business model shifted and took off. And we were able to start academic credit programs, homestays, extracurricular activities, all kinds of partnerships with Lonely Planet, et cetera. And the school became the top rated school in Rio de Janeiro, still exists today, became a for-profit actually from a nonprofit, and has a whole community. And that was a defining experience that really set the foundation for entrepreneurship in the very early stages of my career. I then ended up moving to Italy from Brazil. Love story there, it's in my book, but I ended up living in the south of Italy in a town called Reggio di Calabria, which is right across from Sicily. There was the mafia, there were bombs. It was a kind of crazy place to live, but no jobs. Again, 2009, I was now, turning 22, and just couldn't find a job. I tried cooking Italian food, but they didn't eat Caesar salad and fettuccine Alfredo there. I tried teaching English, but I didn't have a British accent. And after tons of rejection, I ended up fueling that into what can I do? And I went to the internet. My brother gave me some advice. Why don't you set up a profile on elance.com and start using your skills like languages, since I spoke some languages and could do translation work. I couldn't use my degree in international development. And I ended up starting it, turned into from a freelance translation, small gigs here and there, turned into a six-figure translation business within just a few months to help businesses go global and help them translate their websites. We could work in HTML. We couldn't even afford translation software. So what we did instead was, and this was my partner and I were doing this together, we actually had human translators, because the gig economy was just starting up. And so there were a lot of people that were sitting around the world also without a job and available to do translation work. And so that business really took off and did well, and was able to exit and sell the business a few years later. I wanted to it wasn't trying to be an entrepreneur. My dream was to work at the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank and pursue a career in international development. So I went to grad school at Johns Hopkins in Bologna, Italy, moved back to Brazil to do some work at the China-Brazil Business Council, ended up in Washington, D.C. to finish graduate school here at Johns Hopkins. And after graduating, I had gotten this dream job, or what I thought was a dream job, at the Inter-American Development Bank, working in economic development. It studied economics, and was traveling around Latin America, advising governments and monitoring and evaluating projects and visiting different sites and fields. And it was a whole different experience. And I learned a lot, and it was exciting, but I also didn't feel that I was able to have the flexibility and creativity. I felt I was put into a box and often said no to, and I couldn't really be my true self, and I missed that life as an entrepreneur, which I didn't have the perspective prior, but after having those different experiences, I really started to appreciate the entrepreneurial lifestyle and being able to wake up excited and do something I love. I ended up exiting that job 3 years later and going back into entrepreneurship. And through actually storytelling and telling, I was very embarrassed about my translation business because it wasn't really anything that my colleagues or my classmates really understood or did. And I was embarrassed. It was really just myself telling a story in my head, which I also learned about through my therapist, that sometimes we tell stories in our heads that aren't really true. And as an entrepreneur, it's so important to be vulnerable and share. And it was actually when I started sharing my story that a lot of opportunities started coming to me. And that's when I landed a job, a side hustle with Elance after telling my story and success with the translation business. They hired me. Now they're called Upwork, if many of you probably know this freelancing platform. And they were like, we want you to tell your story to entrepreneurs and go around and launch different WeWorks, WeWork, the co-working space, and teach entrepreneurs how to hire remote teams. Of course, in 2013, 2014, and even 2015, remote teams wasn't a huge thing. And so our startup education program failed. It was also a time when, after making that exit, I had co-founded a marketing agency. And that was also a failed experience when I got laid off from both those jobs. And so I now had made this big career transition out of international development into entrepreneurship, but I couldn't figure out, how do I unleash that entrepreneur within myself? How do I actually do that and be successful again? I no longer was in the crisis I was in back in 2009, but I was struggling to figure out, how do I start again? And if I'm so good at helping other entrepreneurs get started, how come I can't do that to myself? And it was interesting. A lot of other things happened that year. This very home that I'd recently got at the time had a bad fire. The building burnt down and I was displaced for almost 9 months. Got laid off from those 2 jobs. I had gotten divorced. There were so many traumatic experiences that happened to me within that period of time. I ended up booking a one-way trip to India. I spent a month there doing a lot of meditation, yoga, Ayurveda. Ended up later in Thailand and Bali, trying to really heal myself and understand, what is my purpose? Who am I going to become? It's not Salima in international development, but Salima as an entrepreneur is failing. What am I going to do? Came back to Washington, D.C. Actually got rejected at Toronto Pearson Airport. I couldn't get back into the States. I'm actually Canadian, and had struggles trying to get the visa to come back here. They let me in for 2 weeks as a tourist. And this is, I had my home here, couldn't access it. But I ended up, going on this, what I call 100 coffee challenge, and literally had 2 weeks to find a job with a visa. And so I was strategic and had coffee all over Washington, D.C., asking people for help. And it was really hard being vulnerable and asking people for help. But I realized that people were actually willing to help. And I landed 2 opportunities. One, which I ended up taking, was to help, figure out how to solve this food insecurity problem in Africa and the Middle East using hydroponics and different ways of growing food without using soil and very little water, which I ended up taking, which led to so many other opportunities. But yeah, that was a really, really hard time of my life when I realized the importance of mental health and being able to take care of ourselves, but also having the right support system, or what I call solidarity squad, in place. Having therapy, having a coach, having a circle of friends, having support groups where I could share. Even before that lifequake happened was so important, because I never really had that mental health support throughout my life. My family never really I'd experienced trauma earlier in my life. When my mother passed away at the age of 16, I never had a therapist until the age of 28 or 29. And so all of that healing that had to happen actually led me to unleash so much. When I came back and was able to do that work in hydroponics, I ended up, going into design thinking and innovation and starting another company. And a few years later was able to really identify, well, my dream is to help entrepreneurs. I want to help 10 million entrepreneurs succeed and grow their businesses. For a while, I was in that healing journey of 3 to 4 years, and personal development it takes a while. It's not something you can just hire a coach, a therapist, and then get healed within a couple months. It really takes a lot of self-awareness and deep work and a lot of really deep healing. And it's not just fixing or patching. It's a lot of rewiring or revisiting our lives and telling our stories in a different way. And I ended up, realizing during the pandemic, another crisis happened. I was able to navigate this one a lot better, and went back to, well, if I did this in 2009, I can also do this in 2020, and accepted that my previous business was failing, which can be really hard knowing when to let go. Seth Godin has a great book on that called The Dip. And I realized it was time to let go of my previous business and start my current business, Ripple Impact, where I was like, well, there must be a way to help entrepreneurs and monetize it and be successful. And it was really through helping entrepreneurs, not just with coaching and advising them, but realizing that they don't need to necessarily hire their own teams, and they might not have all the strategy to do that. But also just helping them with coaching wasn't enough. They needed designers, they needed marketing, they needed a lot of talent, and they didn't know where to start. And it was the chicken and egg problem most of us entrepreneurs deal with at the early stages. And it was then that I started Ripple Impact, where we were able to bring together designers, marketers, strategists, and a really awesome team. We were very small. We were 2 people 2 years ago, and we're now a team of almost 50 people, it's great to see some of our team members here in the audience as well. And yeah, that's what happened. It blew up, and now we're supporting several entrepreneurs, and we're the team behind the scenes supporting them and helping them grow their businesses. And in that process, I also launched my book, as I mentioned earlier, Innovation Starts with I, which has the story has a lot of great tools and frameworks on really how to reinvent not just your business, but starting with yourself, because business reinvention is really all about personal reinvention. And that's my story.
All right, Safia, you happy for me to go? Fantastic. So I think, just thinking back on my life now, I think there were 2 main inflection points that I think really started the process to me becoming and falling in love with empathy and emotional intelligence. And the one was very young, at age 4, where I got a very rare skin disease called impetigo. And it would start on my skin like a mosquito bite, and it would open and open and open till it was like a festering welt. And some nights my mom would have to change my sheets because it was just so bad, and there was so much fluid coming from these welts. And that caused, because no one knew a lot about the illness, mothers wouldn't want their kids to play with me. So I started feeling this loneliness, and I started to feel like there was maybe something wrong with me. And then later on in life, I decided to make a decision to go from a Afrikaans primary school to an English high school. And I think as a teenager, that was quite a big decision, because all my friends carried on to another school and I went to this new school. And again, I felt this loneliness, having to reflect a lot inwardly, not knowing my space in the world. And I was very lucky to have an extremely supportive family, but I constantly wanted to understand more about these feelings. And I then moved, like, fast forward many experiences, but ultimately in 2007, I started a business with very little cash flow and very big ambitions, and also a high court lawsuit from my previous employer. And it was at this point where I was working 100-hour weeks. I already had some staff, so I felt responsible for them. In our country, there are up to 6 dependents of each salary. And so this started building more and more anxiety. And I really was reflecting again, but trying to understand, where was all this going? Because the only thing I could do to solve the court case was make more sales and work harder. And so that led to a lot of anxiety. It led to definitely pre-burnout scenarios. And then I joined the Entrepreneurs Organization in 2012, and that really changed my life, because for the first time, it brought together the sense that you are not a work person, you are not a social person, you are not a family person, you're all of these people in one. And how do you take care of this person as one? And how do you also see how you impact others through what you do? And sort of through this process of sharing experiences with other entrepreneurs, I started to realize that people are not inherently bad. People are inherently looking after themselves first, And sometimes we become collateral damage because of that. And so my curiosity around understanding people more and more became bigger and bigger and bigger. And I then started to realize in my business, if I really wanted to make it work, I really needed to empower people. And I needed to empower them not just to realize their growth potential in the business, but to realize their growth potential in their entire life. And in an industry where we have massively high staff turnover, we were able to build a culture that really sort of cared for each other and cared for the person within the company and try to understand how that person thinks, feels, and acts and shows up in the world, and what is their route to success. You know, we were all bound by a great vision and mission and values, but each of us, I started realizing, had a different way to getting there. And so my studies continued as well. I started studying the Enneagram. I became a team dynamics expert through my own healing process. I started to learn a lot about breath work, about mindfulness, about journaling, and I started passing that on to my staff and seeing how much growth they would get from that. And that really helped define my purpose in many of the other businesses that I've since started up, to live my purpose, which is I'm the breath that connects humans to leap into their highest self. And when I get that right in the companies that I create or that I work with, then operationally the business starts operating on such a high level that I can then focus on culture and strategy, which have become my passions. And so it's just, you know, Sadhguru has this amazing bit of wisdom where he says, you've got two choices in life. You can either be wounded or you can learn from those wounds and become wise. And so my number one value in life is curiosity, and just to keep meeting people and keep impacting people's lives in a way where I can help them transition from their wounds to wisdom and then unlocking their potential in life. That's a quick summary of my story.
Wow. I feel like in 1 hour we've covered so much, but it's just such valuable information. Firstly, Salima, thank you so much for taking me on a journey of your exploration into where you started to where you are now. I haven't gone on the journey with you before, so that was really insightful. And Dylan, you know, firstly, I love Sadhguru, so I love that we definitely resonate on the same philosophies. But also, you know, the both of you were so vulnerable. And what I really heard come out of your stories is the fact that so much of your personal experience as a human being, the things that you go through, the things that you don't have control over, are also the parts that made you the successful entrepreneurs that you are today. If it wasn't without those trials and tribulations as a being, not just an entrepreneur, you actually wouldn't be the successful, like the high impact entrepreneurs that you are. So, thank you for bringing all of yourself to the conversation today. Now, we have about 7 minutes left, and I think the best use of our time would really be get to the Q&A. So, Purita, how would you best like to support?
I can read out the questions for you. Extremely sorry for that. I can read out the questions for y'all, and I think we have questions I slightly directed to a few of y'all, so we can also get through that. I think very firstly we had something for Salima coming in. Salima, how have you brought empathy into your company and made it a foundational value, considering it's both global and remote? And you have to deal with so many different cultures. But you've still managed to support every individual in a unique way. And Cheyenne speaks from personal experience, so would love some anecdotes here.
Thank you so much for that question. So I actually have a whole chapter on empathy in my book, and there's lots of tools on like what empathy is, what it's not, and there's a lot of great stuff in there. But what I can say from our experience is that really trying to connect with our team members on a human level. At the end of the day, we're humans. And when I interviewed Ariana Huffington for my book, we talked a lot about work-life integration. I think work-life balance is a thing of the past, but she really emphasized the importance of work-life integration. Since as entrepreneurs, it's hard to have boundaries because we really love what we do. For me, my mission is to help entrepreneurs as a personal mission, and that comes out in my work, that's executed through my work. And so when our life purpose is integrated into our business, it can be really tough to set those boundaries. And so I think that in the past, we said we had to have these really strict boundaries, but today that everything is sort of melded, we're working from home. Sure, it is important to have certain boundaries, but I also think that we can really learn how to invite our team members to bring their whole selves to work, because at the end of the day, you want people to feel that they're connected to the mission, that they're co-creating the vision with you. And it's not just the founder with the vision and people just below them executing, but rather we're all together very horizontally, very flat. I like to say our team's very, very, very flat. And we generally are working together towards the same mission. And there's a way to really connect your team members to feel intrinsically motivated by helping them, kind of like we kind of run like a bunch of small startups within Ripple Impact, since we're now a medium-sized business almost. And we're no longer a startup, but we do have different departments, which we give them the autonomy and the creativity and flexibility to create their own mini culture and their own, have their budget, have the ability to organize their own events and things. And we're also trying to move from an entirely remote team to a hybrid team. We've done some trips, we've done some retreats and regional retreats. We're hopefully going to have a global retreat very soon to bring everyone together. We've had, book tours. I've had even Cheyenne here has come, and I've met her in Dubai on a book tour. And it's been amazing to meet people in person, but I think we want to figure out how can we make that more of a practice where we can bring people together. We may not have physical offices, but how can we use that extra budget towards bringing everyone together, even if it's just once or twice a year? And I think that goes a very long way. It changes the connection we have with each other when we get to know each other in person. And if that's not possible, there's ways to do team building virtually. Just having some people dedicate time towards, whether it's fun Fridays, doing things as a team, exercising, yoga, meditation, cooking workshops, whatever it is, but really trying to connect with people on a human level is so key, so that they all feel included and that we're part of something bigger.
Yeah, Salima, thank you so much. I just wanted to really bring home the idea of work-life integration and what that means. We all belong to various communities in our lives. And I think that when we take the approach with our organizations and we treat people as if we're doing events or we're putting things in place to create a work-life balance, or making people feel like they're included, when it comes from a feeling of I have to do this, it doesn't really work. The community that you build at work is the community. It's like a community of friends. Even with my clients, as much as I'm a coach, there's certain, I call them, the community I'm meant to serve. They become a part of my community. And so if I don't treat them with the approach of like, you matter and what matters to you matters to me as well, and how do we create a system where all of us feel like we are a part of something that matters, then all we're really doing is kind of creating these systems to try to check something off a box, and that never really works. So I love this idea of integration as opposed to balance, because your work is pretty much so much of your life now. We don't have boundaries at work after the pandemic. People have really not thought about that. So we have to integrate. So thanks for sharing that.
That's great to hear. I think Salima and Safia, and we have a lot of more questions coming in, but in the interest of time, I'm going to take one more, and we'll redirect these questions that you weren't able to answer later. We have a question from Julius. He says that I work with an organization in Uganda called Nakida Network Foundation with teenage mothers. Some of these teenage mothers have mental health problems. How can they get help?
I think let's take that one offline. That would require a little bit more digging. But I think you had one more question, Parita, at the beginning around anxiety, right?
Yes.
Could we direct that to Dylan?
Sure. Dylan, we have a question of from Kevin, of how can he overcome anxiety as a young entrepreneur who runs a startup company?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for asking the question. And I think that it's important to understand that anxiety is in all of us, and it's not necessarily always a bad thing. I think back to being a kid and the night before Christmas, and you have that anxiety of tomorrow's Christmas, I wonder what presents I'm going to get. And our bodies struggle to differentiate between good anxiety and bad anxiety. And it took me many years to learn actually about polarity and how polarity is a universal law of nature. And if I constantly am building something with loads and loads of excitement, then I fail to see what the cost is of that. And so let me explain that a little bit better. So let's say I just landed a massive contract and I'm an exuberant person. I'm super excited. I'm happy. I'm like, got all this good energy in me. What I try to do now and what I didn't do in the past is I try and balance it out by saying, what is the cost of this? Okay, so I've got this great contract. It's amazing for all the reasons that a good contract could be amazing. But now I'm going to have to work more hours. I'm going to have to travel more. I'm not going to see my family as much. I'm not going to see my friends as much. And so slowly that starts bringing everything back into perspective. And that's really helped me to deal with anxiety. The other thing that's also helped me is Alan Watts has a philosophy that says, as humans, we have no real understanding that whether a decision we make today is going to be good or bad for us in the future, and whether a result is going to be good or bad for us in the future. So once I started learning that, and I learned to remove fear from decisions, you can really actually almost roll a dice. And if you are open enough to learning and open enough to healing, you can, off every decision, have the opportunity to learn and grow, whether that outcome is perceived by you to be good or bad, or it's perceived by the world to be good or bad. And along with that, I think in the early days, the things that really helped me was breath work. I struggled to do meditations. It was really hard for me to do meditations. Breath work really helped me a lot. I learned that as humans, we breathe way too shallow nowadays. So working on my breath work helped a lot. Journaling helped me a lot. And doing positive journaling every day. Gratitude journaling. What are 3 things that I'm grateful for? What is one big thing that I'm going to set out to achieve today? Getting all of that stuff on paper declutters your mind. And that also helped me to deal with anxiety.
Thank you so much, Dylan. Parita, if I can have 2 minutes, I just wanted to close off, but also respond to what Dylan said. You know, it's funny, when I was looking at that question, the first thing I said is attachment to expectations, right? If we're always thinking about the future and trying, and as an entrepreneur, and I work with many, of course, there's fears about, will I make payroll this month, right? Are we going to make our growth objectives? You have so many stresses on you. But if you're so focused and attached to the outcome in the future and you can't be present, you're not even able to take the next possible step that could get you towards that future goal. And so often what I say to clients is the only thing you have control over is the next step that you take in the direction of that. And if you can find a way to be present in that, and you will always flow forward in the way that you're meant to. And honestly, every single entrepreneur you ever speak to, there is always going to be a story where things felt like they were falling apart. But often it's in things falling apart that we actually rebuilt and actually found a way that was better than we even thought. We think we're geniuses sometimes and we have all the solutions, and often solutions find us in the hardest of times. So thank you for sharing that. I also want people to be aware there's a lot of science around how your emotions are stuck in your body. And so the idea behind breath work, right? We are constantly moving energy, and either that energy gets released or it gets stored in you. And so if you are feeling, issues in your gut, right? If you're noticing you're breathing heavily, if your heart's beating very fast, if your palms are getting sweaty, these are all emotions that are not getting expressed. So whether it's journaling, whether it's having a mentor at work, whether it's doing breath work, make sure that you have an outlet to literally the sponge of who you are, whether it's what you're taking in, experiences, you're taking in what the food you're ingesting, whatever it is, your body must release that. So find avenues to do that. And so thank you both so much. I can't wait to hear the feedback from today's session. I'm so grateful for all of you who attended and spent the time with us. We didn't get to the brainstorm, but I wanted you to walk away with one exercise. In the polling, we identified a sense of purpose as being the most important dimension to this group who attended today. I would love for all of you to be able to take home with you, just thinking about that dimension, why it's important to you. The why is really important. And what is one thing that you think you could start implementing today within your organization that could start really shifting the culture to really be more of a place of meaning, progress, and fulfillment for not only you, but the community you belong to. Remember, when we're thinking about cultural shifts, we support quality of life. It's not just about a bandaged solution, it's about actually walking the way that we're talking. All right, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you, Salima. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you to the whole SAMCALP team. This has been such a pleasure. And I look forward to meeting you all again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satya, Dylan, and Salima. It was lovely listening to all of y'all, and I'm sure the audience has had the chance to listen to some lovely personal stories, and we'll give them the opportunity to reflect and think about the ways that they'd like to create mental well-being for themselves. Really, Sankalp is happy to have all of y'all onboarded and would love for all of you to join the next sessions and keep sharing the impact that we tend.
Good evening. My name is Doug Hanto, and I am the chair of the Surgical Ethics Working Group in the Center for Bioethics at Harvard Medical School. On behalf of the Surgical Ethics Working Group, I would like to welcome everyone to our third Harvard Surgical Ethics Conference, Ethical Considerations in Surgical Innovation. Over 1,000 individuals have registered for the conference from around the world, and we would like to thank you for getting up early, staying up late, and taking time off from work or leisure to join us this evening. I believe we have an exciting hour and a half ahead of us. I would like to review a few housekeeping items before introducing our moderator, Dr. Louise King, who will introduce our topic for this evening and our speakers. First, we would ask that you submit any questions that you have during the conference using the Q&A feature found in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen. We would ask that you not use the chat room for asking questions. Selected questions will be discussed after all the presentations have been completed, or you may continue the conversation on Twitter using hashtag HMSBioethics. If you have any technical issues, please use the chat feature to send a message to all panelists, and a staff member will be available to help you. If you are interested in upcoming events, news, or education programs, you may subscribe to the Center for Bioethics email at bioethics.hms.harvard.edu/subscribe. And finally, just a reminder that following tonight's conference, the talks as well as the panel discussion will be available on the Center for Bioethics YouTube channel. Without any further ado, I'd like to get us started this evening. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Louise King, who has JD and MD degrees. She is currently an assistant professor of obstetrics, gynecology, and reproductive biology at Harvard Medical School. She is Director of Research, Minimally Invasive Gynecologic Surgery, Associate Program Director for the Fellowship in Minimally Invasive Gynecologic Surgery at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. She is also Director of Reproductive Bioethics in the Center for Bioethics and co-director of the Medical Ethics and Essentials of the Profession course for first-year Harvard Medical and Harvard Dental students. Her areas of interest in medical ethics are broad, but focus on questions of informed decision-making and assisted reproduction, as well as equitable access to advanced gynecologic surgery. We're honored to have Dr. King with us tonight to moderate this evening's session. Dr. King?
Thank you so much. That was such a kind introduction. I'm so grateful, and I'm so happy tonight to be here to talk about this topic. It's one that I'm deeply passionate about in my own area of gynecologic surgery, and I've been lucky enough to have sort of a preview of these talks as we've met to prepare for tonight. I think you're going to find them very, very interesting. I'll be moderating the chat as best I can. I have my own questions for the speakers, and I will weave in as many questions as I can from the questions that you submit. So it's my honor right now to introduce Richard White, who is the Vice Chair of Surgery at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, Professor of Surgery at Harvard Medical School. He received his MD from the University of Pittsburgh and MBA from Wharton. He's interested in bioethical issues pertaining to the field of surgery, particularly cardiothoracics. He is on the ethics committee of two national surgical organizations, the Society for Thoracic Surgeons, and where he is the chair, and the American College of Surgeons. I'm also lucky enough to say that he was a mentor to me in my years at BIDMC. I was so grateful, and remains one today, but so grateful for the time he spent with me, inviting me to his office, talking about surgical ethics, providing me support and encouragement. He's an incredible person, and I'm looking forward to his talk.
Louise, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Let me just share my screen. Just get this set up fairly quickly. There we go. Well, welcome everybody to the session this evening. I hope you find it interesting. As Dr. King mentioned, I'm a thoracic surgeon and vice chair of surgery at Beth Israel Deaconess, and have had a long interest in the ethics of surgical innovation. I will start out by saying that I have no disclosures. And I'll point out that this session on surgical innovation has three components. I'll be presenting a fairly high-level look at the ethics of surgical innovation, focusing on the ethical principles and more generalized areas of ethical debate. My colleagues, Dr. Teresa Williamson, Dr. John Meyer, and Dr. Martin McNeely will then focus on some specific examples. While the word cloud shown here presents a number of concepts associated with innovation, both the Oxford English Dictionary and the Merriam-Webster Dictionary define innovation as the introduction of new things, ideas, or ways of doing things. And in this spirit, I'd like to posit that as a surgeon, some level of innovation is commonplace and arguably essential. While I was tempted to start the presentation with a case, the introduction of minimally invasive surgery or robotic surgery as a replacement for open chest or abdominal surgery, or the use of extracorporeal membrane oxygenation as a bridge to lung transplant, or the introduction of aortic valve replacement by transcatheter devices rather than traditional open surgery using cardiopulmonary bypass. You're going to hear some of these things in the second and third portions of the talk. Furthermore, I think that you can use your own experiences in surgery to look at current surgical techniques, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to come up with many examples of things that were done exactly the same way that they were done 20 or 30 years ago. Now, while this shows the results of innovation on a macroscopic level, at the level of the individual surgeon, each of us have adapted our surgical techniques and decided what level of evidence is sufficient for us to make that change. While you may take the statement that innovation in surgery is essential as a postulate, there are a number of ethical frameworks that we can use to examine the statement. For example, if one chooses a consequentialist approach to ethics, meaning that what is right or wrong depends on the outcome or intended outcome of an action, the desired outcome of a surgical procedure is an improved state of health. Given that current surgical techniques are not perfect, nor are all surgical outcomes perfect, it would be a good thing to do to devise new and better ways of doing things. As the primary focus, if the primary focus is on the individual, the surgeon's obligation is to provide an optimal outcome for that patient. If one takes a more communitarian view, the obligation of the surgeon is to provide optimal surgical care to the community as a whole. Again, our current techniques are great for some conditions, but clearly wanting for others. In other words, there's clearly room for improvement, and it would be our obligation to pursue those opportunities, but more with the best interests of the community in mind, rather than those of a specific individual patient. If one chooses a deontological or duty-based approach to the analysis of ethical issues, we have obligations to provide our patients the best care possible. Our duties are codified in descriptions of the physician-patient relationship, which involves fidelity or loyalty, among other things, meaning that we have a fiduciary duty to put the patient's interests above our own. Again, since we know that surgical outcomes are currently not ideal, one could conclude that it's in the patient's best interest to improve upon our current armamentarium of techniques and devices. Interestingly, while a specific patient or clinical problem may stimulate the idea for a clinical innovation, the pursuit of that innovation is probably made more with the interests of future patients in mind. Also, while many of our obligations as physicians and surgeons are to our patients, we are all members of a profession, and professionals have certain obligations. While the obvious one is that which I've alluded to above, a fiduciary duty to our patients, it's been argued that these obligations include not only having and practicing a specialized body of knowledge and skill, but to apply that skill and knowledge to the betterment of society and to the advancement of the professional field. Finally, from a virtues ethics perspective, or what would a truly virtuous surgeon do, there would be an obligation to recognize the limitations of what we can currently offer our patients and to pursue better approaches to the diseases that we treat. Who would argue that the truly virtuous physician would be satisfied with the status quo? So whether one takes a consequentialist approach, a deontological approach, or a virtues ethics approach, as they say, all roads lead to Rome, and it's our obligation to improve upon the current state of the art of surgery. But we've omitted one of the common approaches, and that's the principalist view. And I think many students in the US are quite familiar with this text, Principles of Biomedical Ethics. I think that perhaps in other countries it's not so widely used. But it uses the familiar Beecham and Childress quartet of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence or minimization of harm, and justice. The principle of beneficence obligates us to improve upon the current conditions. That said, as we cannot predict the future regarding new devices, techniques, or ideas, the potential for harm or that which we are trying to avoid through non-maleficence is lurking behind the veil of good intentions. Now, while I will come back to the principles of autonomy and justice, both of which are important in the discussion of innovation in surgery, I'll first focus on the balance of the goal to be beneficent with the risk of doing harm. Can the individual surgeon be trusted to balance opposing forces for the potential for good versus the potential for harm? Perhaps a truly virtuous surgeon could, but most of us are mere mortals and we have our own biases, agendas, and perspectives. If one has developed a new surgical device, for example, is it not natural to want it to work? Does that introduce bias in its assessment, particularly if the initial assessment is non-quantitative? While most of us get excited about doing new things, it's possible that such excitement can lead to looking at the innovative thing through rose-colored glasses, and either in foresight or retrospectively focus on the upsides rather than the downsides. Now, digressing slightly from the issue of the potential for benefit from the potential for harm is the issue of patient autonomy. While the concept of autonomy is multifaceted, one of the issues is that of informed consent, meaning that the patient has some understanding of the issue at hand, as well as the options for treatment and the relative risks and benefits of those options. In the context of standard operations, the risks and benefits of the procedures are well known, as are the rationale and intricacies, which are well characterized and can be presented to the patient at whatever level he or she desires. But in the context of innovative surgical care, the relative risks and benefits may be less well characterized. How would we pose the risks of the innovation to the patient, particularly since at the outset, these risks may be largely unknown? And for a new technique involving innovative and complex new technology, how do we even know what the patient wants or needs to know? Is it sufficient to simply ask the patient to trust the surgeon and to make the right decision. And while this may be applicable in the emergency situation, for instance, the case is going poorly and all normal avenues for salvaging things are exhausted and the patient may die, an innovative approach may be completely appropriate. But really, how often does this really happen? And aren't most opportunities for innovation known well in advance? Finally, there is the issue that if the surgeon has a vested interest in a new device or technique, might this cause him or her to downplay the potential for harm? So this leads to the discussion of the oversight of innovation. And some of the questions I've posed, the answers to them lie in the area of incremental innovation and with some level of oversight. Now, while none of us enjoy being under the microscope, I would say that some level of oversight of innovative surgical techniques is probably necessary. While some innovations are done really without patient consent, particularly those that are urgent in nature, or to the surgeon's perspective, rather minimal, I choose to use a new stapler or suture, for example, or I do my anastomosis a little bit differently. For many of these changes or innovations, there's been a body of predicate investigative work that makes my modification reasonable. In other words, I have expert knowledge that the patient doesn't have. But while expert knowledge is an essential characteristic of being a professional, along with it goes the responsibility to use the knowledge wisely, reasonably, and in the patient's best interests. While I probably shouldn't bring in a new instrument from my garage to try on a patient, it's probably completely reasonable to use a commercially available device, particularly if there is literature support in its use in a similar situation. But again, what about the first time it's used? Again, for commercially available devices, there's usually a regulatory process that justifies change. But again, it generally boils down to the potential for benefit versus the potential for harm. So I think that we see a distinction between trivial innovation and non-trivial and trivial innovation, as well as a distinction between planned innovation and an essential or urgent one. So if the innovation is both planned and not trivial, some element of oversight is arguably essential. An unbiased assessment done through the lens of peers or others with expert knowledge can be protective of both the surgeon and the patient. Who else besides the patient and the surgeon has a vested interest in the act of innovation? Well, at some level, the general public does have an interest, thus leading to a regulatory process. On the other hand, I don't think that we generally allow the general public to micromanage physician-patient interactions. The hospital where we practice also has a vested interest, as it is responsible for what occurs within its wall, and it has an interest in preventing unreasonable and perhaps even dangerous practices. Now, further along the lines of oversight of innovation, I'd like to point out what some institutions have done, and I have a picture here of Dr. Shav Kasavji from the Toronto General Hospital, who's made some remarkable innovations in the field of lung transplantation. Dr. Kasavji, a number of years ago, introduced a surgical innovations committee at Toronto General, whereby new procedures are vetted for appropriateness. The approach has the obvious attractive feature that proposed innovations are scrutinized by a body of peers, primarily surgeons, but also others in the operating room environment, those who are likely to share a common body of expert knowledge and to have a similar appreciation for the needs of innovation. On the other hand, a group of similarly minded individuals may be more prone to groupthink, and a lack of diverse input may lead to conclusions that, while they may seem right to a group of surgeons, may not be so well received by other physicians or the lay public. The concept of the Surgical Innovation Committee has apparently been adopted successfully by other institutions, some of which have come up with centers of innovation. Some of these are focused on peer review and support of innovation, and others seem more focused on research around innovative approaches to surgical technology and are designed to foster improved interactions with industry. In other institutions, including my own, new procedures need to be approved by the Medical Executive Committee, which is a medical staff committee spanning the breadth of the hospital specialties. While this encompasses a broad-based or diverse set of perspectives, a shortcoming is that the actual surgical component may be quite small. Furthermore, as many people will either know or will experience, hospital committees can be rather inefficient. And at least in my institution, the line between a new procedure and a modification to an existing one can get quite unclear. While it might be reasonable to have every surgeon who wants to use a surgical robot trained in and credentialed in the use of the robot, does it really make sense to make a quote robotic lobectomy a new procedure when a thoracoscopic lobectomy has been done for 25 years? This being roughly the same operation, but with hand-operated instruments rather than robotically or remotely controlled instruments. Or what about when a new robot becomes available? If every time we change robots, we have to call it a new procedure, we'll spend our lives dealing with the medical executive committee and not actually getting anything done. If one of our colorectal surgeons does a procedure with a new single port robot, when he normally does it with several ports and an older device, is this a new procedure? Some would have argued yes, others no. But while these may seem like fairly straightforward questions with straightforward answers to surgeons, they are not so straightforward to non-surgeons, let alone lay people who often provide oversight to medical leadership. Finally, I'd like to point out that the National Academy of Science, what was the Institute of Medicine, has recently established a task force to examine how medical and surgical innovation is conducted in the US and how to define best practices. So while we have considered surgical innovation committees, medical executive committee, and hospital board committees, is there a role for human subjects research committees or IRBs to weigh in on surgical innovation? In the context of IRBs, we generally consider research to involve the generation of generalizable knowledge and to involve fairly rigid protocols. Not everything to do with human subjects is research, and not all research deals with human subjects. But the IRB typically deals with the interaction of research and human subjects. Now, while some surgeons at some institutions may want to study a new technique, i.e. research, others simply want to do what others have done and have been found to be beneficial. Now, certainly a systematic analysis of an innovative technique would require IRB approval, but innovation, like quality improvement, is often continuous and not taken in large steps. So one can easily argue that IRBs are probably not well suited to the processes involving continuous change. Finally, in terms of regulatory oversight, I would bring this example to the front. The recent transplant of a genetically modified pig heart to a human. This was done at the University of Maryland roughly 3 months ago. Now, this wasn't considered research. This was certainly innovative, and its approval involved the Food and Drug Administration, presumably in addition to some institutional approval. Now, why the FDA? Well, this is because by statute, the FDA has oversight of the administration of biological products, and certainly a genetically modified pig heart would be considered biological. In the case in question, the FDA provided emergency authorization under compassionate use criteria for the use of the pig heart. Now, the FDA also provides oversight for some other innovative devices, such as certain types of endografts, under their investigational device exemption pathway, or IDE pathway. And it's interesting to note that while early trials of many new devices are conducted in countries other than the US, one has to ask if this is solely because the regulatory burden is lower in other countries, and they're not all third world countries, I might add. It could also be that the risk-benefit ratio or availability of what we call standard treatment is different in other countries. Finally, I'd like to invoke the concept of justice. We've talked about autonomy, we've talked about beneficence and non-maleficence. In terms of justice, who gets access to innovative approaches to surgical disease? And this is another fertile area for ethical discussion. While we have heard of and read about racial and socioeconomic healthcare disparities in this country, How does one ensure that the benefits of an innovative approaches to surgical care are distributed in an equitable and just fashion? Unfortunately, allocating the benefits equitably probably also means allocating the risks similarly, as it's obviously patently unfair to assign the benefits to one group and the risk to another. Given the uneven access to healthcare, unequal levels of trust in the medical establishment, differential reimbursement mechanisms often based on insurance, and the obvious fact that innovative techniques by their very nature are that they are new, low in volume, and geographically limited, makes it difficult to distribute, at least initially, an innovative technique on a wide level playing field. Yet these issues must clearly be considered by both the surgeon and the institution involved. So with that, and while there are many other questions, such as when is an innovative approach justified, there's just not enough time to do this now. I'll conclude my broad strokes and high-level discussion, and will now turn the podium over to my colleagues, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much for that excellent overview. And we're going to have questions at the end. I haven't seen any in the Q&A function of Zoom. Remember, that's where to put your questions. And it's labeled Q&A, I believe, at the very bottom of your screen. It's my honor right now to introduce Teresa Williamson. She is a neurosurgeon and surgical ethics researcher who cares for people with all types of spine disorders, as well as brain and spinal trauma. Dr. Williamson is a graduate of Yale College, where she played varsity soccer, I learned as I prepared this, and Yale Medical School. She came to MGH, one of our affiliate hospitals, from Duke University, where she completed her neurosurgery residency and then her orthopedic surgery complex spine fellowship. She also completed the University of Chicago McLean and American College of Surgeons Surgical Ethical Fellowship in 2021. Her research focus is neurosurgical decision-making and patient-doctor communication, and she also focuses on healthcare disparities. She's a member of the Center for Outcomes and Patient Safety in Surgery, which is abbreviated COMPASS, at MGH. And I'm just getting to know Dr. Williamson. It's such a pleasure to get to know her in some of our working groups, and I'm very much looking forward to her talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. King. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so thank you so much for that introduction. I'm Teresa Williamson. As Dr. King mentioned, I'm a neurosurgeon at Mass General and work at the Harvard Center for Bioethics. I'm going to talk a little bit today about implementation of new devices in the operating room, and I'm going to give you my perspective as a relatively new spine attending surgeon. So I'll start off with my disclosures because we're talking about new device implementation and what's appropriate and what's conflict. And so I do have a disclosure, and that's that I'm a consultant with DePuy Synthes, which is a spine technology company. And I think that's important for you to know because, in spine surgery, we have really close relationships with industry. We have, tables and tables of instrumentation every time we do a surgery, from screws to rods to, different devices to put in cages. And it's important for us from an educational standpoint, from an innovation standpoint, from a patient care standpoint, to have some type of a relationship with industry. The question is, when does that relationship go too far, and how do we best manage it in an ethically appropriate manner? So this is me in the OR, and I'll show where those relationships can be a bit challenging. So while I'm in the OR, I'm working here with a resident. We're actually working on a new technology, taking care of a patient using augmented reality to put in pedicle screws. And this is my email inbox that I'm going to come to when I get out of the operating room. And so I'll just read you a couple of the examples of things that, might be said from an industry representative about a surgery that, they may want me to do, or, a technique that they may want me to use. So your business is extremely important to me, and I want to build a relationship where you can trust us for all your needs from an instrumentation standpoint and technology front. I was curious if you had thought about our MIS screw system and if there's anything in particular holding you back from giving it a try. And then this is in reference to a new technology that they were interested in me trying. Here is the fill in the blank new technology surgery training certification quiz. Just start the exam. So there's a lot of reasons why, my inbox is flooded with new technologies and new ideas, and some of them are related to patient care and really innovating in the space of improving our care for spine patients. And then some are frankly financial. So spine surgery, a single spine surgery costs on average $75,000 to complete in the United States. And overall, it's a $90 billion industry in expenditures yearly in the US. So when we're thinking about balancing such a large financial gain field with a critical need to take care of patients with back pain being sort of the largest disabler worldwide for patients, we have to think of some really critical ethical questions. The first is, should there be a relationship with industry? If there is, which devices should I try? How much training as a surgeon am I obligated to pursue prior to implementing a new device? And then how do we go about monitoring that device for safety and ensuring that we're doing the right thing as we use it? So when I think about the relationships that I'm forming in the operating room with industry representatives, I put them into sort of categories, and I make sure to think about commercial relationships and what's appropriate there, as well as what is conflict of interest. And so I like this definition that comes from the ophthalmologist that talks about commercial relationships and basically the principle of beneficence and non-maleficence, that patient care must not be affected by economic interest in, commitment to, or benefit from professionally related commercial enterprises. And then further, a conflict of interest being where your professional judgment should not be influenced by other interests of the provider, whether those be financial, publications, participation in trials, etc. And that's, can be challenging, because I'd like to point out that in a typical spine surgery, we use a lot of technology. And so how to manage those relationships is really important, rather than just sort of separating yourself from those relationships. And I'll show you on this picture why I can't separate myself. So this is a patient that had a large spine surgery. This patient in particular had prior surgery, had serious pain, weakness, and needed an extension of their fusion, meaning putting screws and rods in their back, as well as decompression to free up the nerves. So in order to set up this whole space, we have a CT scanner in the operating room that's operated by one company. We have augmented reality to navigate the screws. That's another company. We have a table or two of instrumentation of screws and rods, et cetera, and that's a third company. So those representatives are often present in the operating room, and we have to be forthcoming with our patients about that. And so knowing that we have a lot of technology to use, and that, in order to use it safely and efficiently, it's constantly changing. Not everyone is trained or familiar, particularly nursing staff, with all the different types of instrumentation. So we know that we have to have some type of relationship. The question is how. And so the things that I think are important are to be forthcoming with the patient. So, they're vulnerable, they're under anesthesia, and you want to make sure that you're not doing any harm to them. And so we actually put on our consent form that there's going to be industry representatives in the room with them. And I actually, beyond just reading letting them read the consent form, I will actually mention that fact to them and tell them which companies are going to be there, so that that's fully disclosed. I mentioned not being able to really rush that separation between industry and medicine, but that it's important to discuss the benefits of having an industry representative there with your patient. And then there's the other side of things, which is not letting things get too far. And so we don't want to rush to replace clinical judgment with industry judgment, particularly given the possibility for financial conflicts of interest. So this is an interesting article out of the Hastings Center that I would recommend to you, that talks about industry technicians being embedded in clinical teams, and times at which device salespeople are sort of taking over the case, in the sense that the surgeon is unclear on how to proceed without their help. And then we have to think about how actually that device got into our hands and how it got into our operating room, and should it be there? Because when you're evaluating a new device, you want to make sure that it truly is doing something better for the patient. It's innovative in some way, that's adding something, and that it's sort of free from bias in how that process has been evaluated. And so this is an article from the Boston Globe that talked about how many Boston hospital CEOs sit on healthcare company boards, and there's nothing, you know, special about Boston. There's certainly a role for surgeons and doctors to be part of companies, because without us, you know, it's really hard to inform change in clinical care and to figure out what the needs are for new things and new devices. But it's important to remember, you know, what type of bias may or may not be playing a role in the decision to, you know, as Dr. White mentioned, use that new robot. That was a big capital expenditure, and, you know, there's a motivation for it to be used. Or as a junior surgeon, I often will have people come to me and say, you know, try this device, and they may or may not be financially sort of have stockholders in that company or consultants for that company. And it's just something to keep in mind. It can be a place where getting multiple opinions, where hearing from your colleagues about a new technology can be really helpful to sort of mitigate that bias coming from one view to use a certain device. So in summary, as I think about using new techniques post-training, now that I'm a new attending, these are sort of some rules that I've thought of in my head. And thinking about them through an ethically guided framework. So new technology should have a benefit. It should be better, or at least thought to be better than what you were using before. If you're getting ready to use something, you should be competent at using that, meaning you should be agile at troubleshooting and figuring out, you know, exactly how things work. You shouldn't be fully dependent on a salesperson. And that a competence actually comes from commitment to formal study of that device, not just from certification. So if you remember that email that I got about, you know, just a 10-question quiz, that's not sufficient if you want to use a new device. And then it's really important as you go to use that device, and I'll use an example in a second, to think about patient selection and, you know, thinking about the process of how you're going to select a patient who can be well informed and can understand what they're taking on in terms of a novel innovation, but also doing that in a way that you're making sure is equitable and you're getting good resources to all patients. When you're thinking about the process of informed consent with a new technology, especially, we have lots of patients that come to us as surgeons, as spine surgeons, that are very vulnerable. They're in a lot of pain. They're really, really eager to get better. And so that vulnerability can beget eagerness to participate with a new device. And so you need to be cautious of that, and also make sure that we're giving enough sort of informed information about the risks of a procedure. And then this concept that research is research. And so when you're bringing in a new device, really need to be sure that you're not doing research. And if you are, that it's gone through the appropriate IRB processes. Just to talk a little bit about that new device process. So currently in the US, we use the 510(k) pathway for devices with moderate risk that are considered to be just a small change from a prior device. But that process has come under a lot of scrutiny, because it's a way that a significant, at least a third of the devices come into the US ORs. But it's not totally clear that that process does a good job of evaluating new technologies. And so the Institute of Medicine was actually tasked in 2010 and 2011 to look at our current process and look at what I've highlighted and read are some of what I think are really ethically, from a individual patient and also public health ethics standpoint, very important. So how do we optimally protect patients, promote innovation, and support public health, doing the best for the common good? And if we're not doing that, what are the processes to do so? So they wrote a report on it and really said that this is not a new device process that we should be using, but rather we really have to be careful that this is just looking at devices that are very, very similar to those that were used before. And I think they overall called for some changes to that process. And there's a lot of people, probably a lot on this call even, that would be critical of this process and want us to make sure that we're thinking through guidelines as to how we're using new devices. And so I'll give you an example of a case that I had earlier in my practice that, where I used a new device and where it can go well and where it can not go well, and how I mitigated that process. And so this was a patient with a degenerative spine disease who had 2 levels that needed to be treated, meaning 2 lumbar vertebrae were degenerated and causing his symptoms. Typically, when I do this surgery, you have to go through the front of the belly and sometimes the side and the back as well. And so there's a new procedure from a certain company that allows you to just go through sort of anterolaterally and potentially saves the patient positioning, operating room time, a smaller incision, a smaller surgical corridor. So there's some early evidence that this would be beneficial. I talked to the patient about, very frankly, in the consent conversation about the fact that I had never done one of these procedures before, that I had been trained and had done cadaver labs and was working with a surgeon who had done the exposures before, but that this would be my first case of this type of surgery. And even in this case, they had a video, the company had a video that I think was really helpful to share with the patient, and he watched it and he actually had some really great questions about anatomy and possible complications after that to make me feel very comfortable that he had a good idea of what was going on. Unfortunately, during his surgery, we got into a small bleeder, but it was really difficult to contain in the small sort of surgical corridor, and we ended up converting the surgery to open. So I think the question there, and I think that if we were open from the beginning, I think it's important to note that if, using this new technology probably made it more difficult to correct that problem and made his surgery longer, his blood loss higher, certainly a surgical complication that we discussed with him afterwards. So I think the question is, should I do that surgery again? Does that mean that this new technology is not worthwhile? Does it need to be reported? And I'll be frank, as a new surgeon, I didn't really know. We obviously presented it in our internal conferences of morbidity and mortality, but who do you report it to, or where do you go? And so it was actually a process to learn, how to report a complication with a new device, and obviously reporting it to the company. They may or may not have the incentive to move forward with that information. And then I discussed it with my senior colleagues and those that I knew had done the case before, just to make sure that we were sharing our experiences and making sure that if there was a trend, we weren't proceeding to just do this case if it potentially caused more harm than good. So learning from that experience and from the literature on implementation of new devices, these are some things that I think are really important. When you draft guidelines or when you propose a new device, it should be free of bias. And so including folks that are not necessarily financially tied to the particular device in decision-making, seeking multiple opinions, as I mentioned in the last case, making sure there's adequate data prior to transitioning that into a full clinical practice or standard, and then making sure there is long-term oversight, both institutionally and on the sort of national or international level, to think about how we're going to log data to say, if there are sort of poor outcomes or complications from this particular intervention. There's several groups that have thought about this and published on it. So this is the Responsible Development and Application of Surgical Innovations position statement that talks about how do you define a new innovation, which I think is part of that challenge when you think about like the 510K pathway, and then talks about setting up institutional committees and registries in order to track information when you bring in a new device. The ideal framework was recently published in JAMA, which similarly talks about how to look at the quality of evidence before using a new device and how to implement a new device if you feel like it's appropriately innovative and safe. So in summary, as I look, as a surgeon who works in an industry that is very financially beneficial, but also really beneficial to patients in terms of the ability to treat and improve people's quality of life, there's a balance between the role of relationships with industry. And so that relationship, I believe, should be an ethically guided one with the patient first, thinking about how we can do the best for our patients. When we think about implementing new devices, which devices do I try? The answer is the better ones. So devices that have a potential for improved outcome or shorter lengths of stay, better patient experience. How much training is enough training? I think that's defined by competence. So making sure that you actually have the ability to understand how to use and how to navigate a device. And then how do we monitor device safety? We have data and registries and guidelines that involve multiple opinions and multiple sources without bias. So thanks so much, and I look forward to taking questions after all the talks.
Thank you so much. I just want to say Dr. Williamson, thank you for sharing your experience in such an open and honest way. We all know that that's very hard to do, but it's exceptionally helpful for the people listening in and trying to learn about these topics to be able to hear your personal perspective of this in such a way. So I'm really grateful to you for sharing that. We have a few questions coming in that I'm going to be working to collate together for everyone towards the end. I'm about to introduce two people at once, just to give you context as I do these introductions, and then we'll have our final speakers together. John Meyer is a graduate of Yale Medical School, and he trained in general and cardiothoracic surgery at the University of Minnesota. He's a professor of surgery at Harvard Medical School and the first Tommy Kaplan Chair in Cardiovascular Studies at Boston Children's Hospital. He's interested in health policy and has served as a Society of Thoracic Surgeons representative to the AMA Relative Value Update Committee. And by the way, there was some questions in the chat about how these things get paid and how we determine how they get paid. And that's the committee, the Relative Value Update or RVU committee that does make those types of determinations, as well as other very important committee work that guides our practice. He's the past president of the Society of Thoracic Surgeons and past chair of the finance committee of the same group, and does a lot of work with that group to help guide us again in policy decision-making. Has been such an important member of our working group, contributing wonderful comments about all of our work as we share together and move some of these projects that we're all working on forward. And I'd also like to introduce Martin McNeely. He served as the professor of, well, I have to preface, first of all, I don't think I can do justice to this introduction because the list of accolades is quite long. And Dr. McNeely has served as our leader of this group until very recently. And he's been an incredible mentor to me as I've explored areas of ethics and surgery. But I'll give you a snippet of some of his accomplishments. He served as professor of surgery and chief of the Division of Cardiothoracic Surgery at Albany Medical Center, and later as chair of the Division of Thoracic Surgery at University of Toronto and Toronto General Hospital, co-chair of the American College of Surgeons Committee on Emerging Surgical Technology, director of the American Board of Thoracic Surgery, president of the Thoracic Surgery Foundation for Research and Education, chairman of the Ethics Committee of the American Association for Thoracic Surgery, and ethics editor of the Journal of the same. He's working with colleagues from our Bioethics Center and the University of Global Health Equity in Butaro, Rwanda, to establish an intensive course in global ethics for the students at this new medical school, which was established by the late Paul Farmer and his colleagues at Partners in Health. That's only one of the many things that he contributes to our community here at the center. And I'm so grateful to him for all his guidance and mentorship. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to our speakers.
Can everyone see my slides, I hope? I'm John Meyer, and we're going to take a slightly different perspective, and that is the perspective of almost, if you will, an organizational ethics perspective, trying to understand the role of professional medical societies in the implementation and dissemination of innovative devices. And we'll use a case of the introduction of transcatheter aortic valve replacement, so-called TAVR, as a new way of replacing one of the heart's valves, the aortic valve, as sort of a case example. So I have no disclosures. And I'd like to start by just reminding everyone about what the roles and responsibilities are for a profession. So the professions are charged with maintaining, advancing, and disseminating a body of knowledge, and to advance that knowledge that is innovate. And in so doing, analyze, critically and report the results. Professional societies are required to self-regulate, to place patients' interests above their own, and to place performance above personal reward. And finally, a responsibility to fairly distribute finite medical resources. So the case, as we are describing, is this introduction of transcatheter valves into the US market. And the promise of this technology was that a heart valve could be replaced with a much less invasive method and could actually be done during a heart catheterization rather than an open heart operation, which would mean the patients did not need to have an incision in their chest. There was no need for using a heart-lung machine and stopping the heart to carry out this procedure, and offered, because of the less invasive aspect of this, to have a shorter hospital stay and be less morbid for the patients. The uncertainties at the outset, though, was how well these new devices were going to work. And this slide will just demonstrate to you what some of these devices look like. So this is a typical surgically implanted aortic valve over here in the upper left corner, which would require an open heart operation, as I said. This in the upper right-hand corner is the transcatheter valve, which can be sort of compressed down, as demonstrated in the illustration in the left lower quarter of your screen. And so it can be compressed down around a balloon catheter, and then passed through an artery, typically in the groin, up into the position in the aortic valve. The balloon expanded, as is shown both in this X-ray picture here in the middle, as well as this cartoon here in the lower right part of your screen. But basically to expand this valve into the aortic position, and then would be deployed without a problem. So our case involves what happened at the beginning, if you will, of the introduction of this device into the US market. There were actually at least two devices that were being pursued and marketed by two different US companies. The background is that these devices had already been approved in Europe. They've been given the CE mark, which is the equivalent of FDA approval. And although initially they had been treated as somewhat experimental and were placed initially in high-risk patients, but very quickly, when it appeared that they seemed to work at least reasonably well, they were disseminated throughout all patients needing this type of valve replacement, including much lower risk and much healthier patients at the start. And the early results actually indicated that the complication rates were higher for those patients than they were in a comparable surgical patient population. So applications had been placed by both of these companies for the FDA to approve and for Medicare to pay for this, because this disease process, aortic valve disease, is more common in the Medicare age population in the United States, that is over 65. So there were a number of obvious potential conflicts. On the one hand, this would be a new procedure for the cardiologist, so there would be an opportunity to effectively increase one's practice and generate more revenue. And the cardiologists were frequently the ones who were identifying the disease to start with, and there's the whole issue of self-referral for monetary gain. At least that argument could be made. Conversely, for the surgeons who traditionally had owned this area, that is, it required an operation to replace a heart valve, this was a big threat because if all the patients were having procedures done by somebody else, that would mean there would be a loss of revenue. Both situations representing significant conflicts of interest between what was potentially good for the patient, although that was still in doubt, and versus what was good for the individual surgeon or cardiologist. The regulatory issues were a little bit muddy in the sense that multiple US entities, regulatory entities, are involved. So the FDA assesses devices for safety and efficacy, whereas Medicare has to make payment decisions, particularly for this patient population in this age group. And then the issue ultimately was this device was not inexpensive. In fact, was just for the device, forget the hospitalization and the professional fees and everything else. The device alone was at least $30,000 in costs. So there clearly were an abundance of potential conflicts of interest, as I've already outlined. There was the potential for adverse effects on patients, and as profession, the members of that profession have duties to patients, as you've already heard Dr. White talk about. There was a significant question about patient selection and how much the patients should be allowed to choose what form of treatment they got. There were clearly the obvious potential for turf wars between a medical specialty and a surgical specialty. And from a professional society perspective, there was a significant potential for legal liability in the sense that if this was not an entirely free trade, if you will, sort of process, then there was the potential for antitrust issues to be raised, as well as the obvious and ongoing issue about medical malpractice, particularly when you're doing something new. So given that I was in the leadership of the thoracic surgical group, so-called STS, when these issues were coming up, we were faced with several choices. We could do nothing and leave this decision up to the government agencies who, without being too pejorative, frequently don't have a lot of experience with clinical medical issues. We could leave it up to the payers, and that is both Medicare as well as private payers. There was obvious potential for turf protection by writing guidelines that would favor one or the other approach. Or the third option was whether or not these two potentially competitive societies, one representing the cardiologists, the ACC, and one representing cardiothoracic surgery, the STS, could actually collaborate and try to make sure that this technology was introduced in a rational fashion. But the professional societies have their own internal conflicts and ethical obligations, which included not only duties to their members, but also duties to patients and duties to society. And of course, most ethical controversies arise when the pursuit of one or the other of a duty actually puts an organization in internal conflict with itself. So what happened And what we did was we actually recognized, based on that European experience, the potential for significant adverse patient outcomes. And following my time in the leadership of the STS, Dr. Michael Mack became the president a year or two later. And he has an interesting background as both a cardiac surgeon, but also as a trained internal medicine physician prior to his surgical career. And his counterpart at the American College of Cardiology is Dr. David Holmes, who is an interventional cardiologist. So clearly, the leadership of these two professional groups were on opposite sides, if you will, of the procedure. And importantly, one of our surgeon members had actually taken a position for a year at Medicare, where he was actually had a major decision-making role in how the payment decisions in particular would be made by the agency. And his background you can see there, but he and I both had been through the Kennedy School course on government relations, executive course at the same time, sat next to each other, and so we had a close working relationship. So what emerged through this collaboration across potentially conflicting or competing societies was the following. There was an agreement to begin with a randomized trial, which would be the only way that any patients would get access to the new device here in the United States. And this was actually a comparison of surgical valve replacement versus the transcatheter valve replacement, appropriately named the PARTNER trial, which included informed consent that was uniform, required local IRB approval, but also the collaboration between the two professional societies established several requirements that the regulatory agencies, particularly the FDA as well as Medicare, actually bought into. And one of them was that there would be heart teams established, which would give equal footing to both the cardiologist and the surgeon in evaluating patients and also in actually carrying out these procedures. The number of sites where these procedures could be done were limited, and there were some criteria agreed on in order to qualify a given center for being able to participate in this trial. And an existing database that has been maintained by the Society of Thoracic Surgeons for quality improvement purposes was used to generate the risk model that would allow us to classify patients in particular for the initial phase, which was the high risk phase, so-called Partner 1, where patients who were thought to be at high surgical risk would then qualify for this trial. And then based on those initial results in that higher risk group, then subsequent trials involved gradually loosening the patient eligibility criteria. And as part of trying to generate new knowledge, a collaborative registry was established that followed all patients, was committed to publishing the results as they emerged from the trials. And remarkably enough, this registry actually was supported by the device manufacturers. So this example, which I think is probably somewhat unique, at least in American medicine, did achieve several of the professional societies' responsibilities. It certainly helped to maintain and advance knowledge, to introduce and evaluate innovation. It represented clear-cut self-regulation such that not every cardiologist or surgeon in the country could qualify as a participant. There were standards that were set. Ultimately, the collective belief was that we actually were serving the patient's interests because of the lack of certainty about many aspects of this device. We certainly were interested in performance above personal reward because not every one could go out and do these procedures and enhance their remuneration. And in a sense, this provided the basis for fairly distributing our finite medical resources, because the door was not thrown open wide with the rapid dissemination of this technology as had occurred in Europe, with potentially at least some compromise of the patient's best interests. So I would argue that we have demonstrated through this case that new technology can be rationally and ethically introduced at a nationwide level, accomplishing the goals of advancing knowledge and minimizing patient risk. And as evidence for that, the results from the transcatheter valve now are equivalent to those of the surgical valve, at least in the United States. There was an ability to demonstrate cost effectiveness, and I would argue this provides a template potentially for future innovations to be introduced. Professional society collaboration and leadership were essential. And I think it's actually, in retrospect, it was a remarkable public-private partnership between the potentially competing professional medical societies, federal government agencies, and even the device manufacturers. Now, there are a number of questions that we could always put on our rose-colored glasses and say, of course, this is exactly the way we should do things going forward. But I think I would pose the questions: was this an ethically appropriate role for the professional societies to take? Was the way that this was rolled out in the United States, particularly beginning with high-risk patients and a randomized controlled trial, actually equitable? Lower-risk patients were initially denied access to the new technology. And conversely, one might argue that the high-risk patients were in some ways unfairly exploited. And finally, I leave you with this question about whether or not the audience feels that this represents a reproducible template that should be the basis for the introduction of other new technologies, particularly in this country. Thank you.
I'm Martin McNeely, John's partner on this short trip. I have no financial conflicts to disclose, but I must disclose that I've operated on uncountable numbers of patients using innovative technologies and procedures, often with fully informed consent, though many patients don't want to know the amount of detail that was disclosed in most of the talks that you've heard earlier. Next slide. Over 60 years ago, I chose the University of Minnesota for surgical training because of its reputation for innovation in surgical treatment. 68 years ago, Walt Lillehei and Richard Varco performed an innovative open heart operation to close a ventricular septal defect in a 1-year-old boy, Gregory Glidden. Gregory's father, Lyman, was connected to perfuse Gregory's body with oxygenated blood while his heart was repaired. You can see the two operating tables side by side. The heart-lung machine was not yet sufficiently developed. In the past 7 decades, we have advanced to the point where a minimal incision over an artery and a catheter enclosed valve can be placed in the beating heart without a chest incision or heart-lung bypass, as John Meyer has described. I've taken us back to Gregory's operation to remind us of the courage and persistence of the heroes of surgical innovation, particularly the patients and their parents, and the pioneering surgical teams. Also, their overseers, all are part of a moral community. The issue of oversight of innovation is evolving, as outlined by Dr. White. Who should review and approve the interventions that depart from conventional standards of practice? For Dr. Lillehei in the 1950s, the chief of surgery, Dr. Owen Wangenstein, gave his permission with a note on Dr. Lillehei's door that said, "By all means, go ahead. Good luck." It's become more complicated since then. Approval of a surgical innovation committee, such as the one based on the Toronto model, provides the oversight in many departments. As Dr. White mentioned, the Surgical Executive Committee at our hospital, the Beth Israel Deaconess, serves this function. The Toronto Surgical Innovation Committee has been active for many years. It is described in the reference at the foot of this slide and will be available in the course materials. Many centers have asked their institutional ethics review boards to serve as surgical oversight. As surgical treatment becomes more complex, specialized committees working in concert with the IRB are evolving. In the United States, the Federal Food and Drug Administration and recently the National Academy of Medicine are providing oversight. Two closing thoughts about innovation. We're currently celebrating the development of an mRNA vaccine against a lethal pandemic disease, a seemingly near miraculous innovation. While we celebrate this accomplishment, we need to improve it beyond disposable sterile needles distributed throughout the world and sterile syringes and an electrically powered cold chain. It is a communitarian, we celebrate this accomplishment, but we realize that we must improve it to the level of applying a stable oral vaccine, which would overcome the geographic and socioeconomic hurdles still before us. The COVID vaccine, the TAVR that Dr. Meyer described, and open heart surgery in general are examples of collaboration of the government, industry, and clinical care. It is a communitarian, not an individualistic approach to innovation for the common good that provides a framework for the heroes of innovation to succeed. In this menacing time in our history, it has been inspiring for us preparing this course, and for you participants. It is hopeful for all of us to gather together in the surgical Innovation Conference and celebrate these accomplishments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for all these wonderful presentations. As I've been monitoring the Q&A and thinking through what you've presented, you've given us an overview of the ethical constructs and frameworks that we should consider as we think about surgical innovation. And you've identified the stakeholders, patients, ourselves as surgeons, and industry who may be pushing forward for these innovative techniques. And within those stakeholders and probably others we can all identify, there will be certain conflicts. So you can imagine that our questions are all centering around these conflicts of interest that arise and how each of you might resolve those conflicts. And the questions are nuanced and try to come at various ways in which these conflicts do arise. So let's lead off with a question for Dr. Williamson. As you're talking about the new technology that you'll be incorporating into your work, two questions come up. How do you decide, and you addressed this briefly, you said you try to pick things that have good outcomes, but then how do you decide if something is, and I'll quote the question, a new innovation, truly with promise, and not a fad? And then building upon that, as you're bringing that forward, how do you decide when you're competent enough to undertake your first non-mentored procedure? You talked about the consent process, but how do you personally figure that out? And those are the different conflicts that can arise in this area.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. They're really tough ones that I think, especially as a new surgeon, I think really have been relevant. I think when I was in training, I didn't really have to make those decisions. I got to do the cool stuff, but I didn't have to make those decisions. And so that's something that's very new. I think in terms of the question of whether or not it's a fad, I think this is really a critical question. So, because there are a lot of fads. There's like, a new device for everything. Why don't you try this screw? Of course, when you're in an industry that's making this much money, a lot of people are going to want to develop something there. I look for things that actually there's a need. So the example that I used of the lateral surgery, we spend 45 minutes in the operating room flipping the patient from one position to another position. So that's something that slows down the operating room. It makes the patient have more anesthesia time. It's, there are positioning injuries. So when I see that there's a need and then there's an actual solution to a need, I think that that's where I feel like it's not a fad and it's more of an innovation. That doesn't mean it's always going to work or be better. And I think you do have to be willing to accept that you picked something that may have been a fad, even though you thought it was an innovation, and get rid of it. Don't stick with that technology. I remember doing some cases in training where we had, multiple x-ray machines coming in, all to use this like one piece of new technology. And it turned out that it actually wasn't helpful. And so I think if you're not conflicted, it makes it a lot easier to just move forward. That didn't really work. And then I think my other way to tell the difference is I ask a ton of questions of the reps, and they probably get a little bit annoyed by me. But I think if you're an annoying surgeon to a rep, it's probably a good thing, because you're asking so many questions to really interrogate whether or not it's helpful. Similarly, with being competent, I actually like to know how to use it myself. I like to know how to load a pedicle screw, how to, when I started using the O-arm, they were just like, oh, it's just a CT scanner. It works like all the other CT scanners. And I was like, no. If I'm there at 3 o'clock in the morning, so I have like physically drove the machine myself, figured out like, okay, if this gets stuck, how are we going to get the patient out? And so I think that at the end of the day, you're responsible for everything that happens in the OR. And so you have to feel comfortable that you can take accountability and have the skills to deal with that technology. It doesn't mean that you can't have help to make things more efficient, but you certainly are the last line of defense. And so I use that sort of as my marker as to whether or not I would feel comfortable doing a procedure.
Thank you so much. So building upon that, we've had a series of 4 questions that sort of build on the conflicts as they arise, both in the OR with industry reps present in the room, and then further forward into the fact that we're essentially working with, or maybe even for companies, these industry companies that are deriving significant financial benefit. And sometimes we're as consultants, but sometimes just purely in terms of the surgeries that we perform. And then another layer on top of that, raised by one other commenter, was how do you keep balance in corporate hospitals and the sustainability of hospitals, the pressure to use certain technology from the hospital itself. So I would love to hear anybody. I'm summarizing questions that were put into the chat just in the interest of time, but thinking about those different layers of interpersonal relationships, or relationships with industry, or relationships with corporate hospitals, and how do we navigate all those conflicts as they arise? And that's for anybody who'd like to join
in. I'll give a quick general answer. John illustrated a collaborative approach that was very attractive to me. And I'll take the somewhat controversial position that we need more industry working with us as surgery is getting more complex, care is getting more complex, and we shouldn't be worrying about industry as some kind of alien presence that's dangerous for patients. The more we work with them and teach them how to deal with the fiduciary issues, the better off everybody will be.
I think
go ahead.
Sorry, I totally agree. And I those relationships can be really complex. And that's why I brought up like the emails in the beginning, because it is pressure, right? To have that relationship with industry. And I think, someone asked about that, how do you balance that being in the OR? And I think that there is a real role, and I hope that I, kind of said that in my talk, to have people there. And so I do feel like in the ideal world, it's a pretty professional relationship. I think often reps will try to make it a little bit more of a personal relationship, so that you do feel a little bit more guilt when you are or are not using something that they want you to use. And I feel like in my short time as an attending, I've learned to not let those relationships be anything more than professional, so that, you don't feel guilty when you're thinking like, oh my goodness, I know they have a new kid on the way, maybe I should use their company, or I don't want them to go out of business. Maybe I should, and so that you can really evaluate things. But I think they should absolutely be there.
Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, I would just add that although it may not be quite as apparent, but clearly there are even industry relationships at the professional society level. There are initiatives at the sort of professional society-wide level that are supported by industry. There has been a role for professional societies to conduct educational sessions that primarily are, directed at maybe learning how to use new techniques and new technologies, such as the ones that we described. I can tell you that the device makers for that transcatheter aortic valve were not very happy with the professional societies when it was to be not a free open market rollout, but rather it would be done in a controlled fashion. And yet ultimately they came around and actually, as I indicated, helped support the registry because they actually needed the data as well to demonstrate safety and efficacy for further FDA level approvals. So it became a nice confluence of interests and a great partnership, which, beginning at the, when it was first, these discussions were first being held, it was not so apparent that the interests would actually all be aligned. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I think what sort of carried the day was, we're all obligated to do what's best for the patients. And that really became the sort of unifying theme for guiding how it was that we would go forward.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. I think you've answered a pretty direct question in the chat, which was, essentially, is industry ever truly patient first aligned, in the sense that they have such a strong financial incentive to proceed forward with continually moving more and more technology forward and more expensive options. But as you noted in your case presentation and in your discussion just now, at the end of the day, with the type of collaboration that you've described, you were able to ensure at least that industry that may already have had good intentions for the patient population was truly patient aligned and ethically focused on the patient first. Is that correct?
I would say that's a good summary. Yes, thank you.
And so someone had proposed that perhaps, so thinking again about this relationship with industry, these are multi-billion-dollar companies. Is there a role, though, in these relationships that we have with industry to not engage with them in any financial way whatsoever? So there's been some people who've proposed, one person proposed in the chat, that we just certainly can't have any financial relationship with industry whatsoever. And at first blush, I'm thinking of consultation fees, but of course we're paid to do the surgeries. We have incentives to do these surgeries that are financial as well. You could get quite into the weeds trying to define where that relationship could even end. Does anybody have a comment about that? Perhaps Dr. McNeely, because I know that you're very much in favor of having continued relationships with industry, and I do see the benefit from that.
Well, I was inspired from those early closure of ventricular septal defects, which, when patched, occasionally the conduction system was injured, requiring the invention of the pacemaker. And so the whole pacemaker industry grew out of collaboration between the Medtronic company and the surgeons at the University of Minnesota. That kind of collaboration was inspiring to me to watch, and it can go on, as I'm sure Teresa experiences with the spine companies. If it's a thoroughly patient-oriented, patient-motivated collaboration, then it's a winner for all of us.
Any other comments on that point?
So I think, Louise, it's important to realize that the companies are there to make a profit, to make money for their shareholders. If they didn't do that, they would go out of business. So their business is to generate, in some cases, new and innovative surgical products. And if they fail at that, they'll go out of business and there won't be any new innovative surgical products. So I think that they may have a bias to the success of their various products, but in no way are they interested in just pushing failing devices on people, because in the long run, it's going to come back to bite them. So I don't think that they're sort of the evil empire. And I think that many of these innovative technologies would not exist were it not for industry, which supports them, which funds them, that pays the bills for these long regulatory processes. And obviously they need to get something back in the end. They're not charities. But I think along a similar line, one of the questions here had to do with corporate hospitals. And I think it's important to realize that corporate hospitals are there to have to make money, but not-for-profit hospitals are definitely not there to make a loss. Because if they make a loss year after year, they go out of business too. So everybody has to do things that to some extent are in the patient's interest and some extent are in their own best interest in terms simply of existence. That's where some of the controversies, but from the individual physician standpoint, it's probably important to keep your eye on the ball and put your effort toward your patients. And if you think that something innovative is going to help them, then it's fine to do.
I think that's a great summary. Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, I would just point out the other role that industry has served, certainly in the cardiovascular realm, and I think in a lot of other realms, and that is, one of us might get a good idea or think of a new way to do things, but to actually carry that forward through the regulatory processes that Dr. White was describing, and through actually making sure that the device is reliably manufactured and comes out sterile and comes, for insertion, and all of those sorts of things that, us physician surgeon types don't have any experience or expertise with. It does require a real collaborative relationship and a real partnership, if you will, almost, in order to bring some of these good ideas to clinical application widely.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. The complexities are not things that we can address easily outside of this current system and relationship with industry that we have, both from a regulatory standpoint and passing those hurdles, but just in designing things that are so complex as well. We've come up against the time. I'm a little bit over, and I apologize for that. I guess there was one question we didn't address that it naturally flows from our conversation, so I'll send you off with it to ponder, which was, how can we find a balance between continuously advancing surgical technologies, which we've all said we really want to do, while also improving the availability of more basic surgical resources to areas in need. And so, building upon our commitment to understanding disparities in access, we've talked about all these high cost and pushing the boundaries there, but also we always need to keep our eye on the prize, or eye on the ball, as Dr. White was saying, and be sure that we are putting our patients first, and that means ensuring access to surgery in the first instance, even the less technologically advanced. I would just want to thank all of our presenters tonight, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Hanto. I'm so grateful to have been part of this conversation with each of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. King. I would like to reiterate and thank our presenters tonight, Drs. White, Williamson, Meyer, and McNeely, for their outstanding and provocative discussion of the ethical considerations in surgical innovation. I would also like to thank all of you who listened tonight and asked questions of our expert panel. I would also like to thank Dr. King for moderating an excellent discussion with our panelists and covering the questions from the Q&A. I would also like to take an opportunity to thank Christine Mitchell, who's the Executive Director of the Center for Bioethics, for her involvement and support of this Harvard Surgical Ethics Conference, and also Dr. Robert Trug, who is the Director of the Center for Bioethics, for his support. Finally, I'd like to thank Ms. Troutman, Ms. Stefanides, and Mr. Amato for their technical, graphic, and organizational support of this conference. We couldn't have done it without their help. On behalf of the Surgical Ethics Working Group, we thank you for attending and hope you will join us next week on Monday, June 27th, for our final installment.
Good morning. Let's start our session. In this session, several Zero Project awardees will present insight into African innovative policies and participative political processes within society in sub-Saharan Africa. Representing Light for the World, Mr. Etienne Bagre. Mr. Etienne is expert on management and administration of company and organization, with a graduation as a specialist in finance and accounting, and passionate of governance, system, structures, and processes in the organizations. Representing Outlook Humanitarian Care Initiative, Emmanuel Eze, founder and president. Emmanuel is a think tank on the international development and humanitarian issue, and his mission is to inspire and inform policy and practice which lead to the reduction of the poverty learnings. He will present online. Representing Shonaki Social Enterprise, Irna and Francisca. Irna is passionate passion lies in solving complex social problems, particularly addressing the dishonorment of the voice of right orders. Representing Lesotho National Federation of Persons with Disability, and luckily we are not sure to get him online because he's facing a lot of challenge to be connected, but we expect he can join during the session. And the last speaker will be Site Savers, represented by Lawrence Leclerc. Lawrence is the Global Technical Lead, Education and Social Inclusion in West Africa. Lawrence is specialist on disability inclusion and in education and local governance, with a particular focus in this last field on citizenship, political participation, and local development. Let's say that democracy is a wish for all countries and people. Democracy is a journey, sometimes long, painful, and can become a disaster when it is against aspiration of most people. Democracy is still a land with adjustment needed. Political participation is a thermometer for the democracy. The level of inclusive and participatory election depend on the stability of our society and its economy. Political participation is a right for all. Our topic will mostly focus on political participation in Africa for women and men with disabilities. The study realized by Central Africa OPDs in 2021 identified main barriers to the political participation for persons with disability in Africa. There are stigma and discrimination, stereotypes, low level of education of persons with disability, including the leaders at the community level, no mention of the participation of persons with disability in electoral framework, inaccessibility of electoral frameworks through registration and voting procedures, lack of access to information and documentations, lack of interest among women and men with disability to politics, armed conflict, which generate fear and reluctance to go to the polls. Main barriers to political participation for persons with disability are the non-implementation of the Article 12 on legal recognition of persons with disability, the Article 31, statistic and data collection, and the Article 33, application and monitoring of the UNCRPD. The violence currently observed in politics, as well the division that is caused, does not motivate and does not facilitate the participation of persons with disability. In sub-Saharan Africa, main actors are pushing to improve political participation of persons with disability. The African Union, United Nations, national government and electoral commissions, organization of persons with disability, and civil society umbrellas and NGOs. There is some innovative action on the field that we can mention. We noticed that there are candidates with disability elected or appointed in some countries in Africa, like Cameroon, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Uganda, etc. Advocacy tools and strategy for inclusive election, political participation of persons with disability are developed in most of the countries. There is a specific article on disability in the Constitution of the Tunisia. The availability of reliable disability data collected through the use of the Washington Group question during the national census that could reinforce the advocacy work for disability inclusion. There are new information technology that will facilitate voting, including electronic voting for persons with disability. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm pleased to invite for the presentations the first speaker, Mr. Etienne Bagre from Burkina Faso. He would like to share with us an inclusive election guide developed in sub-Saharan Africa country, the example of implementation of the Article 29 of the UNCRPD in Burkina Faso. Mr. Etienne, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear chair and dear co-speaker of this panel. I'm really honored to talk on behalf of an organization that is Light for the World. And I want also to join in this speech our key partners, and one who is in this room. I would cite Mrs. Esther, the Burkina Faso National Election Commission. Please, Mrs. Esther, she is the General Secretary. And it's at the same time a huge responsibility to talk because we as Light for the World, we are supporting partners and we are expecting them to talk and to testify how this project bring change in our system. Anyway, I have to talk, and before doing that, I cannot just want to have some thought to my country that at this moment really facing serious insecurity crisis, with numerous people displaced from their home villages, and for sure we are counting persons with disability among these internally displaced persons. But we are saying that hope is a load, and that's why we want also to continue to building, what can I say, a resilient and inclusive electoral system in our country. So let's continue and see what happens in the coming years, mainly because next year we will have elections in the country, and time is not really enough. The inclusive election guide, just to talk about the context, we have a status quo of participation of people with disabilities in our country. As per the law, participation of persons with disabilities in election is a granted right, and it's supposed they are to exercising this right on the basis of equality with others. At the same time, we wanted to confront this narrative to the practice, and we initiated a pilot initiative during the election in 2015 to assess if there is any deviation needed to be addressed. And of course, through the monitoring of this election, documentation of the challenges. This led to the need to really improve the political participation. That's why we designed a full project for advocacy and advocating for inclusive election. This advocacy will focus on identification of the barriers to the effective participation. The second focus was to elaborate a guidance document for the National Election Commission. And something that is also important in this process is the linkage and to creating network between various actors comprising government, civil society organizations, and organizations of persons with disabilities. This project is something that we are telling that it translates our action to action, our value of leave no one behind. And also, I want to add the nothing about us without us. So, our statistics are talking by themselves because based on the last national census, 73% of persons with disabilities are 18 years old, meaning they have the right to vote. It represents a little bit more than 2 million of persons from our last census. And as another consideration of this project, we have the UN CRPD and also the Sustainable Development Goals that comment has to support initiative raising the voices of these 2 million of our citizens. To share the key outcomes of this project aiming to remove barriers. The first one is advocacy, to strengthen references to accessibility and reasonable accommodation. All that can be put in the accessibility, talking about registration processes, accessibility in the polling stations, including also vote documents. And the second outcome is the development of a guidance document. It's why we are calling the inclusive election guide. This document, it's a little bit document, but its content is really prominent for the stakeholders. And we are saying that this document is really the core achievement of this project. We have carried out communication and information through the country, and based on this evaluation, more than 10 million of people have been reached through television and radio. The last actions of this project was the monitoring of the polling, supposed to ensure the effectiveness of measures taken to facilitate the voting. This last result, I would say, is something that's ongoing, and we will have the chance to prove if all measures have been taken in the next election, and in this role, disability movement should play the leadership role. We want to share some successes or some add values of this project. The first one is that the guide really influenced public policy, especially the National Election Commission, about the route to inclusive inclusive elections. Political parties and media, organizations of persons with disabilities are really benefited to the guide document. An event organization out of Burkina Faso, like the WAFUD, West African Federation of Organization of People with Disability, already use it in workshop as a reference document. And the six sorry, I think yes. We can also just add that apart these three elements, the guide is also what we can say a long growth capacity and scalability document, because it's something that really doesn't request a lot of money for dissemination, and in the next step we'll have a broader distribution of the guide to all the stakeholders. Talking about the challenges and success factors, first challenges: making material and messages accessible to different types of disabilities. Of course, the first of the challenges that the National Commission has to face. And hopefully, in January this year, a workshop already has been held to discuss how to the condition to realize all these preliminary actions in terms of preparedness, and reflection is ongoing, and we hope will come up to the ideal solution for this issue. Second challenge is also how to get electoral inclusive and all required reasonable accommodation. We have a lot, but we have just point out these two challenges. As success of factors, the first is, of course, that all stakeholders had to have a common agreement on what are priorities for us in the country, and it's regarding mainly the reasonable accommodation. Could we extend to all type of disabilities by the time being, or should we decide to keep priority and 4 type of disabilities have been suggested, and I hope actors will have common agreement on that. Second and important conditions is the funding. We know there are a lot of challenges, a lot of needs in the country. We have, I would say, a low-income country, and currently insecurity issues is really the first of the priorities, but we also need to keep in mind that we cannot skip these elections, and fund has to be provided to the National Electoral Commission, and yearly. Next step, this one is really an handover to other actors like National Board, because has later word and the other actors who have introduced the topic. Now it's, I would say, the operational phase, and it's the role of the National Electoral Commission to go forward, and specifically to train actors, civil societies, parties, and organizations of persons with disability. We want just to thank everybody for your kind attention, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Etienne. And now let's try to have the second speaker online, Mr. Emmanuel from Nigeria, on the topic interactive audio instruction using a mix of radio and digital content to train young learners in a rural area. Emmanuel.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Emmanuel Eze, the founder of Outlook Monitoring Care Initiative, a civil society organization based in Ababa State, Nigeria, precisely. I am 57 years old with low cut hair, wearing glasses on my face. I'll give you a brief story of how we came about interactive audio instruction. Next slide. Interactive audio instruction is a digital innovation program designed to support vulnerable women and girls and youths in Nigeria. We believe in storytelling. Storytelling enhanced learning. Many years ago, many young Nigerians, women and child, experienced childhood abuse, stalking, beating, sexual abuse, and so on and so forth. Based on that, many of them are very scared of telling stories about their predicament. And I and my team decided to come together to see how we can help them out. We started what we call radio digital program. We start going from house to house to talk to them about our project. We let them to know the need not to be shy about the program. We begin to transform their life through storytelling to draw their attention on what it takes to know that sexual abuse is against human rights. Many of them are illiterate. They're not sound in their education because of what we experience in Nigeria, poverty learning. So what we did, we called them, we start storytelling to bring their mind together so that they will know what it takes to be away from sexual abuse. We begin by encouraging them to attend our meetings. From there, they started having the ability to speak out. Today, Nigeria is one of the countries in the world that experience sexual abuse in the country. It is well noted. Even as I'm talking to you now today, there is problem in Nigeria all over the place. The system is bad because of we don't have leadership. And it has affected every virtual things we are doing in our country. Thank you very much. Next slide. Our project main objective is to help young learners to be able to learn good skills through entrepreneurship, through education, to empower them to have aim and objectives. Remember, early learning is the foundation of every foundation of life. That's the main objective of our project. Because when you forget to meet the early learning stage, you discover you have missed all. So Outlook Monitoring Care Initiative is a frontliner advocate. We engage in enlightenment campaign and activities through radio digital program called Interaction Audio Initiative, which is the main project we are focusing on now. We believe that when we come together as a team, we will win the war against illiteracy in Africa. Over 10 million young children in Africa don't go to school currently now because of conflict in all the regions in Nigeria. Kidnapping, stealing, all kind of violence is what is experiencing in Nigeria. So many young children don't go to school. So the purpose of interactive audio instruction is to, we will broadcast through radio station from far distant places. They will be connected. They will be listening to our radio program. We have, it's a scripted. This is what is called professional teaching method. It's not something that you pick people on. It's people that have to do with professionals who are well trained, that have the ability through government curriculum to teach through radio broadcasting. It's very low cost incentives, very wide to reach on distant lane. People can hear us, people can listen to us, people can observe us in a very distant places. Thank you. Next slide. What makes our project innovative? You see in the picture here, this is the classroom teaching. We use different dual programs. Use MP. We can record program and insert it in a recorder and use children to learn in the schools, while the teacher will be there observing what is going on in the classroom. Because what you see in this very program is interactive audio instruction helps teachers to learn to be trained, not only students. When students are properly trained, the teachers all are properly trained, the output result of the training, we see the resulting effect, what is called the outcome effect of our teaching. When you are in the classroom, the radio teacher is busy listening also to the radio program, while also the students are also listening. At the end of the day, there will be so many questions, a kind of interaction will be going on in their mind to know what is exactly what happened. But based on that kind of application, you will see we get end result. In our own initiative, in this our program, you discover that it's very, very innovative, very, very innovative in that it builds the ability of children to learn from the low scale to high esteem. Thank you very much. Next slide. Here you will discover these young chaps here in our slide. We have introduced our program. We budgeted a lot of transistor radio to them for a mobile phone and share it among school children in our community. We give it to them so that they can be able to study at their peak and listen. Our radio program is being broadcasted 2 times in a week through the help of our community-based organization. In this very approach, the schools listen to our radio broadcasting so that they can be able to be effective. And this very program is always very, very sensitive. During COVID-19 pandemic, many children were at home. They don't go. Thank you much. Next slide. The factor of the success of the program. You listen from this slide, you discover the factor of success of our program. This boy is 14 years old. You can see he's handicapped. He's a student of Ososo Community Primary School here in Aba State. The radio you see in his hand is being supplied by OHCI with community-based organization. He follow up our teaching via radio and mobile setting. Based on this program you see in his hand, he listened to our various radio teaching based on employment opportunity, learning outcomes, and gender equality and human rights abuse. All these things comes together to bring students to be aware of the events that happen in the society. And I believe that this very, very project we are going on in our society has helped so many children that are handicapped to have accessibility, to reduce barriers. Even when we believe in a generation we are living with technology, we defeat barriers. With technology, we enhance enhancement. With technology, people see. And I believe this very topic you see here is very, very attractive in our society. These boys have been able to follow up the program time and time. And this program has been immensely helpful to him to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Now, I invite Erna to share with us the digital based support group for parents of children with disability, focusing on the role of the network to improve political participation in Africa. Erna, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Before I start, I just want... Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, before I start, I just want to introduce my colleague who didn't introduce in the beginning. It's Fran. She's got a remarkable gift to meet people where they are. So just want to bring Fran into the conversation as well. And then, of course, the parent network. They're all listening from wherever they are, in their houses, in their schools, and so forth. I hope we do it justice. So the parent network is a digital network, like Ellie said, that allows parents across South Africa, across 9 provinces, to connect with each other. Since we launched it in September 2020, more than 1,000 parents access the support of the network daily on their phones, mostly via the WhatsApp platform. And they do that, and through connecting, they access peer support, access to quality and relevant information, and then obviously lots of referrals between social, educational, and health services. There's different roles within the parent network. The one of them we call the network parents and the parent researchers. They really have a fundamental important role within the network because they reach out door to door to parents within their areas, specifically making sure that those without smartphones can be part of the conversation around political participation. And they use a tool that we call the Let's Talk Parents tool to monitor the implementation of policy in their areas. We're going to show you a video just for some context. I think it's sometimes difficult to imagine where we work. And it's a story of an 8-year-old girl with a name Nana. She has quite advanced CP, and you will see that she's undergoing a journey in the video with her grandmother as they try to access support at the clinic. And then towards the end of the video, you will see the support of the network and how that really sort of practically happens in a way that they sort of support each other to address these systemic barriers. So please enjoy. You can take it away.
I love you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope one day we get you ready for school too. Sorry to make you uncomfortable. I know this device is too small. I have contacted the therapist. You are on a waiting list, but I know it is just really long to wait. I don't mind that they stare. Hopefully seeing us, people learn about disability. And as Buddha says, Nana can be invited too. This is the school I hope you can go to one day, because the other centers for kids with disabilities only took care of your basic needs and didn't understand you can learn. It is frustrating that I cannot access all these services Nana needs at my local clinic. Now we need to travel to the town, to the hospital, to get her what she needs.
Thank you. It was such a great day making that video with the two of them. So as you can see in the video, and really the concept of the network is that parents of children with disabilities are often isolated, uncounted, or ignored. And it's really exacerbated by a history of disownment of voice, resulting in them being disempowered not to take up their right to political participation. In South Africa, the voices of very few persons with disabilities, and in some cases, no parents, actually influence the policies of the policies that affect their lives in South Africa in general. How we influence policy and sort of how we do it, we just really feel strongly that the continued vulnerability that we're talking about right now requires a more vigorous, coordinated approach that's not relying on individuals' sort of viewpoints, but that parents and children with disabilities or persons with disabilities must be the key informants of policies that's actually directing or influencing their lives. And this is where the tool is coming in that we designed called the Let's Talk Parents tool. The tool, sorry, I can just see quickly. So let's go back to the story of Nana and her grandmother, Mama Lema. So we would like to show you in this tool how she's now actually taking the next step to take up a right to political participation. So in the first video, you've seen her struggling with the systemic barriers and accessing the services, and how she then connected for support to other parents. In this video, we are showing them sitting in the house on their bed, wherever they are in South Africa. In their particular story, it's in a small town called Malmesbury in the Western Cape province, and she's sitting in a house actually taking up this right to political participation. So we'll take it from after this one further. To make him a little bit short for the time limit, but we can share that with you also. So that's just an example, for instance, how she's using the tool that's based on a link between the UN Convention's articles and then the pillars of the White Paper of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So in this particular case, she monitored White Paper Pillar 4, which is about the access to education for Nana in South Africa. So then how do we use the results? Because ultimately that's really what it's about. We've been using the results from a parent-led monitoring to do submissions to the shadow report to the UN Convention in South Africa at the moment. We are finalizing that. We've been using it for progress reports on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities in South Africa, and just generally in terms of policy input and reporting. So that is our story, how we're using the parent network and the tool, the Let's Talk Parents tool, to make sure that we can advocate for political participation for parents of children with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for sharing. Let's try if our colleague from Lesotho is online, is Nkazi. He would like to share a case study from Lesotho, but I'm not sure he's online. He's not online. Thank you very much. Let's go to the last speaker, Laurence Leclerc. She would like to talk about supporting democracy through inclusive local governance in Senegal and Cameroon, a program of citizenship and political participation of women and men with disability. Laurent, the floor is yours.
Merci, Eli. So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share with you Sight Savers program on citizenship and political participation of women and men with disabilities. and more especially how meaningful participation in local governance processes has been made possible in 9 local councils of 6 different regions in Senegal and Cameroon. So the challenges we faced while starting in 2018 were the inadequate representation and participation of people with disabilities in the political sphere. And there was also a very poor gender balance. Another challenge that we faced was the absence of disability-inclusive local development processes. So basically, persons with disabilities were not associated to any management of the city or municipalities, and local councillors didn't know how to include people with disabilities in the discussions. And at national level, the ministries of decentralization or ministry of governance were delegated the so-called disability affairs to the ministries of social affairs. So there was no recognition of the role and place of people with disabilities in political processes or policies at local level. Our theory of change identified 3 pathways. So you can see the first one at micro level, population and communities. We supported empowerment of people with disabilities in local governance and leadership, trying to increase self-confidence and addressing stigma and discrimination. The second pathway at mezzo level is systems and services. So we try to ensure accessibility to official documents and information and political spaces to people with disabilities. And the third pathway is governance and policies, supporting ownership of the relevant ministries and policy change. So what was our goal in this project? Our goal was that women and men with disabilities should be elected as local councillors, or at least should be represented in local council committees. And we had an assumption. We were thinking that if they meaningfully contribute to the process of local development, you can see the cycle here on the slide. So if they meaningfully contribute to the diagnosis of the needs at community level, the analysis of these needs, conceptualization, planning and implementation of local projects, monitoring and evaluation at local level, then their needs and aspirations would be taken into account within the general local development plans of the municipalities and in the participatory budgets. So therefore, their needs would be translated into inclusive local services. So these were our assumption. In the slide, you can see the second picture, which is person with disabilities working with other local councillors to include their need in the general local development plan of the municipality. So to achieve this goal, we had key activities during 5 years of the project. We carried out SBC studies on stigma and discrimination in political participation. We co-designed a lot of resources. You can see technical guides, training modules and tools, especially on local development and participatory budget. Advocacy, awareness raising and training of all stakeholders. We also spend time to support people with disability to obtain their official papers like ID cards or voting cards. We were doing coaching and networking of candidates with disabilities and also twinning on a mentoring system with local politicians. And finally, a big part of our project was also to co-fund inclusive local development plans in municipalities. So in terms of achievements, in Senegal and Cameroon, we have seen for the first time women and men with disabilities elected as local councillors and officially appointed as active members of local councils' thematic committees. So basically in municipalities or local council, you have committees working on health, on education, on economic empowerment, social, etc. And we had people with disabilities who were appointed as representatives in each of these thematic committees, so they could really act as influencers. And we can record 204 people with disabilities so far, who are either elected as local councillor or parliamentarians or senators, or who have been included on political parties' list in an eligible position. Another achievement was that in Cameroon, 40,000 people with disabilities were registered in the voting list. And in Senegal, the electoral code was revised and made more disability inclusive. So this is my last slide. Way forward. So thanks to our donor, Irish Aid, in the 5 coming years, we will scale up nationally this project, because this project was a pilot, and now we work with the ministries of decentralization in Senegal and Cameroon to see how we can scale up nationally to all districts and all regions. We can say that our gender approach was quite strong in the program, but we have identified other gaps, and for the next program we have identified better targeted interventions for people with disabilities that were left behind, especially people with intellectual disabilities. And we also would like to focus on youth, because it's the new generation. So we have a program starting in Sierra Leone to duplicate our approach with a specific focus on youth with disabilities, citizenship, and political participation. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. Now we have the opportunity to interact with speakers, but before I give the floor to you, the audience, I have some few questions to speakers. Let's start with Etienne from Burkina Faso. I would like to know why the political participation for persons with disability is so important in your country.
Thank you. I don't know if I have to start by referring to the UN Convention, of course, but in any case, let's say, as a right matter, each person counts. We cannot undermine the voices of millions of persons, and it's essential to, I want to say again, to leave no one behind. The second thing I can highlight is the need to unlock the potential of these people, and by giving or creating appropriate space and opportunity to express, of course, their need, but also a thing where persons with disabilities are the best place to express their need and also to advocate their place. And we are sure and convinced that they can also contribute in their communities and also in the government bodies. But the starting point, of course, for some of these results, starting by participating in elections, be as voter or as candidate. So if we do not miss some goal like the inclusive society we are teaching and preaching, it's important to think about the condition of the full participation in political competitions.
Thank you very much, Etienne. I hope that Emmanuel is still online from Nigeria. Emmanuel, I would like to know regarding all the challenges.
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, thank you. Regarding all the challenges you are facing in this project, how can you ensure that this innovation to be part of the national system and policy for a sustainable practice by using ICT in the training and education?
Thank you very much. We know ICT technologies is a new innovation in modern time. As a humanitarian organization, we are looking forward to cooperate with other organizations like School Educational Board and Ministry of Education, a kind of partnership to aid us to work toward that application. Because if you do it on our own, you may not go far in our project. So there is need for collaboration, a kind of partnership to achieve the objective of the project. Hello?
Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. Anna, maybe Francesca, yeah. How can you make sure that parent voices are or will be heard all time by policy makers and decision makers for a full and meaningful participation in politics?
Thank you so much, Eli. Just to introduce myself, I'm Francisca. I'm Anna's colleague. I'm a 30-year-old white female with long dark brown hair, brown eyes, and I'm wearing a black shirt. And to respond to your question, Eli, I think firstly it's important to mention the role that parents have played in and will continue to play in the sustainability of the parent network. So the network was designed with a participatory approach, and parents were engaged from the beginning in designing the model of the network. But right now also include roles such as network parents that Adna mentioned in the presentation, and that these roles remain at the core of the network and ensure that the network remains goal-directed and really focuses on the issues that are relevant to parents as those adapt and change over time. Network parents are also a dedicated role that is performed by parents, and they are especially important that in ensuring that parent voices are highlighted. Secondly, also, we hope to continue scaling the network in South Africa. When we started the parent network, we had a goal of having one network parent in each district, which is a smaller geographical location of South Africa. And it has very quickly become noticeable that that's not a big enough of a goal. And we now aim to have one network parent in each town of South Africa. And this is really to ensure that all parents, including parents who do not have access to a WhatsApp-enabled smartphones, have access to the network and are able to feed their data through to the network and receive support from network parents. And then lastly, really, it's around the sustainability of the network in terms of continued relationships with governmental departments, funders, and the private sector. And really, as we scale and grow, it's around finding funders and investors that are able to match the adaptive needs of the network. so that we can continue to acknowledge the important role that parents play in the network.
Thank you very much, Francisca. Lorraine, one of the biggest challenges for persons with disability is building the self-confidence in the whole sector of the life. How your program managed to pull out so many women and men with disability into political sphere, and how to make this initiative more sustainable.
Thank you, Eli. So what we can say is that it was really a gradual initiative during 5 years. So of course, first of all, we work with and through OPDs to support and guide their members. But also we have identified women and men with disabilities who are really willing to be candidates in local elections throughout the two countries, in Senegal and Cameroon. And these people really wanted to participate in local decision-making groups. So when we have identified them, there was a mix of capacity building activities. And I can say that during this conference, I've heard many activities similar in various sessions. For us, it was training these people in leadership, communication, advocacy, but also on local development, electoral processes, and local governance system, because it's not so obvious. And then we had all these activities on coaching, individual coaching, so it took a lot of time, it's true, and peer-to-peer support. And especially for women with disabilities, we had a strategy which was to organize a mentoring system. So having women leader or woman politician supporting one woman with disability wanted to be candidate, and build self-confidence, explaining the difficulties of being a woman participating in communities and in local councils, etc. And then we had all these activities around networking and alliances. What we did also to build self-confidence was to organize confrontational meetings with local councillors and other politicians to really fight the myth and stereotypes about people with disabilities, so-called lack of capacities, or so-called having not added value or being a burden for communities, and showing them that they were doing things for the community at local level also, and that they had a voice. Now, in terms of sustainability, we know it's always more complex, but really what I said is that we are really doing decentralization system strengthening here. So we are working through the ministries of decentralization to see how we will scale up all this initiative nationally, working through various institutions, decentralization institutions, sorry. We will continue to build the capacities, or at least to support the OPD federations, but not only the federation, right? It's a program on decentralization. So we will also work to see how we can support at regional level OPDs and also at local level. And we know that it's much more complex because most of the time the literacy is not here, the self-confidence is not here, etc. And yeah, I mean, we will put a stronger focus on youth now. It's the next generation, so hoping that in terms of sustainability, they will take the lead step by step.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. Now, I think if there is someone from the audience who wants to interact with the speakers, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's great. Edward Winter, World Vision. A couple of questions. First for Erna and Francesca. Just those network parents, how do you recruit them? Are they volunteers or they have a specific function? And second, to Lorraine, you know, you said that you're working through local government, but often that's very ineffectual. It's not working properly. To what extent were you able to shift budget allocations to the issues prioritized by persons with disabilities within the program? Did you see any concrete changes there? Thanks.
Thank you, Edna, and then Lorette. Francisca.
Thank you. So the network parents was a role that we started up from last year. And we advertised it into the network of parents with some criteria around activities and tasks that the network parents would be completing. So things like availability of time, kind of a personality to want to support other parents, run door-to-doors, avail yourself to online training on the WhatsApp platform, and feel confident to kind of take the information and training and share it with others. And then through that process, parents applied, and they sent a short, it could be a written WhatsApp text. Some parents even wrote it on a piece of paper, took a picture, sent it to us, a motivation of why they wanted to be a network parent. One of the criteria was either a parent or a caregiver of a child with a disability or a person with a disability, or a person with a disability themselves. Really, we felt quite strongly, and parents felt really strongly, that the network should really be for people with disabilities and for parents of children and people with disabilities, so that can remain kind of a core of the network and the message that we spread.
Just on the payment, so in the beginning it was all quite voluntarily, so people came, parents came together and so on. But as we grew, we also felt that it's important to make a statement that caregiving is a job. So we actually raised funds for a stipend, so we pay parents to do that, and we continue to do that as much as we can. But that's another important statement we wanted to make from the beginning, that this type of work is work. It's not just something you just give your time for.
So, working with local governments, it's true, it's not easy. But we work through various decentralization institutions to get to the local governments. For example, in these countries, you have the associations of mayors. You have the Ministry of Decentralization regional delegations and district delegations. You also have, for example, the national schools of local councillors or national schools of administrators. You also have the high councils of local councils. So you have a lot of various actors that could help you in your advocacy if really you explain the approach. And this is what we did really. We even put some inclusive local development strategies and approach within their curricula. We trained the key leaders of this association so that at some point they could also cascade this training at local level. So this is how we worked with local governments. And we were quite surprised because once the stigma and stereotypes that local councillors may have towards the participation of persons with disability were out, then finally we could see people who really had willingness to have persons with disability on board. So of course, there were some pilots, but at least we know now what kind of approach we can take with which strategic actors, etc. Now, as for the budget allocation, what we did in this pilot local councils was really to work with them on their local development plans that they have. And also, most of them had some
pilot local
approach on
really to work
had some
local development plan.
And most of them had some participatory budget cycle. Let's say that they try to involve the community to decide the key funding components of their plans. So we made sure that persons with abilities and their representative were in these sessions. And knowing that it would not be enough, of course, because at some point when you have arbitration about what needs to be funded and what resources you effectively have, to be sure that the disability inclusion would not be out. We worked also through the donors and the national development pot, if you want, who are funding this local council's budget. And we work with them to add disability criteria within their checklist to ensure that this would be a condition for a local council to receive funds from the national government funds and from donors to ensure that you would have disability inclusive criteria in this budget.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning. I know that you speak about the political participation of people with disabilities, and I want to know if you have any project that allow people with disabilities who are not able to write, if you have any kind of project to allow them to vote using new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who want to interact to answer to the question? I don't know, Emmanuel, you would like to interact? Okay, if there anyone who want to answer to the question, try.
Okay, since the question is to all of us, specifically for us in Life for the World, we do not really have a project focused on a specific type of disability. We had some initiatives that were ongoing, maybe in the new cycle of programming, because we are always in this, it's a thematic and strategic, country strategic plan talking about the disability inclusion. And this is covering cross-cutting issues and including these political rights and related matters. So as far as any opportunities can be translated into project, it's something we can take into account, but currently we do not have a specific project for that.
Thank you, Etienne. Something to add?
Yeah, maybe just a small thing to add. I think it's we found that it's also really key to look at your methodology. So, for instance, we didn't even expect in the beginning that WhatsApp could be like quite like an inclusive form of education. So we do get parents or even persons with disabilities who just use voice note or pictures or texting. So I think it's also about, for us in any case, what we've learned is how we can use like WhatsApp, for instance, to be quite an inclusive communication tool for participation. It's kind of something that we didn't imagine that in the beginning, but through doing the work, learning that's really been quite enabling.
Thank you. There are 3 people.
Sorry, I had a response on that, just very quick. The International Foundation for Electoral Systems, who won an award here, they're not present in the room. They've done adaptations to standards in many different countries. So they're the best people to talk to. They're in the guide, so I recommend that. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah.
Hi, Rishti Nakdeen from the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. Just in response to the question, I think some of the challenges around assistive technologies in many African countries face a problem of infrastructure in those places. So the ability to introduce that is still very much along the lines of Braille templates, ballot papers that assist, not yet around the introduction of computer technology in those places. I had a question specifically for site savers, and this relates to the stigma question. And the question relates more around the stigma around political parties adding people with disabilities on their proportional representation lists, and what your findings have been around tackling those issues from the political party side as opposed to from the candidate side. If you could elaborate a little bit more, because it's interesting that you talk about local councils as a starting point, but in a country like Senegal, would you eventually aim to have a presidential candidate, somebody with a disability being able to stand, and what do you think that trajectory will look like in terms of change?
Before Lauren answers to the question, I would take the last question from the audience, because we promised to stay and to keep on time. So, Steve.
Thank you. I'm Steve Mboko from the Brazzaville Group on Disability Statistics. My question goes to Lawrence. I have two questions for her. The first one is, do you have accurate data to be sure that you have been inclusive about your action in Senegal and Cameroon? And the second one is there any challenge that you have been facing since you work with many public organizations in the two countries, Senegal and Cameroon? Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, 2 minutes, and then we will go to the recap. Thank you.
Okay. So for political parties, first of all, of course, we worked with local OPDs to ensure they understood really the governance system, how it works, what is it to be a representative, what is it to be in a party, etc. And then we worked with them on advocacy. And they went to visit each political parties. I mean, there are so many sometimes, so at least the 10 more important political parties. And before the elections, and they were expressing their needs, what they wanted to have, the representation they thought they had the right to have in the party, and they were asking the leaders of this party some pledge for the next election. And of course, they recorded this pledge, they put that on video, on paper, etc. And then they checked the political party manifestos as well to ensure that there was some disability, let's say, consideration. So when the time of election was coming, just before, you know, they made some announcement in the radio, in the local TV, saying that, well, these candidates have pledged that we would have at least one person in our list in an eligible position, which means that if we won we will probably be at the local council as local councillors elected, because we have a seat ensured by the political party. And another strategy was to try to count persons with disability in the municipalities, to say, look, we represent X number of voices. So what are you doing for us? Because we, OPD, local OPD, we will go and visit our members, and we will also talk about the different manifestos and what they are in these manifestos. So what do you offer, basically?
Thanks.
So, yeah.
Lauren?
Yeah.
Quickly, we have to make a recap. And then
maybe just on the data.
Yeah.
So we can give you some research that we did at the beginning and at the end of the project. So we have baseline and end line. And we did door-to-door, let's say, interviews to understand better the situation. So we have this research that we can that are published in our website and that we can share with you, of course.
Thank you. I would encourage people to continue interacting with all the speakers after this session. Yeah, time to recap. To improve the political participation in Africa, some action need to be taken. Advocacy that persons with disability are represented in the election committee, but also in the National Election Commission. Persons with disability are represented and elected in local council and local development committees. Building capacity of persons with disability and their organization to lead advocacy for the implementation of the UN CRPD and also to develop the report to the Human Rights Commission. Supporting national election bodies on how to make election inclusive for persons with disability, like developing inclusive guidelines. Raising interest for women and men with disability to politics, supporting government to implement the UN Convention of Rights of Persons with Disability by developing application of legal and legislative texts. Raising awareness among political parties to the need for and importance of valuing the electorate of persons with disability and the eligibility for political positions. Continue and increase the awareness raising at different levels of electoral process. And to end by documenting and disseminating good practices and lessons learned on inclusive political participation of persons with disability. Kadiba from Senegal said, politics is a royal road for persons with disability, especially women, to access positions of responsibility or decision-making body and defend their rights. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank to all people who are online. We are at the end of our session. Thank you very much for your participation, your high interest to this topic. Let's continue advocating for the full and meaningful participation of persons with disability to inclusive rights. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for coming here. My name is Mike Anderson. Here's my particulars. My company, the PTR Group, I've been a speaker here at Embedded Linux Conference and many of the other OSS shows for about 20 years now. And we have been, my particular company, PTR Group, we're a consulting house, and we do a fair amount of work with different customers in the embedded space, mostly, although we also build space robots for NASA. We handle all the software that's done in the space refueling mission for Restore-L at NASA and for RSGS at DARPA. So we've been in the business quite a while. I sold the company. I was one of the founders. I sold the company last year, the end of 2018, or excuse me, beginning of 2018. And then in February of this year, we got bought. The company who bought us got bought. And so I go from a 24-person consulting shop to a 40,000-person industry. If you want to have, for instance, a nuclear submarine or an aircraft carrier, hit me up. I can put you in contact with the right guys. That's what Huntington Ingalls does. All right, so let's move on here. So we're going to do a quick overview of the C group interface. We'll then talk about enabling and using C groups and what we can actually control with C groups. We'll talk about I'll show you a couple of example usages, and we'll get into a quick summary here. This is a very short session. It's only 35 minutes, I think. So we'll have to move through things pretty quickly. So there's not a whole lot of depth I can really get into in the short time, but we'll do the best we can. All right, so what is a C group? It stands for control group. It was actually added to the kernel in the 2624 timeframe. So it's been in the kernel a long time, but it didn't get really significant enhancement until the 3.15, 3.16 kernel timeframe. So it is a mechanism that's basically focused on trying to kind of hierarchically organize resources across multiple platforms, or across multiple applications. And it applies to any schedulable entity. So this means that it works on containers, it works on VMs, it works on threads, it works on processes. So any schedulable entity inside of the kernel can be subject to C groups. Now, this becomes particularly interesting when we start dealing with multi-tenancy inside of large VM environments, where I need to be able to significantly limit the amount of resources that are assigned to a particular tenant or to a particular set of VMs. So we'll get into the details of that here in a moment. So exactly what does it do? Well, a lot of times we're interested in trying to place restrictions on applications. If we're doing safety critical applications, we need to make sure that no particular application hogs all of the CPU or hogs all of the memory or consumes all the I/O bandwidth or all of the network bandwidth. So we need to be able to control that, and that's exactly what C groups does. Now, as a mechanism, it manifests itself in sysfs. It is a file system, so it's a virtual file system, a lot like procfs. You do have to mount it. Depending on which version of the kernel you have, it may be automatically mounted, or you may have to mount it manually. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But the key thing here is, let's assume that I have a couple of processes that I want to be able to guarantee that no single process consumes all of the CPU. I want to be able to guarantee that both processes get exactly 50% of the CPU. With C groups, I can do that. In any other mechanism, if I just let them run, then I'm not going to be able to control them that way. More importantly, I can also do things like lock them to specific CPU cores. So I can do CPU pinning and a few other things. We'll talk about all the stuff we can do with C groups in a moment. There are two parts to C group. Now, is it C group or is it C groups? It's C group if you're referring to the components in the kernel. It's C groups if you have groups of C group. So it's kind of weird the way they define it, but that's okay. As far as the core is concerned, it's really responsible for establishing that hierarchy inside of the kernel. Now, the core is integrated in with eBPF. So if you're into Berkeley packet filters and all the things that BPF can do, then you'll find that C groups is integrated quite nicely into that whole environment and can actually be controlled and provide additional information for you. The other piece of C group is the controller hierarchy, and the controllers themselves are the things that we're going to focus most of our effort on, because those are the things that manifest down in user space. So the C group hierarchy is actually manifest inside of sysfs, excuse me, by default. You can mount it other places. You can have multiple different mounts of the same C group interface in multiple locations in the file system. So the reason we might do something like that is a case in a multi-tenancy environment where I have individual companies in their own separate disk areas. So I may mount a C group interface inside of their particular disk area because I want to control that particular VM or set of containers separately from other VMs or sets of containers. So in the normal mechanism, if we're going to use mount, we'd use mount-t C group 2 none, and then whatever mount point we wanted. Now, if you've got a C group 2, it implies there's a C group 1 someplace, and there is in fact a C group 1. C group 1 has now been deprecated, but you'll still find a lot of systems that still use it. You can actually mount C Group 1 and C Group 2 simultaneously on the same system. So that makes for some really confusing times. I don't recommend that you do that. Just use C Group 2. The major reason they came out with C Group 2 was to make it more compatible with Kubernetes and other similar sorts of mechanisms. So they actually saw, hey, yeah, C Group 1, the hierarchies are kind of weird and it gets a little difficult to manage. So they simplified it considerably by simply saying, okay, let's just use C Group 2 and we'll clear a lot of this stuff up. Now, not all distributions enable C groups. And even if they do enable C group, they may not necessarily enable everything inside of C group. So here's a quick little snapshot out of my 521 kernel. Obviously, it's an eye chart. You can't really see it very well, but there is a thing that says C group support. And when you enable C group support, there's a whole bunch of options that show up, which are all the individual C group mechanisms, the controllers themselves. So we'll talk about what the controllers are, but just understand that if you go to use C groups in your distribution, you may not necessarily have the C group mechanism turned on in your kernel, which may mean you have to go back and rebuild the kernel. Now, most of the major distros, Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE, most of those distros have C group turned on. Whether they turn on everything in C group remains to be seen. You have to kind of look at it and see which ones are which, but at least you'll have a likely case that the C group will be turned on in most of the major distros. Now, there are some user space interfaces that you also have to have. In particular, libcgroup, cgroup bin, cgroup tools, and cgroup fs mount. Now, depending on your distribution, that's what they're called in the Debian world. If you're using one of the Red Hat or SUSE distributions, then your names may differ. But these are all user space tools that are focused on being able to manipulate and control the C group. So once I have the C group file system mounted, I can look at it here in the hierarchy, and you'll notice there's a whole bunch of things that are put together on this. We have, and we'll go through most of these functions here. So whether it's block I/O, the CPU sets, the funky one is freezer. Oh, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that one. And some of these others. We'll go through most of these just so that you understand exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And remember, this is a virtual file system. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a C group and then add processes to the C group. And then once we've added them to the C group, we can then associate these controllers to them. So what sorts of things can we actually control? Well, the first one is block I/O. We're interested in making sure that no particular application takes the lion's share of all the disk I/O. So for block I/O, we're trying to limit it based on block I/O performance. We want to make sure that this particular application gets no more than 35% of the disk I/O. This is, of course, part of this, if you've never been in the service carrier or the service provider business, we have these things called SLAs. And an SLA is a service level agreement. So that's a contract between the service provider and the customer, where the service provider guarantees to the customer through the SLA certain percentages of performance. So they will guarantee that you will get X number of CPU cycles per second or X amount of disk I/O per second. And in order for them to be able to guarantee that those numbers are met, they'll typically use C group in order to enforce that. And this also gives us the ability to do some accounting on that. So if somebody comes along and says, hey, you're not meeting my SLA, if the service provider can't meet the SLA, the customer gets money back. And no service provider wants to do that. So they're going to be able, they're going to focus on whatever tools they can get in order to be able to demonstrate to the customer that they've actually met the details of the SLA. So the first one there is the block I/O. We just talked about that one. The next one is CPU. CPU deals with what percentage of the CPU you get for a particular application. Now, each application has at most 1,024 units of CPU time. And we can then adjust the units accordingly to limit the amount of CPU time a particular process gets. I'll show you an example of that here in just a moment. CPU sets is an interesting one because If you're familiar with the hardware, of course, when we're dealing with hardware, we have the L1 and L2 caches, potentially a tertiary cache if we're dealing with the x86, and then we have physical memory that we're trying to pull applications out of. So when I get ready to fetch something from the processor, and if it's in the L1 cache, then I can usually fetch it at the speed of the processor. So I'm really not losing any time if I'm running out of the L1 cache. However, the L1 cache is limited in size. Even on the big x86 platforms, having 32 kbytes of L1 cache, that's a big cache. And that's because the L1 cache is oftentimes implemented with like a 64-way set associative memory. It's extremely expensive from a silicon real estate perspective on the die. So we'll have 32 kbytes of L1 cache, but maybe 6 megabytes of L2 cache. So the L1 cache is made up oftentimes of static memory, whereas the L2 cache is typically dynamic memory. So if I have an L1 cache miss and it's in the L2, it's probably going to cost me anywhere from 5 to 10 clock cycles to pull something out of the L2. If I have an L2 cache miss and I have to go to the tertiary cache, then it's going to cost me 20 to 25 clock cycles. But if I have to go all the way out to memory to fetch that instruction or fetch that piece of data, that's going to cost me anywhere from 200 to 300 clock cycles. Now, understand in a processor like the x86 is a superscalar processor. A lot of processors these days are, which means that I'm executing more than one instruction per cycle. So let's assume that I'm running 10 instructions per cycle, which is one of the older x86 platforms, but let's just do that for the math. If I have to reach out to physical memory and it costs me 200 clock cycles to retrieve something from physical memory, well, that's 200 clock cycles times 10 instructions per cycle. That's 2,000 instructions that I've lost for one fetch out of physical memory. And I will never get that back. So how does that impact us with CPU sets? One of the things that we want to do with CPU sets is we want to lock processes to particular processor cores. And by locking, they call it CPU pinning. And when you pin a process to a processor core, you lock it into the cache. So when you allow an application to migrate from one processor core to another, it's coming into a cold cache. And therefore, all subsequent accesses for the first several thousand will be cache misses and force you to go out to the either to RAM or to the L3. So allowing an application to move back and forth is a significant problem if you're trying to guarantee performance. So what the CPU set C group does is it allows us to specify a number, a collection of processor cores that we're going to allow this application to run on. And by setting that collection of processor cores, we can then say, all right, I want to make sure that everything that's health and status monitoring runs on processor cores 1 and 2, and everything that's customer focused is going to run on the other processor cores. And I may, in fact, lock particular customers to particular processor cores, again, to optimize the use of the cache and guarantee that I can meet my SLA. So those are something that we would typically do through C groups. There's another mechanism to do this. This is called the task set mechanism in Linux. And task set allows me to lock applications to particular CPU cores from the command line. So you can also do this from the command line. You can do this with CPU sets. You can do it from the command line, or you can do it from within a GUI like Vert Manager. CPU accounting just gives me information about the accounting usage. This might be something we would want to do in order to be able to guarantee and prove to a customer that we've met their SLA. We have devices that allows me to set which devices a particular environment or particular process can get access to. This is important. How many of you have ever heard of network function virtualization? Anybody? A couple of you. All right, so network function virtualization has to do with how I can take, say, an Ethernet card and dedicate 5 of the 32 channels off the Ethernet card to a particular VM or to a particular container. I can do this with containers as well. So they have some low-level stuff they do. They call it SRIOV, single root IO vector IO virtualization. They also have, Intel has their version called VMDQ. It's part of the VTC virtualization, the vPro virtualization is part of that particular architecture. But oftentimes what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to say to a particular application or container or VM, no, I'm sorry, you cannot open the modem. Or you cannot open device, the card reader, the smart card reader. Or the smart card reader is dedicated to you so that nobody else can get it. So that's what the devices option does for us. The freezer, we'll come back to that one in just a second. Huge TLB for translation look-aside buffers. This is an option we can turn on in the kernel. You've got your machine that's got 64 gigabytes of RAM. How do you take advantage of those 64 gigabytes of RAM? One of the mechanisms is called huge TLB. If you turn on huge TLB support, some of the virtualization layers will automatically take advantage of it. If you have a virtualization layer that understands huge TLBs, you'll get about a 10 to 15% improvement in performance for that particular VM. So it's a significant piece, but huge TLB allows me to control which applications have access to the huge TLB facility. Memory, that one's pretty straightforward. That is how much memory I'm going to give to a particular application. And then I can deal with both user space memory, kernel space memory, and swap usage. So I can track it, I can limit it, I can make sure that I can account for it. All of that sort of stuff can be done through the memory functions. NetCLS, this is the classification interface. This one is particularly interesting for those of you who have quality of service requirements. So the Linux quality of service code has both classless and classful queuing disciplines inside of it. And when we're using the net classification option, we can then put tags on network traffic that will then force them down particular paths inside of the quality of service code. So I can guarantee that video, for instance, is going to be treated in one way, whereas bulk transfers like FTP would be transferred in a different way. So I could do traffic shaping, I could do traffic scheduling, I can do traffic policing using the net classification option. One that's similar, somewhat related, but because it has to do with networking, is the network priority code. Now the network priority option then says, oh, well, I want to prioritize this user's application over this other user's application as far as network traffic is concerned. So if both of them are generating network traffic, I'm going to take this one first and then deal with this one. So I'm going to be able to set priorities on traffic. Now, I talked about the freezer. Let's talk about specifically what freezer does. Freezer is like putting your laptop to sleep. So with freezer, I can say all of the applications, all the processes that are part of this process group, part of this C group, go to sleep now, shuts them off. Now, I can then move them to another application, to another processor, and wake them back up again. So it's like process checkpoint restart kind of things you can do with the freezer interface. And it can also be used for, some of the virtualization layers actually take advantage of it. So for instance, KVM knows what to do with the freezer interface when it gets ready to migrate VMs from one place to another. Perf event, this is going to give me per CPU a mechanism basically to monitor threads that are given in a particular C group. I have the PIDs interface, which then allows me to keep track of parents and children when you get forked. So when you fork something off, who does it belong to? RDMA is the regulation of the DMA mechanism. So if I'm going to be doing high-speed DMA from kernel space to user space, this is a way I can control that. And then unified actually splits out the control interface not by process, but by user. So I can then get to the point where I go, okay, well, let's say user A has 4 processes, user B has 20 processes. Well, in the grand scheme of things, user A is getting 1/4 of the CPU that user B is getting, because user B's got more processes that are all looking for CPU time. Well, what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to say that user A and user B are equally important. So give user A 50% of the CPU, so his 4 applications get 50% of the CPU, and user B's application, their 20 applications, get 50% of the CPU. So I can then do balancing at that level as well. which is really handy, again, for service level agreements where I have multi-tenancy that I have to deal with. So kind of the good and bad about the C-scope interface, or C-group interface rather, is that there are a lot of knobs that you can twist. And so many adjustments that sometimes it's kind of mind-boggling. Here's an example of just one of the C-group mechanisms, one of the controllers. This is the memory controller. And you'll notice here that we have kernel memory, we have memory usage limits. This is in user space. We have maximum usages in bytes. We have swapping. We have control for NUMA interfaces. We'll talk about that in a moment, which is becoming an increasingly important interface in a lot of the larger systems. And then I happen to have LXC and LXD installed on my platform. So when I took this screenshot, we saw a couple of extra things that were out there specific to LXC and LXD. So here's an example of manual C-group interface. I've got this test script here, and all it does is it prints a message and then goes to sleep. And it does that forever. So what I would like to do is I would like to then create a C-group. So I'm going to do, and this is going to be doing it by hand. We'll show you in just a minute how you can do it automatically as well. So we'll do a make dir inside of the C-group hierarchy. In the memory controller, we're going to create a new object called foo. And so this is just a directory is all we're doing here, but now we're going to add things to that directory. So we're going to echo 50 megabytes here into the limit in bytes option. So this will then set the maximum limit for the foo group. Anything that's in the foo group will have this maximum amount of memory associated with it. If you did around and did a CAD on that, it turns out that the way these things work is they always round up to the next available page size. So on the x86, those page sizes are 4096 byte pages. And if you look at 50 million divided by 4096, you get these numbers. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll create an application. We'll launch it, and we'll get its process ID. Now, we need to get its process ID because that's the major mechanism that we use to add things to a C group. So now I know the process ID is 31344. So I'm going to then echo 31344 into the foo memory group cgroup.procs. So that's going to add it to that particular process tag inside a C group. We will then take a look at this using the PS command. We'll say, show me the C groups associated with process ID 31344. And this shows me that I have memory is associated with the foo group that I created. So that's the only one that's actually specific to foo. So now I can run the application, because I'm running the application at this moment. I can take a look at how much memory it's actually using. So I can take a look at its current usage in bytes and see that it's using only about 262 kbytes worth of RAM. So I can limit it, I can monitor it, but I can also control it in the way that it dies. So let's assume that I have a memory leak. I can then set up the killer in such a way that it understands that this application, when it exhausts all the memory, is supposed to be killed and restarted automatically. So obviously I've got a memory leak. I need to report that and fix that. But I need to be able to also keep the system running while the DevOps folks are out there trying to figure out what's wrong. So I can then use the C group interface to be able to control that and make that happen. Now, here's an example of using this using libcgroup. And libcgroup has with it the C group tools. And these tools include applications like CG create and CG exec and CG get. So we'll see how those all work. So CG create allows me to create a group. So I'm going to create a group in the CPU controller called group A. I'm going to do the same thing for group B. Now, this is the CPU controller, so this is controlling what percentage of CPU time each one of these applications gets whenever they're a member of that particular group. So I'm going to use the CG get command. I will get the number of CPU shares for group A, and it comes back as 1,024, which is the maximum number of CPU time slots for that particular application. And that's the default. We have the same sort of thing for group B. So now, What I'd like to do is I'd like to test this out. So let's create a couple of applications. We're going to do a CG exec into group A, and we're just going to do a DD. And we're just going to grab lots of nulls and send them off to the bit bucket. So we're just going to burn a lot of CPU time. Basically, I didn't want anything that would incorporate any disk I/O or network I/O or anything else. Just measure CPU performance. Do the same thing for CPU group B. Now, because both of those were both given the 1024 chunk slots, you will notice that they actually end up eating 50% of the CPU for each one of those two applications. Now, if that's not what I want, I can then go in and adjust it. So I can say that the CPU shares for group A are 768, or 3/4 of the actual full value. And for CPU group B, I'm 256, or 1/4 of the total value. And sure enough, when we take a look down here at the percentage of CPU time being used, I've now got 75% of the CPU going to group A and 25% of the CPU going to group B. So, and the dot, the actual decimal point out there had to do with the startup code and a few other things, so it ate up a little bit more than it should have. But once it gets to steady state, then it settles down and locks in at 25%. So we have effectively here a mechanism that allows us to control what's going on in our system. We can control memory, we can control network I/O, we can control disk I/O, we can control the assignment of CPU cores, groups of CPU cores. We can do all of that through the use of the C group interface. Where this really starts to become important is when we're using either containers or VMs in a multi-tenant environment. If we're just running on-prem and we're just running our own code, then it's not really all that important. But it's when you're a service provider and you have to guarantee service to particular customers, or you're writing a mission-critical application that has to have a particular percentage of the overall CPU, then this starts to become important. Some of the container solutions like LXC and LXD have an automatic interface to C group. We saw that when we did the little screenshot there. Others, you have to do it by hand. There's a monitoring tool. Actually, Kubernetes has a mechanism to go in and dork around with us as well. So we can either do it manually or we can allow things to happen automatically, depending on the policies that we set. Now, C group mechanism is tied to namespaces. So if we have a particular namespace defined, then we can add the namespace to the C group. And everything that's a member of the namespace then becomes controlled by that C group, whatever controller we added to it. We can have multiple controllers associated with a particular group. So I can limit not just memory or CPU time, I can limit everything on a per group basis. So if I have a namespace that I've got applications that are a member of that namespace, I can then drop the whole namespace into the C group interface and then control the namespace from there. So that's another capability that we have with this. And so that with namespaces and C groups, although they're not the same thing, they are closely related to each other. So we can actually take advantage of both interfaces if we need them for whatever application we're trying to do. So I got a couple minutes for questions. Anybody got any questions? Yes.
So on the slide number 17, where you showed this.
Yeah.
I was wondering what would happen if there was another process, not in a C group, that was also during CPU. What would we see?
Yeah. So in fact, this was just a snapshot of the top two. And it has to do with whether I've allocated them to specific CPU cores. So if you have multiple applications that are running on the same processor, and you typically do, then they're going to get in your way. So I can guarantee that these particular groups are well behaved, but anything else that's running on the platform may not necessarily be well behaved. So this is where the CPU sets C group comes into play, because now I'm going to assign C groups in such a way that the ones that are important are locked to their own CPU core and nobody else plays on that CPU core. So the scheduler will continue to run, and it will schedule things as it normally would, but it will not allow anything that's not a member of this particular C group to execute on those CPU cores. So I can then basically restrict the access to particular resources using this mechanism and taking advantage of the CPU set mechanism.
So as soon as you affect one C group to one core to one C group, the scheduler will keep the other ones, everybody else.
Well, there's another thing that you have to do. It gets a little bit more complicated than that. I wish it was that simple. But you do basically have to then tell the scheduler, don't schedule anything else on these particular CPU cores. So that's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's essentially what you're doing, is you're saying these CPU cores or core or, and this, because of the way the CPU set mechanism works, inside of a virtual machine, say VMware, I have virtual CPUs. Each one of those virtual CPUs is a process. So I can then set my C group restrictions on a per process basis for the virtual CPUs and control everything that happens inside of the VM. They do the same thing for containers, but it's a little more visible when you're controlling the virtual CPU. Yeah.
Child processes, so if there's a process that's been assigned to a C group, are subsequent child processes automatically spawned in the same C group?
Yes. Now, so they do in fact inherit the C group settings from their parents. If you're in a hierarchy, you cannot subvert the hierarchy. So you can't have a child process down here that's in a C group that only gets 25% of the CPU, suddenly say, I want 75% of the CPU. So you can't subvert the hierarchy. That's locked in.
So, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you had assigned a process 25% of the CPU, and then its children start chewing up core as well.
But they will only get 25% of the CPU. The whole group will only get 25% of the CPU. So yes, you had a question back there.
Yeah, so let's say we've done all the allocations per C group for networking, CPU shares.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like alerting or thresholding that can be done through your EPF?
Yes. Yes, you can. So you can have it not only tell you that something is not looking right, but you can also have it reach in and start controlling things. And this can also be done as a script, by the way. So we can have it all basically set up so that it just starts up and just runs this way, and we don't have to sit there and interact with it in any way. Yeah, your question?
Can I, the system administrator, subvert the hierarchy? If I have an application in a C group that gets 25%,
Yes, you can migrate it to another C group. So yes, you can, if you're the system administrator and you know where the hell you're moving it to, then yes, you can in fact do that. But it's no longer under the control of that C group. It's now moved someplace else.
The C group hierarchy doesn't necessarily follow the process.
Well, it does when you normally spawn it, but yes, you can in fact subvert it. It's like all Linux. There's always a way around it, right? Yeah.
Is there a good way to, after I've done all this work to set up these C groups, is there a good way to, instead of going back and manually writing these scripts, like pull my current C group?
Yes, that's inside of the C group tools. There's a mechanism to do that. And then if you're using things like Virt Manager will automatically be able to do it as well. There was a question over here. Yeah. Yes, CPU share. The question is, are the CPU shares relative to 1024? Yes, they are. That's a full CPU. That's correct. Yep. And it's real powers of 2, not bogus powers of 2, like 1,000. Yeah.
But by default, both of those processes got 1024. So didn't it add their shares together and then figure out their perspectives?
So yeah, so when you do 1,024, it's unlimited CPU time. And all we're doing is we're simply restricting it from the unlimited CPU time. And so the same thing applies to bandwidth, disk I/O, network I/O. 1,024 is unlimited, and you're basically restricting it from there.
If you only had those two groups, you probably could have B was 256, and then the other one would have gotten the rest.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, just like we got another one here. Yeah. No. No. So if I restricted it to 75%, then it wouldn't matter what else was running, it would still only get 75%. Yes?
In this exact example, what would have happened if you tried to set these CPU shares higher so that the sum exceeded 1024?
Then it would have jumped them to different CPU cores. And this is again where we get into the CPU set stuff. Because what's going to happen here is understand how the completely fair scheduler works. The completely fair scheduler tries to be completely fair. And that means it's got this red-black tree that's implemented that then keeps track of what CPU time you should have gotten in the perfect multitasking environment. So it's actually tracking what CPU time you should have gotten, and the one that's on the left-hand side of the red-black tree, the one that gets dispatched next, is the one with the gravest need. And so when we're tinkering around with these kinds of things, now we have to understand how the completely fair scheduler works. And of course, we can completely subvert that by moving its priority to a higher priority than 0. And it also has, you can still mess around with the soft priorities as well. So the things from -19 to +20. So you can still do that as well. Yeah?
So the CPU shares in all these examples are of one core or overall in the system?
By default, it's overall in the system. So mine's a hexacore. If I look at it across the system, it's across all 12 cores because I've got cores plus threads.
So if I have a multi-threaded process and I set it to 512, it'll get 3 cores under 6 cores?
If you did that in the, well, what will happen in the CPU set, you actually assign a flag for each CPU core you want it to run on.
If I don't set any CPU flags, but I just put the CPU shares, that's half, right?
Yes.
It'll get half across all the CPU.
Yep.
So when you are able to eliminate an addiction and conquer an addiction like sugar, this strengthens your overall willpower, and this gives you more fortitude and more strength, and it's going to become that much easier for you to step fully into your power as a sovereign being and stand up for yourself and stand up against evil and wrongdoing in the world. So something cool that I noticed when I was having breakfast today at the bed and breakfast where I was staying, basically I was eating breakfast and there was this family staying there as well. They were Canadian. The mother, she had mentioned she was originally from Malaysia, and it was her and her 4 children. And I noticed that as they were all eating breakfast together, none of them, not one of them, was using a mobile phone, was sitting there chatting or playing or interacting with their mobile phone. And I thought that was great because obviously we live in a world where most people are very strongly addicted to their phones, even to the point where when they are in social circumstances, even in those circumstances, people will often be on the phone. I've even seen many times couples, people who are apparently together, instead of interacting with each other, they're interacting with their phones. So when I saw that this family, literally none of them were on their phones, I thought, this is great. They weren't very talkative, they were kind of quiet and unassuming and very polite, and that's cool, but they were engaging with the world around them and with each other and with me and with our hosts rather than with their phones. So that gave me a small glimmer of hope that all is not lost with humanity. On today's video, I'm going to share with you why and how I was able to overcome my addiction to sugar. An addiction to sugar is one of the most pervasive and one of the most difficult addictions to overcome, and it is one that can cause and does cause significant damage to our health. So to kind of set the background of this story, it's going to be important for you to understand how much I used to suffer. How much I used to suffer as a result of my addiction to sugar, which has been a lifelong addiction. And also I want to clarify that an addiction to sugar doesn't just have to be an addiction to candies and sweets. Yes, of course that's a part of it, But when I talk about addiction to sugar, I'm talking about addictions to any and all foods that contain sugar in a significant amount, or really in any amount. I'm talking, of course, about fruits, including those delicious fruits that we often think of that are very sweet: bananas, mangoes, papayas, even grapes. To a lesser extent, berries and others, because they have less sugar, but they still do contain sugar. And I'm talking about foods with a high glycemic index, like refined grains, white bread, for example, or even bread in general. Why should we even care about the effects of sugar? Well, this is a very large body of science and research that if I were to try to get into all of it in this video, it would be a very long video. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to refer to a couple of the doctors, experts, and resources that I have used to help me gain a better understanding of the damaging effects of sugar. And I'll just mention a few briefly here as well, but I'll provide some links below so that you can more easily do your study. Glucose and sugars are one of two main forms of fuel that the body can use. One of them being sugar, in other words, glucose, fructose, and other types of sugar, which get converted into products that the body can use as fuel. And of course, fat through the process of ketosis and generating ketones, which is another source of fuel. These are two very different sources of fuel in the body. The sugar being a very fast-acting, that's why you say you get a sugar hit, like a hit of energy. It's a very fast-acting fuel, but it has significant consequences in the body. And ketones, ketosis, the process of burning fats, is a slower process. It is not necessarily even the primary process that the body would rely on, but as we become adaptive, what's called fat adaptive, our body literally starts to use ketones and fat to burn fuel rather than sugar. And literally you can get to a point where you're literally not relying at all on any external sugar sources for your fuel. And this is what people are attempting to do when they go on what is called a ketogenic diet. They're putting their body into a permanent state or semi-permanent state of ketosis, where literally the body is using the fat burning process for fuel rather than using sugars and glucose as fuel. Glucose has a lot of damaging effects on the body, particularly when you eat it with other substances, because glucose can bind to proteins. This is a process called glycation. Glucose and sugar has been associated with elevated blood cholesterol. There are some research studies about this, so it can therefore be associated with problems with hardening of the arteries. Literally, it can get to a point where you can't think clearly, and I've experienced this myself, because now that I'm almost always in a state of ketosis, I've noticed that my ability to think clearly has significantly increased. Sugar is so harmful to our bodies. It creates what's called insulin resistance, because what happens is the body has to protect us from, for example, there being too much sugar in the blood, your blood sugar level. This is where diabetes comes in, when the body starts to lose its ability to properly regulate the amount of sugar in the blood. So sugar in the blood can be very deadly when it reaches a certain level. So the body has certain mechanisms to protect us. One of them is insulin. One of the main roles of insulin is to control the blood sugar level and to basically lower the level of blood sugar when it starts to get too high, for example. So when the insulin is overused, because just like any mechanism in the body, it serves a purpose, but if it's constantly firing, if it's constantly being used, then it gets to the point of fatigue. So when it gets to the point of fatigue, it can no longer function optimally, and it can even get to a point where the body simply cannot produce the insulin necessary, and this again goes back into the realm of illnesses and imbalances like diabetes. Sugar can damage your teeth. This is something that I can speak of from firsthand experience. I've had many problems, many dental problems that could have easily been avoided had I not eaten foods that were so sugar or even acidic. It can affect your mood. You can have big mood swings. That's something that I've experienced as well. So generally speaking, to optimize our health as human beings, it is optimal to either reduce or even completely eliminate sugar. The problem is, of course, because eating sugar and sweet foods is so pleasurable, who doesn't love the taste of even a good fresh fruit like a banana or a mango, not to speak of delicious desserts. The problem is that it becomes highly addictive because unless we learn to exercise a certain amount of self-control and willpower, it's going to be very easy to succumb to that. The other problem is there's the floodgate effect. And this is basically where, for example, you can't just eat one grape. Try to eat one grape. Try to put a really sweet fruit in front of you or even in front of a young child and say, just eat one of them. It's almost never going to happen. And this is because what happens is when you taste that delicious sweet flavor, the body automatically wants more. Because if we were in a situation where we're starving, if we're in a situation where we need a quick hit of fuel, where we don't have anything else and we're literally on starvation's doorstep, then this is going to be a highly prized and highly precious source of fuel, and we're going to want to eat as much as we can. So in those situations, it makes sense. But when we don't exercise that control, we don't really need it because it's not necessary, but we eat it anyway, then it opens up the door to addiction. And addiction is a problem in general because addiction is just generally a lack of self-control. It's generally a principle where we lack the willpower and self-control to restrain ourselves, and we just succumb easily to the pleasures of life. And I've certainly been guilty of that many, many times. That's a big part of my story and basically what led me to suffer for a great part of my life. So I said to myself, how can I overcome this addiction? Another thing that propelled me to do this is I started to suffer more and more. Now, I haven't really talked about this extensively recently on my videos, but over the last, I would say, 2.5 years, it started in earnest right around the start of the scamdemic. So right around the time of the start of the plandemic, I started to experience an increased amount of pain and discomfort in my lower back. At times, I could barely walk even. It would flare up at nighttime. There would be even days where the pain was so constant and so difficult that I was in a perpetual bad mood. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't even want to interact. I didn't even want to get out of bed. It was really bad. It was getting to a point where a typical person in typical society might even cave in and go seek out medication or go to a pain clinic or try to get on disability because they would consider themselves disabled, because literally it is disabling. However, I decided to choose a different path, knowing that I had, just like you have and all of us, I had the ability to heal myself internally. I did not need to rely on any external sources, any external authority, or any external medicine or medication in order to either heal or alleviate my pain. I made it my mission to figure this out. I made it my mission to apply these principles of natural law, apply the principles of how the body works and how we heal and how reality and nature works in general, to figure this out on my own and to solve this problem, to basically save myself from this pain and discomfort and figure it out. And it took some time. I'm not saying that it all happened in one day. I'm not saying that it was easy even, but after a lot of trial and error, after a lot of testing, after especially eliminating certain foods and experimenting and going in every direction, sometimes eating more sugary foods and fruits, then going the opposite direction and doing a lot of research and not giving up. Basically, that was the main thing. I never gave up. I finally was able to figure it out. And I finally was able to unlock something very important, and that was the direct correlation between my consumption of sugar, any food that contains any kind of sugar, and this pain and inflammation versus my body being able to heal itself. So now, today, as I'm recording this video, do I still have some pain and discomfort? Pain, I would say I don't have. Some tightness, a little bit of discomfort. There's still some healing going on. I don't know how long that process will take, but fortunately, I was able to sleep very well last night. I'm very grateful. I think I only woke up once in the nighttime, compared with sometimes waking up multiple times in the past. And I woke up refreshed and ready to face the day. So to me, this is a sign that my body, that I am in the process of healing, and these decisions I've made to eliminate sugar are working. They are having an effect. This is the main reason why I personally decided to eliminate all sugars from my diet, because I could see very clearly the direct correlation between consuming sugars and sweet foods and the damage that I was doing to my body and actually preventing myself from healing as part of that natural process of healing. And also all the other benefits that I started to unlock: better sleep, better energy, better mood, clarity of thought, clarity of focus. If that was all there was, it would have already been worth it. What I suspect is, because I'm kind of new to this journey and I've only been eating this way for a couple of months, that probably I'm going to be able to even unlock greater levels of energy and abundance as long as I keep going. I made a very conscious decision that I was going to heal myself, and I was not going to rely on any kind of external force or entity to save me from my pain and my suffering. I was going to accept the pain, accept the suffering as the teacher, as the lesson, and I was going to figure out the solution on my own. I was going to figure this out. I had that determination. Once I made that decision in my mind, and once I really adopted that way of thinking, there was no backing down from that. I was not going to back down. After that, it just became a matter of research and study and learning and observation of what others had been able to do, and gaining the knowledge and understanding of the science behind the foods that we eat, and then kind of putting all the pieces together. So through this experimentation, I would notice that if I went even as little as a day without eating any kind of sugars, any fruits, that I would immediately feel better. Wouldn't necessarily feel completely like a new person. I wouldn't necessarily feel as great as I do now, but I would notice a significant change. Conversely, when I would eat fruits, let's say I would cave in and eat a banana or cook up a sweet plantain, which was one of my favorites, admittedly, or any kind of sweet, or even worse, if I would cave in and eat, for example, some kind of cake or desserts or cheesecake, all these things which they're delicious to the taste, then I would suffer greatly. And oftentimes, especially more recently, the suffering would be almost immediately. In other words, within minutes to hours of eating that food, wow, I could feel the effect in my body, and it was pretty significant. And so this kind of direct feedback and correlation with me actually paying attention, being honest with myself about what I was actually experiencing in my body, in other words, not lying to myself and saying, oh, it's all in your head, or it has to be something else, it can't be the sweets, but just being honest with myself and saying, look, this is what's actually causing the damage, what are you going to do about it? And then going and eliminating that and eating in the opposite manner and feeling great. I only had to do that a couple of times to really convince myself that I was onto something. And then from there, it was just a matter of doubling down and cultivating willpower, because obviously it takes willpower to say no repeatedly to something that is so tempting. And these temptations will never go away, because fruits, for example, and sweets are not going to cease to exist in our reality. That's not going to happen. They're always going to be around. In fact, they're always going to be in abundance. If we rely on the fact that they're not going to be around so we don't have to think about them, that's kind of delusional thinking. And that kind of defeats the purpose of being empowered. So it would be incorrect to imagine that somehow we could rely on the fact that these temptations are not going to be around, because that is the nature of this reality. These temptations of all kinds, not just in terms of what we eat, but all of these temptations that want to lead us down a bad path, they're there specifically to tempt us so that we can learn certain things. So I knew that the internal battle, the internal strengthening of my willpower was something that was going to need to be constant. I could tell intuitively that just like strengthening a muscle, or just like becoming proficient at speaking a language, or any other skill, for example, video editing, something that I've become good at through years of practice. Any other skill, in the beginning it's more difficult, but then as we keep doing it, as we keep practicing, it becomes easier and easier, and it becomes almost second nature. So I knew that as I adopted this journey of saying no to sugar, in some senses it would become easier, and the rewards would become greater and greater, which would then serve as a positive feedback loop to allow me to continue down that path, even in the face of the challenge of the temptations. If you're suffering from any kind of chronic illness, whether it's been diagnosed or not, if you feel like often you're not able to think clearly, if you're experiencing any kind of mood shifts, if you're struggling, if you're always getting hungry, for example, if you're constantly feeling like you're hungry and you can't even go 3 to 6 hours or more without eating, without feeling like literally you're going to die, if you feel like you have to go pee often, if you go to the bathroom often, for example, if you feel like you have low energy, you're not sleeping well, any of these things. I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to give you professional medical advice, but I would strongly, strongly encourage you to consider eliminating all sugars from your diet. So I want to encourage you to give it a try. If you've never gone even a couple of days without eating any kinds of sugars or sweet foods, then do it for 3 days. Give yourself a 3-day challenge. After that, if you see some kind of benefit, great, do it for 7 days. Now, a lot of people, they may not have gotten to the point where they're actually experiencing constant pain and physical suffering, so they may not be experiencing physically manifested or recognizable symptoms. These people can still benefit from eliminating sugars. It may just be that you're young enough that your body hasn't gotten worn down yet where you can feel those effects, like I was for many years before that, or it could simply be that you're eating a low enough level of sugar that the cumulative effect is not as great as it is on someone else, or someone who has an injury, who already has an illness and it's exacerbating it, right? But we can all benefit from this. I want to encourage you to give it a try, even if you're feeling pretty good already, and just see what it can do. And one of the other benefits is it's going to help you to sharpen the sword of your willpower. We need willpower in order to act rightly in this world, because often doing the right thing, this goes beyond nutrition, but just in general, being a good person, doing the right thing, standing up against evil and wrongdoing, standing up for yourself and for us as a species, this requires willpower. This requires us to act often in ways that are not comfortable or easy to do. So when you are able to eliminate an addiction and conquer an addiction like sugar, this strengthens your overall willpower, and this gives you more fortitude and more strength to face all the other challenges and all the other things that life is going to present you with, and it's going to become that much easier for you to step fully into your power as a sovereign being and reclaim your sovereignty and stand up for yourself and stand up against evil and wrongdoing in the world. That's another reason why it was so important for me to conquer this addiction, because I knew that as a freedom fighter, which I consider myself, I use those labels because it helps to understand this work that I do. So I sometimes call myself a great worker because I'm engaged in doing the great work. I call myself an abolitionist because I'm actively seeking to end our slavery to the predator class, the occultic priest class, which enslaves humanity. I consider myself an anarchist because I know that the proper state of a human being is self-rulership and not rulership by authority, all authority being evil. So I wear all these labels, and one of the things I realized vis-a-vis this addiction to sugar or any other addiction that I have is that for me to be the true warrior, for me to be the true freedom fighter, to really step fully into my power, I could not allow my energy to be drained. I could not continue to harm myself by eating improperly, even especially knowing in my own mind that these behaviors were actually causing harm to me. It was a matter of stepping up, bucking up, putting on the big boy pants, growing a pair, and really just making it happen. That is the deeper reason why it was so important for me to conquer this addiction. And all the other things, the feeling great, the sleeping at night, these are all both benefits, but they are also supporting my work that I'm doing because they give me more energy and more fortitude to get up here, to create better videos for y'all, to do this work, to be the best that I can, and to keep growing and being better. Hopefully, just from what I've shared in this video, you've gotten a real sense of why and how overcoming the addiction to sugar is going to be a game changer for you. If you have questions or if you need help on it, you can always send me a message. I will, as I said, share some of the resources of the content creators or the resources that I found most helpful to both understand the dangers of sugar as well as the importance of overcoming it and the benefits. So I'll share some resources in the description of this video. there's one thing I would want to end this video with is to just let you know that, no matter how difficult it seems to overcome an addiction like that, it's absolutely worth it. And I would even go so far as to say that this kind of discipline is a requirement. It is a requirement for us as a species to be free from authority, from slavery, from the control of the predator class. So go tackle this and see what you can create. Thank you very much.